livecast. We also really encourage you to use the Q&A widget on the bottom of your screen so you can engage with the speakers and ask them questions throughout each of their sessions. It is definitely not too late to invite any of your friends or colleagues. Make sure to just simply send them the link for today's event and they can join. For anyone who's not available to join today's live cast, they can watch today's fireside chats on our website under the on-demand link anytime after we wrap up. And for anyone looking for a dial-in number, you can be dialed into our live cast. So if you open up the same widget as where the Q&A is, you can provide a cell phone number for you to do a dial-in. So you can be walking and doing whatever you want and listen to our amazing speakers today. Be sure to engage with us on Twitter and LinkedIn. Use the hashtag BILivecast. We love to hear what you have to say about our events. And almost done. Thank you so much to Cisco WebEx for being our official technology sponsor for all of our Brand Innovators virtual summits and facilitating such a great virtual event experience. So, done with all the housekeeping, moving into today's live cast. We're going to be hearing from marketing leaders from Gallo Wines, Elf Beauty, World Surf Club, Therabody, and the Randy Jackson. So I'm psyched to hear from him, plus a lot more amazing marketers. So now I'm thrilled to introduce our host for the day. We have Chris Dietert, who is the Chief Communications Officer at Influential. I also have to give a shout out because I saw that Chris's mom, Anita, is watching today. So hi, Anita, and welcome to the show. I feel like I always introduce the same thing about Chris, so I asked him for a fun fact today. So fun fact about Chris. Apparently he used to be a rock star, so he's saying Shallow in front of the whole Brand Innovators team, and I'm sure a lot of other people at Adweek last year. So for anyone listening who has this video, please send it to me. And with that, handing it over to you, Chris.
Thanks so much, Isabel. Welcome, everybody. Another session, fourth session this time. Very, very exciting. We're going to actually be coming to you 2 more times this year, so you'll have plenty of an opportunity to get tired of us. But today is an amazing day. As Isabel said, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers. We're really excited to have everybody here. Please, if you're tuning in, tell your friends about it, send out social media messages about it. Hashtag BILivecast is what we're doing. So I'm actually thrilled to announce our first speakers of the day. We have a great lineup, and kicking it off is Stephanie Gallo, the Chief Marketing Officer of Gallo Wine. The session will be moderated by Leonard Armato, my good friend, the CEO of Management Plus Enterprises. So welcome to the stage, Stephanie and Leonard. You're both on mute and the video's off.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
There we go. Hey, Stephanie.
How are you?
Jacket.
Oh, thank you.
And the background, is that real or is that a?
No, I'm actually in our office. So
oh, cool.
I wanted to create a professional environment for you, Chris.
Ah, you're too kind. Yes, I'm in my office too. Hence the influential sign. I don't have that in my living room, unfortunately. Plus, you got to have the trusty, internet connection of your office.
Yes.
Last thing we want is to go off air.
Yeah.
And then I guess Leonard, are you there? Okay, well, I guess while we wait for Leonard, how's everything going, Steph?
It's going well. I think
yeah.
that the great news about the silver lining in all of this is that alcohol beverage is deemed an essential business. And so some people would say an essential beverage. So we're very blessed that business is going well during these times.
Good. Well, I will attest to the fact that wine has gotten me through a lot.
Yes, as it has a lot of consumers. So Leonard and I will have an opportunity to catch up on that. But no, things are going well. In addition to COVID, I think that for those of us that are also in California, we're also dealing with the other pandemic, which is also known as the California fires. So
yes.
we're navigating through that during harvest as well. So, but
and if it wasn't hard enough, now you can't even go outside. So.
Absolutely. Hey, Leonard.
Hey, Leonard. You're still muted, Leonard. We can't hear you. Leonard, we can't hear you. See if there's the mute button, maybe.
It looks like he's not on mute.
Tech team, is there any advice you can give to Leonard? The Brand Innovators team just asked if you can dial in. So maybe if you can do it from your phone, and then we've got you on video already.
So Chris, how's business for you?
Everything's been great.
Yeah.
You know, in a time where so many people are, you know, having such trouble, I think we're another one of those fortunate industries. Digital is obviously a strong thing. Influencers by nature, you know, they were the greatest born and bred home creators. So right. When a time like this hit, you know, the ability to have influencers create content for brands, for, you know, anybody who needs production value, right. You have these content creators that could create it on the fly and get it out instantly. So it became, you know, highly valuable, especially for this time.
Have you noticed that the content that they're producing is much more at home centric versus out and about? Is it much more?
Absolutely, yeah, without question. I mean, obviously it's very frowned upon to be out and about at this time. Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely an inward turn towards, you know, making great home-based content. But I think it's really brought out a lot of, you know, people's creativity and, yes. You know, new ways, you know, to kind of, you know, get a message across. So right. I think it's been really cool. Yeah. By the way, I've actually been watching your wine. What is it? The 5 o'clock wind down.
It's now going to be at 6 tonight, but tonight is going to be great. We're going to actually. I've never done this before, but we're going to do a ceviche and wine pairing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be great.
Okay. All right, I'm here. Leonard
Armato, the man, the myth, the legend.
You know, I think WebEx hates me. I don't know what it is, but every time I do this, it's like putting me through all these. Anyway, can you hear me? Can you see me?
We are, Leonard. Good to see you.
How are you, Leonard?
Hi. So, do I get to take over now?
Yes, you do.
You get to take over now. I was just filling dead airspace. We'll let the geniuses go to work. Thanks, guys. Have a good.
So you two should take your act on the road. I love it. All right, so Stephanie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, first of all, I just want to tell everybody out there in Brand Innovators land, it's such a pleasure to interview you. You're not only a CMO, analytical marketer, but what I admire the most about you is that you come to everything with great humility. And you care about people, not only the people in your company, but the people in the world at large. And that kind of ties into the core values that Gallo has. So could you tell everybody a little bit about Gallo, a house of over 100 brands, and then talk a little bit about the core values of the company?
You know, Leonard, thanks so much. And, I appreciate everything that you said. I think that in order to understand our values, it's really important to just take a few minutes of your time to talk about the founding of our company, because I think every great brand or house of brands, it really starts to the founding. So our company was founded in 1933, right after the repeal of Prohibition, in the middle of the Great Depression, by my grandfather Julio and my great uncle Julio. And they were 23 and 24 years old respectively. They had no experience in commercial winemaking. They actually borrowed $5,000 from my great grandmother, Teresa. And they learned how to make wine with 2 pre-Prohibition pamphlets that they basically found at the basement of the Modesto Public Library. And with that, the only thing that they had was an undying determination to succeed. Failure wasn't really an option. So, as the company grew, they continued to reinvest the profits back into our company. So if you fast forward today, we are the world's largest winery. We're family owned and operated. We have over 100 brands in both the wine and spirit segment. The vision of the company back then, and I still think it's true, is that they wanted to democratize wine in the United States. They wanted to constantly endeavor to win new friends for wine. And it's something that is at the heart of what we do. We are a values-driven company, and it really is anchored in our purpose. So our purpose is that we serve enjoyment in moments that matter, and we have deliberately chosen the word serve as our purpose. I love it because it's the literal act of serving wine or spirits or a cocktail, but really serving our consumers. And our values are really anchored in the following. It's all about integrity, respect, humility, innovation, commitment, and teamwork. And it's at the foundation of everything that we do. And it really stems from the values that our founders established over 87 years ago.
Oh, thank you for that. That's a wonderful story, and it gives great context for everybody. And, we're in a crazy year, 2020, and one of the things that kind of ties into what you just said is this movement around social justice. And I know that Gallo operates with humility in terms of telling people what they do to promote their core values, but talk a little bit about what you've done to address this issue of social justice and the kinds of things that Gallo does in the world today to kind of address these kinds of injustices and this movement that exists right now.
Yeah, so I think that it really stems from really, and this is what we often say to folks around here, is that for us to truly grow the wine industry, it's very important for us that our employees, our employee base really reflects what America looks like today and what America looks like tomorrow. And also to continue our quest to democratize wine, we have to reach out to a diverse consumer group that looks very different than what traditional wine drinkers look like. But more importantly, it really comes down to doing the right thing by our employees who have, when they come to work at Gallo, they become an extended part of the Gallo family. And so from a brand standpoint, many of our brands are active in terms of supporting various different initiatives. It could be our E&J Brandy brand that has a longstanding partnership with the National Urban League. Our Barefoot brand has been active in supporting causes that support the LGBTQ community. I think that when the social injustice happened within the United States, I know something that I was very proud about. My brother personally wrote our statement to our employees, and he wrote it within a couple hours. It was very heartfelt, but I think it really communicated what we as a family wanted our employees to know, that we supported them during this time.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, I always sort of view you and the company as sort of purpose-driven to try to promote core values that are going to elevate our culture as a whole. In today's world, a lot of marketers are faced with the challenge of knowing when to be a purpose-driven company and how far to go before you become a political organization. So how do you draw the line there at Gallo?
I think it's a great question. I think it really comes down to, you have to do your work prior to being tested. And for us, like I said, we have very, we at Gallo, the what, delivering results is extremely important, but how you deliver results is just as important. And so, I often say to the brands and our brand teams, make sure that as you develop your brand, truly take the time to articulate what your purpose is. Because, during times of uncertainty, it'll enable you to it becomes your North Star and enable you to pivot in a way that needs to be pivoted. So, you have to really do your soul searching. You always have to do your soul searching, and you constantly, because it does serve as the guiding light in terms of how you need it to act. And quite candidly, it's a mirror that you hold up and that you reflect against.
Yes, well said. So one thing that's on everyone's mind, of course, is the pandemic and how businesses have had to adjust and react. Now, for your business, it's roiled a lot of things like on premise and retail. However, at the same time, it's been a little bit of a blessing because, as Winston Churchill says, when times are good, people drink. When times are bad, people drink more.
They do.
So you've had a little bit of wind underneath your wings, and you like to say wine is having a moment right now.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about the good and the bad as relates to the pandemic in your business.
Yeah. So, I think that that in January of 2020, our industry was facing something that we hadn't faced in 15 years. And it was going to be the first time in 15 years that the industry was going to slow down. And we were charging our organization with how are we going to drive growth? How are we going to drive growth and make wine more relevant to consumers? And when the pandemic hit, wine had its moment, and wine is continuing to have its moment. In fact, all alcohol beverages are having its moment. And since the pandemic, we have recognized, we have data that pretty much indicates that there's 4 million new consumers that have basically become wine drinkers that have entered the category. And the primary driver for that, believe it or not, is one of two things. It's one, on-premise consumption is going home, but more importantly, people are having time. They now have time on their hands. And I think that that's something that that you and I have talked about, is that it takes about 6 to 8 weeks for new habits to form. And we hope that because people have had the time to relax and unwind with wine or their spirits of choice, that they'll continue to have that habit once we get past the situation that we're all in. So yeah, we've pivoted. And so, wine is having its moment. New consumers are coming into the category. And our job as marketers is to continue to figure out how do we keep them engaged and sustained in our category.
Yeah, and you and I have talked about this before, and how do you attract new consumers to wine? People that haven't enjoyed it before, maybe on one level the pandemic has helped with that because it's brought people together around dinners more often,
Yeah.
family gatherings more often, and wine sort of tends to elevate conversation a bit. So are there ways that you can use learnings to attract new consumers?
Yeah, I think that what we have recognized is that during this time, for us, it's really been a great period of innovation. And I would say that when I think about it, for us, it's really around what are the barriers for people not really engaging in our category. And it comes down to, I think, a couple things. One, it's fear, uncertainty, and doubt of the category. People want to engage in wine, but they may be intimidated. So how do we make wine more accessible from a distribution standpoint, from a format standpoint, from a taste standpoint? But for us, it's really going to be innovating around 3 key areas. 1, marketing. How do we make wine more culturally relevant? 2, around go-to-market. How do we make wine accessible through whether it's commerce or emerging channels like to-go that's happening in the on-premise channel? And the 3rd is really around what we call product innovation, product and packaging innovation. So, how do we make wine? How do we evolve wine from a product standpoint to appeal to what consumers care about moving forward?
And that's a great transition to talk about something that everybody's here to learn about, and that is influencer marketing, and direct-to-consumer, and new ways of reaching consumers, whether that's with products or celebrities or with new ways of distribution. The first thing I want to ask you is, does this shift towards direct-to-consumer roil or affect or disturb your traditional distribution and retail methodology?
I think it's an and. So I think it's an and. And I think that it's an and because what I can tell you when you look at our business, our retail business is booming. When you go through the grocery store, but at the same time, our e-commerce business is booming. And that I think
That's
that
good news.
it's good news, right? And so, for us, it's all about making it easier for our consumers to shop, buy, and enjoy our wines. And if it's easier for consumers to shop in a store, great. But if it's easier to ship wine directly to a consumer store, to get to a consumer's doorstep, great. We will go ahead and do that as well.
Well, I love the way that your company's been innovating, because the way I met you is through the way that Gallo traditionally distributed and marketed. And you really went into those grocery stores.
Yeah.
Those shelves are beautiful. The end caps are gorgeous.
Yeah.
You won awards for that. And then now you're experimenting with different ways of reaching consumers. So let's talk about some of the experiments you've done that have worked out nicely. Like, for example, the collaboration you did with Post Malone and his rosé. So talk about that a little bit, because I'm sure people would be interested about that.
So the story on the Post Malone rosé is that we represent in the United States Maison No. 9, and it is a rosé that was created by Post Malone and his business partner. And Post is responsible, for the liquid, which, by the way, it's excellent. It's one of my favorite rosés in our portfolio. But they crafted the liquid. They were responsible for the packaging. They're responsible for the marketing. Post, he has an amazing group of followers, and he communicates directly to them. We have the formidable job to make sure that the wine is available, whether it's online or whether it's in a store. So, I think that as you see Gallo evolve moving forward, we're going to look at alternative business models. And this is an alternative business model for us, is how do we partner with individuals that have a built-in funnel that can communicate directly to their consumers. And we will continue to see how we can help sell their product.
Well, let's talk about a project that we kind of worked on together where you were really more intimately involved as Gallo and one of the brands that you actually own, the Orin Swift brand. The winemaker is the great Dave Phinney, who is a creative genius. And what we did together was we connected and partnered with a guy named DJ D-Nice, who is known for creating Club Quarantine. So when everybody was stuck at home, he went live on Instagram, and basically people could act as if they were in a club, but actually they were at home. And he developed a tremendous following. People like Oprah and Michelle Obama and all kinds of folks were on Instagram Live and watching Club Quarantine. So what we did is we had Dave Phinney go on as a guest, and basically D-Nice said on one of his posts, come join us and drink the same wine that we're drinking, and he sort of told people where he could get it. All of a sudden, he was on with Dave. Lots of people bought the wine and shared in that experience. So what did you learn from that?
I learned about the power of, you and I talked about this, really unexpected collaborations. D-Nice is a wine consumer. He loves wine. In quarantine, he always is drinking, I think, red wine mainly.
He drinks Papillon. He loves Dave Phinney's wine.
He does.
Orange Swift, yeah.
Yeah, and so,
organic.
And by the way, the other thing that's interesting too is that Dave Phinney just happened to be, he's really into music, and he was a fan of D-Nice. So, I think it was unexpected for consumers. And what I really enjoyed when I had an opportunity to just watch how the whole thing unfolded, D-Nice, I think, was able to offer his consumers a discount on, the early release of Papillon. And what I thought was just really interesting was the interview of D-Nice and Dave Phinney. And I think it was a 75-minute interview, which is pretty long.
Yeah.
But it was very engaging. And the types of questions that consumers were asking, quite candidly, were really around wine education. So, if we're going to continue to democratize wine, make wine accessible, if we could have our talent, which I refer to as our winemakers, show up in places where our consumers are actually hanging out and offer it as an opportunity to educate consumers about the wine category, the wine that they're drinking, I think it benefits our industry.
Yeah, well, I have a couple of sons that are millennials, as you know. You've met them before, and they say the same thing, that some of those folks were saying in comments when D Nice was interviewing Dave, and that is, we're interested in learning about wine, but we want it to be taught to us in a way that's relevant and
Yep.
relatable. And what I noticed in that interview was that Dave could explain in a very relatable way, and people appreciated learning very simple things about wine that they could apply to their daily lives. So that's one of the things I thought was very interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was very well done. It was such a fun segment.
And since we have you on
Yeah.
this, we should. I'm sure everybody in the Brand Innovators world would love to hear a few things about wine pairings. Just some simple things that they should keep in mind.
Oh my gosh.
I know you talk. Yeah. So for example, if you're going to eat, let's say, some spicy food tonight, is there something that they should be thinking about with respect to wine and spicy food?
It's a great question. I always go to my go-tos, and I think that spicy food pairs deliciously well with sparkling wine. So it could be a prosecco, it could be a Lambrusco that has a little bit of bubbles in it. It could be just a great California sparkling wine as well. And with spicy food, you need something that can complement the meal, but as well as handle the spicy ingredients. And I think any type of sparkling wine could go great. So I have like a little cheat sheets. The other thing too, for spicy food, you may not necessarily like a sweet wine like a Riesling or a Moscato, but when paired with spicy food, it's such a great pairing. So you should go sweet or sparkling with spicy food.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. I'm sure people appreciate that. How about if I'm having a nice steak?
Oh.
What do you think?
So I do what's called a complement pairing. So when I think of steak, I think of something that is pretty hearty and pretty robust. And so I will always ask, the restaurateur, what is your most robust hearty wine? And I usually get great recommendations. But off the top of my head, I would either go with a great California Cab, an Australian Shiraz, or a great California Zin.
Beautiful, beautiful. And one last question, because a lot of people eat fish, right? So if you're having like a grilled fish, what kinds of things would you be thinking about for something simple like that?
So the key to fish is, what is the sauce that you're pairing it with? So
Okay.
for grilled, and I'm just assuming that it's going to be light, I would probably either pair it with a Pinot Noir or a light wine like a Pinot Grigio.
Beautiful. Nice. Okay, so back to business. Okay. Ready? So a lot of companies, especially with lots of employees like yours, have had to make great adjustments in dealing with their employees during the pandemic. So what adjustments have you had to make? What have been the challenges, and have you had any insights that have kind of unfurled that have been, let's say, something you're going to continue on going forward into the future?
So when the pandemic first happened, I'll never forget this. I think we went into shelter in place around March 17th. We pretty much communicated as an organization that we're going to operate with a tremendous amount of flexibility, empathy, and compassion. And that has been our mantra going through this. And, let's just talk about being flexible. We've been flexible, and, prior to you coming on, I think most of the world obviously is dealing with the COVID pandemic. In the United States, we've been dealing with social unrest. But in California, as you know, we've also been dealing with the fires in the middle of harvest. And so this mantra of just being extremely flexible, being extremely empathetic, and being extremely compassionate has just really served us well to be able to pivot, but more importantly, to give our colleagues the space that they need to deal with whatever they may be dealing with during this time. Secondly, I also believe that Gallo, and I've seen this a lot talking to several of my other friends not within the industry, is that Gallo does best when our backs up are against the wall for sustainability. And I have seen some just amazing ways that our organization has innovated, whether it's innovating to solve a problem within our community. Our community needed hand sanitizer in a desperate way. The frontline employees here at the wineries needed hand sanitizer. So within 3 days, within a week, we started making hand sanitizer with employee volunteers. how we've had to pivot from going to in-person events to virtual events. That's something that we've done. Unique, unexpected collaborations like what we've just discussed has been great. Product innovation. The to-go channel was something that we were not talking about in January, but I can tell you that the to-go channel now is going to be an important route to market for now and into the future. So I think I just think the spirit of innovation, is something that is our core value. And I think that's what I'm most proud about, just watching our employee base pivot.
Thank you. And, we like to talk about leadership and how important that is. How have you seen your leadership skills evolve and change over the course of this period? And then maybe even talk a bit about the kind of skills you want your marketing team to evolve and develop.
It's a great question. I think that that for me, I had to get comfortable leading from the front. And when we went into shelter in place and not our entire, but with the exception of our frontline employees, but when the majority of our the company went into shelter in place, there was a tremendous need to over communicate. And I think that in a family business, people want to hear from family. And so I just started this all company town hall meeting every Monday called CMO Live, and would update. I still update our company on what's going on for the week, what has inspired me for the week, highlight the amazing work that we're doing, both on a professional level, but also on a personal level. Look what we've done. We've made masks for everyone. We've done hand sanitizers. We've volunteered our time to help the Boys and Girls Club up in Napa. And I think that coming out of the pandemic, it's something that we're still going to continue to do. So just leading from the front and over communicating has been something that I've learned. And, just really, our values at the forefront in terms of how we lead, ensuring our employees that all decisions that we make are at the forefront of our decision making, and really setting the tone in terms of how we're going to operate. Like I said, flexibility, empathy, and compassion. So I forget the last part of your question.
No, it was just if you want your other marketing team members to develop certain skills, during this period.
For us, it's really around honing our mindset. And we believe that in order to drive innovation and because we have to innovate to grow our category, we're really focusing on what we're calling, 4 behaviors that we would love people to continue to demonstrate. One is really around being honest and candid with each other. One of our corporate values is respect, but just being direct with people. If you don't like something, tell them, you know what, I think we can do better. So really working on being honest, driving shared accountability between our cross-functional partners, having an agile mindset. I think that if anything, COVID has taught us that those that prosper are those that are agile, those that are willing to pivot when they have new information. And then also just having a continuous learning and curious mindset. So, hopefully that's what we're going to be working on moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. The brand universe, people out there, the questions are flowing in now. So I'm just going to go to questions that are coming in from everywhere, all across the
So I'm interested.
So people want to know whether you've had any mentors in your career that you have looked up to and you've learned from.
I have many mentors. I mean, starting with my parents, both my mom and my dad were amazing mentors. A lot of my colleagues are great mentors. Leonard, you've been a great mentor to me. I often call you asking for advice on different issues. I think that for me, having mentors outside our industry has been extremely valuable. At the end of the day, the wine industry, while it does seem glamorous, it's still very niche. And so I'm constantly looking, to the outside for ideas and inspiration and advice. So really looking outside the 4 walls of where we work.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you for the compliment. And people want to know what you believe your most successful marketing program has been.
Oh.
Like, what are you like super proud of? Like you beat your chest and say, we did this.
Oh gosh. You know what? There's so many. It's like asking, which of my children are my favorite children. So,
Right.
I think, I think the brand that is very near and dear to my heart is Barefoot, and the reason for it is that I was 7.5 months pregnant when we acquired it. My dad called me into his office and he said, look, don't be arrogant enough to assume that you know everything. This brand is outperforming some of our biggest brands, and some of our company-owned wholesalers. Figure out what makes it unique. And so, it happened. We acquired it 15 years ago, and it's now the most loved wine brand in the world. And I think that we do a lot of things on Barefoot that has benefited the rest of our portfolio. But what I really love about it is that it does serve the company's mission of welcoming new consumers into the wine category. And I think a lot of people come into wine because of Barefoot. So it's something that I'm very proud of. Something else that I'm proud of, I could keep going now that you get me in on this, but our Liberty Creek brand, they're doing a great collaboration with Folds of Honor. And, it's an organization that provides scholarships for families of fallen soldiers. So we can go on and on and on. It just depends on, what business problem we're solving for. But there's a lot, there's many.
Well, along those lines, people have a question around brand purpose and how you think about brand purpose and how it impacts the way that you communicate with the consumers through your marketing. So I guess it may differ from brand to brand, but talk about that a little bit.
I think that for us, we're not all our brands have a brand purpose. We're working on it. Something that, over the last 12 months, my goal is that all brands within the E&J Gallo Winery are led by a strong sense of purpose. And so we're embarking upon that work. I would say that what I'm most proud about is in the last 12 months, we've worked on the E&J Gallo Winery's purpose and, really focusing in on that. And like I said before, our purpose is that we serve enjoyment in moments that matter. And the purpose had to be broad enough that it could help all our brands, whether it was an entry-level wine, whether it was a luxury wine, whether it was brands represented in our spirits portfolio. And I think that having a strong purpose, again, it serves as a North Star in terms of what issues you're going to get involved in, what you're not going to get involved in. But more importantly, I think, look, we're now 7 into this and, folks are tired on our end. And I think having a super strong purpose gives people the motivation to say, look, the reason why I get up, the reason why I deal with this is that people are getting through the pandemic because of the products that we're making. It gives them a break in the day. It helps relieve stress. It brings their families together. One of my favorite stories of the pandemic was a couple that decided to get married. I don't know where, I think it was in the Grand Tetons, and they floated away on a raft that said just married, and they were toasting with La Marca. And so just being present in that moment just gives me great joy.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And speaking of you personally, what is a key motivator right now during this period of sort of crisis to get you up every morning and makes you feel like, you want to keep going and get you inspired?
For sure, our purpose, as I mentioned before, but, we have such an amazing group of employees who have chosen to become part of the Gallo extended family. And we need to be there for them. They're doing amazing work, and, my job is to make it easy for them to do amazing work. And so that's what motivates me.
Well, very nice. And so I'm going to ask you to put on your futuristic hat. So when it comes to your predictions for the industry, in 2021? What do you see happening? How do you see the world unfolding for your industry?
So that's 3 months away.
Well, you can take it through the rest of 2021. So beginning all the way through.
I will tell you that I'm convinced that we're still going to be in this. In fact, we just talked about it yesterday as a leadership team with my leadership team. I think that we're going to be living in this period of uncertainty through 2021. You know, you and I have talked about it. I think it really depends on when we get a vaccine as a society, who gets the vaccine, the adoption of the vaccine,
rapid testing,
the whole thing. And I just think that 2021 is going to be more of what we're dealing with. So, you know, for our industry, it bodes well. You know, people are still going to, people are still going to have time on their hands. They're still going to want to socialize in small groups. And I think wine will be at the center of it. And I think that as people continue to engage in the category, they're going to stay with the category. So I think I'm very bullish on the future of the wine industry in 2021.
That's really interesting. So live events, we talk about that all the time. And, you know, you always like to talk about liquid to lips,
Yeah.
you know, which is the way that you've traditionally gone out into the marketplace and got your product in front of people. What kinds of events do you see happening going forward, and how will that evolve over the course of the next year?
So I think that we're still going to be in a situation where we're doing virtual events in 2021. And I think that is okay. We're geared up for it. But what we are doing is really building capabilities around how do we do the best virtual events that we possibly can. We've done a lot of experimentation over the last 6 months. We've learned a lot. And so 2021 is about taking those learnings, optimizing it, and applying them to ensure that our virtual events are compelling, interesting, and engaging for our consumers.
Yeah, I know. That's really going to be an interesting evolution of the way that works, and that's required you to be innovative, like you talked about.
Absolutely, and I also think too, you know, what I have learned is that I think in the future, when we are doing in real life events, again, I think you're going to have both. You know, I think that you're going to have in-person events complemented by virtual events, and I think virtual events, what it's taught us is that we can make our wine experiences accessible to all. You know, I think that prior to COVID, particularly for our premium brands, we were very focused on what I call hospitality mentality. Come to Napa, come to Sonoma, come to the Central Coast, come visit our wineries. And pivoting has really forced our group to pretty much say, you know what, we can offer, we can educate, we can send our wines to people, and virtual is just fine. So I think it's not going to be or, I think it's going to be an and.
I see. You know, Stephanie, I was wondering, how has this affected the way you deal with your outside agencies? Because I know you have a whole bunch of them, from the creative side all the way down to other forms of vendors that are out there that you have to deal with. Usually, you know, person to person, now it's different. So talk about the challenges or maybe how things have evolved.
So, you know, I think that it's still, we're still learning, but I will tell you this, we just onboarded a new media agency of record. I mean, it's crazy that we had the pitch presentations in Modesto in March, and we awarded the business, we onboarded the business, and we are now into productivity, and that happened all virtually. And if you were to say, would that have happened a year ago? Absolutely, absolutely no way. So, you know, it's everyone's had to adapt. You know, I think the hard part for me, and this is something that I'm working through, and I'll just go ahead and speak to our own internal agency. I think that what virtual is great for are things that you need to get done for tasks, right? Let's go ahead and knock this out. I'm still finding it really hard to collaborate, particularly around creative development, around packaging. So we're getting it done, but I still haven't figured out how to crack that nut just yet.
Yeah. How has this all affected your loyalty programs? Have your loyalty programs changed at all as relates to the pandemic and what's happened there?
So our loyalty programs are pretty much in its infancy. So if anything, it's highlighted the need to accelerate our capabilities in those areas.
Yeah, because that's all tied in with direct-to-consumer
Correct.
and how you
Correct.
get to know each one of your customers and the
Correct.
whole evolution of mass personalization.
Yeah.
I mean, the world is changing so fast, and it's really an incredible time, right?
I think that what this time has really enabled us to do is to highlight areas where we're not strong and areas where we want to double down in for the future, and start building those capabilities. And what you talked about is an area that we're behind that we want to accelerate.
So Stephanie, you started off, at the bottom of the company. You worked your way up. When I met you, you were marketing, for Barefoot. You mentioned that earlier. And then through that, you've now become the global CMO, as recommended by McKinsey, as I recall, in a research report that they did. So now you're in your chair, you're CMO, you're looking over 100 different brands. What are your goals as the CMO for the company over the next year, 2 years, whatever it is you want to share with us? But it'd be really interesting for people to understand how someone like you thinks about this job.
So as I say to my team time and time again, our job is to drive growth. That's ultimately what we're responsible for, is to drive growth. And we have 3 pillars, and our objective in terms of how we're going to drive growth is welcoming new consumers in the category and really competing in all alcohol beverage occasions through wine and spirits. But with that, I really think it really comes down to 3 key areas. What are we doing to understand our consumers better so that we can innovate and meet their needs? How can we make it easier for our consumers to find, shop, and enjoy our brands? And the third is really around how are we connecting with consumers in moments that matter? And so I just kind of keep it really simple. Let's invest in understanding our consumers. Let's connect with consumers in moments that matter. And in our category, how do we make it super easy for consumers to want to shop, find, and enjoy our brands?
Beautiful, beautiful. And I see Chris Dieter is showing up on the screen.
Hey,
there you are, Chris.
Yeah,
Are we ready?
I'm like the award show music.
I've really enjoyed talking to Stephanie, and I'm sure people learned a lot of really interesting things today. So Stephanie, thank you so much for allowing me to question you and interrogate you, but I thought you shared some great information with us, so thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Thanks for everything. And Chris, thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you guys so much. See, this is exactly what happens when good friends get on the air. No time for questions from the audience or anything. You guys just flowed the whole way through. We could listen to you guys for hours. Thank you again so much. So that was a great way to kick off our first session. We're going to keep it rolling. We got great sessions all throughout the day. For our next session, we're thrilled to welcome Barry Westrom to the stage. Barry is the Chief Marketing Officer of Taco John's. With over 20 years of food and beverage marketing experience, Barry was named Chief Marketing Officer for Taco John's International in May of 2020. Prior to Taco John's, Westrom was the CMO for Del Taco in Southern California. This session will be moderated by our COO, Adrienne Lahens. Welcome to the stage, both of you.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Great to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Barry. I'm so excited for our conversation. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Brand Innovators Influencer and Social Livecast. And Influential is a data and insights platform that powers influencer activations optimized to deliver measurable ROI, both offline and online. So Barry, you have over 25 years of really extensive experience with the most iconic national food and beverage brands really around the world. So you've been driving brand strategy, product development, communications, integrated marketing. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and
Sure.
what led you to your current role at Taco John's?
Sure, happy to. I started my career on the advertising agency side of the business. I worked on great brands like Pepsi Cola and Chevron and such, but I had the opportunity to go to the client side. I was at Yum Brands for 18 years. Started as a field marketing manager, worked in brand management and brand communications, and all the way up to CMO. And so I've had the opportunity to work on these wonderful, great, iconic brands, both at Yum, International, Dairy Queen, and then I've kind of peeled off into this little niche around MQSR. I think I may be the only person who's worked at both Taco Bell, Del Taco, and Taco John's. I'm a little bit of an expert in tacos and burritos, and it's a category that excites me, and it's I know we're going from wine to tacos, and it's making me hungry for lunch. So, but it's an exciting category. It changes every day, and I really enjoy it.
That's great. Yeah, I think we all very much love tacos. I know tacos is my absolute favorite food. You must eat many, many tacos, and I'm very jealous of that. So
it's a little bit of an occupational hazard, no question.
Yeah, for sure. Can you tell us about Taco John's a little bit more? Of course, it's more of a local brand. So if you could tell us a little bit about it, maybe a little bit about the history as well, and where it's primarily located.
Sure. Yeah, we are born and raised in Cheyenne, Wyoming. 50 plus year old brand. Really, its heart and soul is in the Midwest. I'll give you a great analogy. When I got the gig, I was I posted on my LinkedIn page, so happy to join the brand, and all my West Coast or coastal friends were like, "Hey, that's great, that's really cool, good for you." And all my Midwest friends were like, "Oh, that is so awesome! Taco John's is great." There is a cult following with Taco John's in the Midwest, and it just makes for an exciting platform for building the brand. But we are in the midst of transition. We announced earlier this year that we're moving the brand from Cheyenne to Minneapolis. Nothing against Cheyenne, Wyoming, but Minneapolis has, certainly from a marketing perspective, great opportunity for marketing talent, agency talent, resources, research. I mean, all of the things that Minneapolis brings as a great marketing town. And I had the opportunity to spend a number of years in Minneapolis with International Dairy Queen. So I was excited to jump at that opportunity and essentially rebuild the brand and the team there in Minneapolis. We had a number of folks move with us from Cheyenne to Minneapolis, but we're also building the team as well. So just thrilled to be able to build the brand and build the team there in Minneapolis here in the next few weeks and months.
Great. Congratulations on that move. That's very exciting. And Taco John's celebrated its 51st anniversary this year. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah. So again, this wonderful brand that's just a heart and soul of the Midwest. And it gave us a great opportunity to reconnect with our consumers. We've launched a digital platform, an app-based platform that is allowing us to re-engage with our core users, which is a critical part of our strategy. Relaunch our social platform, relaunch in digital channels. We signed a new advertising agency within the last year. The folks from Barkley in Kansas City, which has been a great partner, really help us identify our brand purpose, menu vision, all of the foundational work that we need to do on the brand. and really setting ourselves up for the next 50 years of growth.
That's great. Yeah, tell us a little bit more about the brand purpose piece.
Sure. Yeah. We're in an interesting space in the sense that 3/4 of our store within 3 miles of a McDonald's, a quarter of our stores within a mile of Taco Bell. So we've got these behemoths that we compete with, and then on the kind of the other side, we have a big movement on toward fast casual Mexican, i.e., Chipotle, Pancheros, Moe's, and the like. And so we really have to find our niche in that space. And, we really believe that, while our competitors are all, these wonderful, great brands, behemoths, but, they have weaknesses as well, right? Taco Bell has a quality perception, concern, and Chipotle is fabulous, but it is can be expensive and time consuming. And so we believe that that's our space, is right in between those two brands. Every town in America has a Taco Bell and a Chipotle, and we want to be right in between. We want to be a better Taco Bell, and we want to be a cheaper and faster Chipotle. And so, with that in mind, that's essentially at the heart of our purpose, was to find our brand. You might have to go further down the block and make that left as opposed to the right into the McDonald's. And the only reason you do that is because of the excitement that you get with eating a better Mexican food, essentially, right? We've done a lot of work with the consumer, and when you eat burgers and fries, we ask them to kind of map out how that makes them feel. And while it's certainly satiating, the common response was, I want to go, take a nap after eating burgers and fries. But after eating Taco John's food, there's an excitement, there's an energy, there's I feel refueled to tackle the rest of the day. And we feel like that's the sweet spot for us, that excitement of the brand. And so that is our brand purpose, the ability to fuel excitement for your any day occasion.
Definitely comes through. I mean, looking at your website, you have chicken quesadilla tacos. I'm very excited about that. I think everyone sees that and they get very excited too. So tell us a bit about the menu sort of evolution and how you've adjusted that over time.
Yeah, we really, again, through the help of our friends at Barkley, we've kind of evolved the brand. We call it from comfort craving modern families to excitement craving modern families. So, we have wonderful products on our menu that are literally meat and potatoes is in the name. Meat and potato burritos is one of our more popular product lines, which again, really speaks to the kind of the cult following we have in the Midwest. And those products are going to be a core of our menu going forward. But we certainly had to evolve the menu to be more consistent with the way folks are eating today. And so we're in development and in test on a line of bowls, burrito bowls that are very, very popular these days. Actually, if you look on the different third-party websites within Mexican fast casual, bowls actually outsell burritos in that delivery channel. And so we've developed a new line of bowls featuring all white meat chicken, salsa made in-house every morning, hand-cut sirloin steak that we slice in restaurant every morning. All these things that folks at Taco Bell don't do, and we do, and you can do it all for $6. So again, that comparable bowl at Chipotle might be $9 or $10. You can do it with us at $6. So that's just a great example of this middle space that we're looking to own between those two brands. And the wonderful thing about bowls is that you can. There's a host of different ways to bring those to life. There's a vegan version, a vegetarian version, a keto version, under 350 calorie version, protein style, all the ways that folks are eating today. And so We think we can, appease our core users with the good old fashioned meat and potato products, but we also have new age products for the way people are eating today.
That's fantastic. So with your, 25 plus years of experience in QSR specifically, what have you seen as some of the biggest evolution across the industry over the last 25 years?
Yeah, I'll tell you, what's gone on in the last 6 months has been very interesting, just in terms of how, it's upended, the pandemic has upended every category, but what's happened in restaurants, and the implication for us as a brand, given the shutdown in restaurants, there's been a huge push toward drive-throughs, right? And it's been meal occasions that cater to higher, larger party sizes and families. The explosion in pizza has been well documented, but it's played a big role in our category as well. We've been, after the initial shock and the initial shutdown, as we started to open drive-throughs again, we were seeing double-digit sales increases in the first few months, and frankly, we were seeing acceleration even through the summer, even as brands and other restaurants started to open up again. And so it's really forced us to think very carefully about how we deliver that consumer experience. You were finding at some of our restaurants lines, 10 and 15 cars long. And so how do you make sure that you still give the consumer a fabulous experience? One of the things we shifted to was, family-oriented bundles, right, in order to appease, the veto vote. And so we have a wonderful product on our menu that it's called 6-pack and a pound, where you get a 6-pack of our tacos and a pound of our famous potato olays. And we were selling those in multiple bundles at a fixed price in order to appease the family. And so and then it's going to fundamentally change the way we think about building new restaurants. So, for example, we have salsa bars in all of our restaurants. Again, something that Taco Bell does not have. It's a real quality cue for our consumers. But right now, very few of our dining rooms are open. So how do we, what do we consider in terms of using salsa bars going forward? How do we use that space for delivery and pickup locations, right? Because delivery has exploded throughout the category and within our brand as well. So it's interesting. Like I said, I've been in the category for 25 years, but I feel like the change we've seen in the last 6 months is almost as cataclysmic as perhaps what we've seen in that quarter of a century. So it's an exciting time to be in the category, and it's definitely keeping us all on our toes.
Yeah, it's certainly, had a tremendous impact on the category and also on marketing in general, right? From a marketing mix perspective, how have your marketing efforts shifted over the last 6 months?
Yeah, it's, every day is a different kind of agenda. At first, the number one thing we had to communicate to our customers that we were open and safe, and we had to implement cleaning procedures virtually overnight. I mean, it was not uncommon for us to be testing procedures in restaurant in the morning and launching those very same procedures that afternoon chain wide. And so, and then being able to communicate that. And one of the things we've stayed very close with our partners at Sense 360, they've been just fabulous at providing insights, almost real-time consumer insights as to how consumers were thinking about the pandemic and restaurants and their restaurant experience, and which things were most important. What we were hearing from and what we were seeing about certain cleaning procedures and such versus what were really important to consumers. And as we navigated through the different state and city regulations about mask wearing, for example, what we found was no matter where you were, mask wearing was incredibly important, as you might imagine, even if cities and states weren't necessarily mandating it. So, making sure that we were in the forefront of that going forward was critical. And so just getting that real-time information and then managing our communications accordingly. We were not unlike other folks in a host of different categories, kind of still, using the 30 and 15-second television commercial, which are planned, weeks and weeks in advance. We had to shift our communications digitally in order to communicate this real-time information about what was changing on our brand, communicating simple things like what were the store hours, and things like that. And so email, social, digital becoming almost daily updates that we were providing for our consumers. And so, we've things have calmed a bit as it relates to the day-to-day changes, which has allowed us to focus on innovation again. So, for example, in November, we'll be launching a line of enchilada platters, right? Which again, something that some of our competitors don't do, but that is perfect for buying 2 or 3 or 4 for the family. Great packaging that's well suited for the take-home occasion. So you can pop through the drive-through, grab 4 enchilada platters, take that home, and have a Mexican sit-down style meal with the price and speed of the drive-through. And so returning to that kind of innovation on top of staying on top of the COVID expectations from a consumer perspective has just made it a wild ride. But it's been fun, and it's been again, our brand continues to outperform the category in terms of performance. So it's been helpful to our business as well to be playing both ends of the field.
Yeah, you brought up a really point too about speed from a social perspective and the advantage that format has over potentially other areas. Do you expect over time for your media allocation to shift more towards social and digital?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's tricky because we are a regional brand and in some instances a rural brand. And so we're buying a lot of our social product on a store level basis, not even at a DMA level basis.
Sure.
And that gets into weird things with minimums and making sure that you're getting the impressions and such. But there is no question that, as we move, because of the rural and small town nature of the brand, we have to get hyper local, and we are looking at those channels that allow us to do that. Of course, the app is of primary importance as we go forward. It allows us to acquire our consumers, segment them based on behavior, give them the right message at the right time based on the way that they're using our brand, on a daily basis. And it's a change for our franchisees. We're basically 100% franchise system. They're kind of used to the traditional, 30 and 15-second television commercial and the 30-second radio commercial. And that's still a part of the mix, no question. But as we shift to more digital platforms that allow for more personalized one-on-one communication, we have to bring our franchisees along so they see that value, and they see it in, the number of people that are showing up every day with redeeming an app-based offer or making a mobile order or ordering via third-party delivery apps. The more and more they see those results, the more and more, we'll make that transition. But it's straddling two worlds right now, no question.
Yeah, certainly with social and with digital, with apps, the ability to track and measure results really effectively is definitely a core benefit. How are you measuring success across your different strategies?
Yeah, we try to stay very, very focused on incremental transactions per store per day. It's the easiest thing to communicate to franchisees, and frankly, it helps us internally make sure that we're focusing where there's scale. There are a number of things that we can do, and we know that there are a number of measures that we have in the funnel that help us make decisions. But nothing speaks more toward how we're going to grow the business than the ability to talk about our ability and our success in driving incremental transactions per store per day. And so that's where we really stay focused.
Makes perfect sense. And what's something that you've been most proud of this year?
Well, I think as I mentioned earlier, the brand is in transition as we move from Cheyenne to Minneapolis. So, in the way I've likened it, we're a brand in transition, in an industry in transition, in a society in transition, and so it has been just really, really hard on folks and within the team, and so the fact that we have been able to achieve what we've been able to achieve, i.e., the foundational work on brand strategy, brand purpose, media strategy, all of these really important, really hard things that you need to do when you've got a new CMO in town, and at the same time being able to deal with all the COVID related stresses and pressures and communications and such, and at the same time being able to innovate like our larger competitors. We have accomplished just so much this year, and I'm just so proud of how the team has come together and worked together. Our franchisees have been incredibly open to new ideas and focused on just what we need to do to grow the brand and seizing the opportunity that we have in front of us from a business perspective. So it's been a really exciting time to be at the brand. We've pretty much doubled our staff as it relates to new culinary team, new digital marketing team, new operations team and such. And so, we have a lot of new faces and folks, some folks are working in Cheyenne, some folks are working from home, some folks are working in our new Minneapolis office. And so we're all over the country, and we're achieving some great things. It's because folks have been working really hard, communicating really well, and taking care of one another. I mean, one of the most powerful things I think, that I've witnessed during all of this is just the ability to ask, someone on your team or a coworker, how you doing today? How's it going? How are the kids? How's homeschooling going? Or how's the new puppy? Or, just being well aware that this is far from a business as usual, and you have to check on the well-being of the individual before you get down to business. And I think that's been a powerful, growing component of our culture.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are certainly in a moment of absolute crisis, and everyone is in this together. And some people are experiencing, things differently or more so than others, certainly. But there's also a lot of silver lining, and a tremendous amount of innovation can happen when we're faced with, all of this kind of unprecedented nature. So it sounds like you're absolutely riding that out and taking advantage of, the moment to really innovate and bring consumers something that is, really special in the market. I know that there's been a lot of reports about disruptions in the food supply chain, especially in the meat category earlier in the year. How did you navigate those issues, and what was the impact on that from a marketing perspective as well?
Yeah, I mean, great question. Again, unprecedented times. Our supply chain and our cost expectations typically fairly predictable, but we were dealing with daily fluctuations in not just supply, but also pricing, which was really putting a very interesting kind of challenge in front of us around what costs do you pass on to the consumer because they are seeing it in other categories, and therefore which ones or which ones do we hold the line on, because our category exists because of value and convenience, and if prices at our locations were going up as fast as they were in the grocery channel, we were not going to have that advantage. And so it really just required, what was the normal weekly executive team meeting became the daily executive team meeting, just very fluid communications with our franchisees and suppliers to get us through it. We, obviously there were, changes from government regulations and outbreaks at packing plants and things like that were changing things every day. And I thought we did a great job kind of managing the disruptions at the store level to a minimum nature. We were in very few instances do we pass additional costs on to the consumer, because we're constantly communicating with our franchisees what the expectations were in price, and to help communicate that any short-term increases in cost were likely just that, short-term. And so while it might have hurt for a few weeks or so, seeing some of those increased costs, winning the consumer trust by not taking price for the majority of our franchisees was the right thing to do. And I think it has paid dividends as we've gone forward, because we've seen our business continue to respond. And I think the consumer recognized that we were in this with them, and they felt the same way. And therefore, by us not taking price across the board, they were with us, and we were with them. And I think it's going to repay dividends for us in terms of consumer loyalty going forward. So it was a highly dynamic time, but just through a good old-fashioned over communication with all of our stakeholders, we were able to get through it in fairly good shape.
Lots of big decisions that have been made this year, right?
Unlike any other, I'm sure, for everyone.
For sure. So before we get into questions from the audience, I just want to ask one more question. What are your 2021 predictions for the QSR space?
Yeah, I think, the way I've seen the category evolve and the way I've seen our competitors kind of evolve, I think, everyone is recognizing that it's not at all some level of return to normal. I think that what we're seeing right now is going to be long lasting as it relates to the way consumers, think and behave. I think for an extended period of time, the drive-through is going to be seen as the, safest, quickest, most cost-effective way to access their favorite restaurant brands, and that's not going to change, I think, in the short term. I think the way, economically speaking, that will continue to be a challenge going forward. And again, the fact that our brands are for affordable, I think. The number I've seen is that 75% of the U.S. population will visit a quick serve restaurant within the week, and I think that will continue to increase because again, we provide that value and convenience that are so critical right now. I think obviously the acceleration toward digital, toward mobile ordering is going to be critical. Consumers are accessing their brands digitally more so than ever, and so we've got to be right there with it. And so I think this is just the acceleration of some very important trends in our industry, and I'm not so sure we'll ever see what the world looked like in early 2020 ever again in our industry. I think these are permanent trends, and I think they're good for our industry. They're going to be good for the consumer, and brands that accelerate with it will be the ones that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, consumer trends take form in just a few short months, right? And those tend to, it takes a lot of time to kind of reshift into new habits after that. So everybody's kind of been sitting in this for quite some time now. Those trends have essentially formed, and they are, somewhat permanent. And it really has led the overall industry from a marketing perspective, from a social perspective, to innovate and adapt to and provide so many more conveniences really to consumers. So there's also that, tremendous benefit as well. Shifting to some questions from the audience, how has your loyalty strategy been impacted over the past 6 months?
Yeah, one of the key things that we have done has really taken a deeper dive into the segmentation within our loyalty database. Frankly, I think we're still very much in our infancy here, and I think we were doing a lot of things early on that was kind of one size fits all. And by better segmenting our audience, by focusing on repeat of core users, by acknowledging that as a brand, we have some unique opportunities that other brands in our category don't have. For example, there are a lot of Mexican concepts out there that have a thing called Taco Tuesday. We actually own it, and it's been a part of our brand forever. And kind of re-engaging with the consumer on that occasion has been a great opportunity for us. I mean, a lot of folks call it Rut Buster. Every day feels the same here, and the ability to build Taco Tuesday into your routine is a great way for us to drive that frequency of core user. We actually have a fairly robust breakfast business that Taco Bell's still a little bit in its infancy on, and our ability to promote that as a way to get out of the house and get out of that boring breakfast routine, and even differentiate ourselves versus McDonald's in that regard. So these are all things that we've been able to do through the app and through our loyalty program. We've accelerated the incentives, more double punch days and things like that, because again, we knew that this was most consistent way to be able to implement our strategy of driving frequency of core users. And so that's been a critical part. We're going to revisit one of the things that a number of brands in the category has done and moved to points-based as opposed to visit-based incentives. And that's something we're going to take a long, hard look at in 21. There are huge financial implications there, but it's what the consumer is expecting these days. And that'll be another way that we revisit our loyalty program, but definitely a priority going forward, and a great way for us to grow our business. And we've seen it already.
Tremendous roadmap ahead, it sounds like. That's wonderful. From a traditional brand perspective, how are you thinking about some of the newer platforms like TikTok or even newer verticals like esports, for example?
Yeah, we're going to have to find our niche, and we're still kind of sorting through that as we sort through our media plans. Again, our deep-pocketed competitors like McDonald's and Taco Bell have the ability to kind of use more of a carpet bombing strategy. They can be in a host of different channels and platforms. This is where our size, we have to turn it into an advantage. And that's where, kind of hyper local and surgical kind of opportunities play a big role. There are a host of opportunities we'll be looking at, but those channels that can prove their value to us as it relates to, store radius communications as opposed to DMA communications or audience selection communications are going to be the channels that we look at and we prioritize going forward just because of the unique geography of our brand.
Makes sense. So are you working with foot traffic providers from that perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Facebook does have a little bit of an advantage in that regard, and it still is the behemoth platform out there. It can be something that's bought at that level, and even at the local DMA level, where a lot of our co-op money is existing from franchisees, and it's measurable and such. So we feel as though that's a good place to start, but we know we can go a lot deeper.
Yeah, absolutely. From a competitive conquesting perspective too, there's massive opportunity to leverage foot traffic.
Yeah, we did a lot of work at that when I was at Dairy Queen launching value initiatives where we would serve ads to consumers when they were in a McDonald's parking lot. And we saw really high redemption for folks who would then, within 2 weeks, actually make their way into Dairy Queen for our new value platform. So there's no question that those type of tools are going to be of particular interest to us going forward.
Absolutely. What's your advice to aspiring CMOs?
Well, I think it's about lifelong learning. The wonderful thing about our category is the fact that and our industry is that it's changing so rapidly, and building time into every day to make sure that you're sharpening your skill set is just critical. And the mentors that I have had, that's always been kind of a message, and certainly something that I passed on to younger folks in our organization, is this never stop learning, and that way you'll never become obsolete. And so that's certainly what I try to practice, and certainly what I try to preach as well.
Certainly keeps it interesting too, right?
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Barry.
Yeah, thank you.
Adrian, thank you. It's been terrific. I've really enjoyed this.
Likewise.
Barry, before you go, two things. So you guys have Taco Tuesday as a registered trademark. That's amazing.
We certainly do.
I remember like about a year ago, maybe a year or two ago, LeBron James was trying to trademark it. I guess you guys were the opposition.
Yeah, we, far be it from me to comment on legal matters, but it was an interesting time in our brand, no question.
Yeah, very cool. The other question that I have, after talking about your brand, I'm dying to try it. Is there any plans for any California expansion in the near future?
We are definitely expanding as a brand. We're in 22 states right now. We're looking to expand. We will, we're Washington State, basically down to Tennessee and up through Minnesota. And so, making, the Southeast is a great opportunity for us, as well as the brand recognition that we have in the far West. California is an interesting place to do business these days. So I don't know if we're going to be making our way out there just yet, but expansion across the country is definitely a part of our goal. So keep an eye out for Taco John's and our ownership of Taco Tuesday in a DMA near you soon.
Very cool. Well, I can promise you, Adrian and I will be your first customers in Los Angeles if and when you get here.
I already downloaded the app. I'm ready to go.
Very good.
Take a road trip to go find one.
Reno, Nevada. Reno, Nevada is the closest to Los Angeles, so it's a great opportunity to make your way to Tahoe and stop by our Taco John's in Reno while you're there as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Barry. You are you have so much wisdom in this industry. We're so lucky to have you. Really appreciate it, Adrian, as always. And we'll see Adrian again in a little bit. Thank you again. All right. So thanks so much to obviously Adrian and Barry for that. Joining us next, we have Christine Hunt, the head of media for Elf Beauty, and Alicia Smalls-Worthington, the senior brand director of marketing and e-commerce at Scotch Porter. The session will be moderated by Tiffany Pettit, the director of strategic partnerships at Influential. Welcome, all three of you.
Thanks, Chris. Hey, everyone. Let's see. We have audio ready. Let's make sure everyone's video is on. You can hear me okay?
Christine might be in.
Yep, I'm in.
Everyone. There we go. And Alicia just joining us as well.
There we go. That great background.
I know she's killing it with the background over here. We need to all level up the virtual background. Thanks so much, Chris.
Have a great combo, ladies.
Thank you. Hello, Brand Innovators virtual audience out there. Thank you so much for staying on, if you're staying on with us. And if you're just tuning in, thank you so much for joining us. We have an awesome session all day today. So super excited to speaking with a ton of awesome leaders at really amazing brands. As a reminder, I'm Tiffany Pettit, Director of Strategic Partnerships over at Influential. We're an LA-based social data and conversion company specializing in showcasing the effectiveness of influencer campaigns, like measuring attribution, in-store sales, tune-in attribution, foot traffic, you name it. And today, it's all about these women right here. We have a duo of women at two amazing brands, Christine Hunt, who's the head of media at Elf Beauty, and Alicia Smalls-Worthington, who's the senior brand director of marketing and e-com at Scotch Porter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here, ladies.
Hello.
Awesome. So I want to kick it off and start by really calling out the fact that we have two brands with very unique and different audiences as it relates to primary female consumer, primary male consumer. And it's been quite a ride, I'm sure, for both of you when it comes to 2020 in general. You know, Elf Beauty being a legendary Gen Z millennial makeup and beauty brand, and then Scotch Porter really hitting the deck and being a disruptive men's grooming brand in the space. I want to start with Alicia and talk about what this year has been like for you. I know you just launched in retail locations. Give us some insight into what your social strategy has been this year, and has there been sort of a change when it comes to driving e-com versus retail, given what your consumers are asking for?
Yeah, great question. So I think for us, you know, we all have plans going into the new year. So in 19, we're like, in 2020, this is happening, you know, this is going down. And then, of course, COVID happened. I think the beauty of being primarily a direct-to-consumer brand is that you can be agile, especially being a startup. You know, we're a small team. There's lots of nimbleness, flexibility. Most of us, I always say we're all Swiss Army knives, right? We're doing 27 things to make all the magic happen. And so I think retail, actually, this was perfect timing for us to expand into retail, because once COVID happened, you kind of wanted to be where the consumer was. And so with things that, from a logistical standpoint, on the back end, you know, .com, people are purchasing, you know, we get the order out the door, but then, you know, UPS and USPS and FedEx, everyone kind of had like their logistical hiccups just because of the state of what was going on. I think so for us, what we saw was not only folks going into store when stores were open, as far as picking up our product, we also saw a huge uptick in people actually purchasing grooming care. I mean, at the end of the day, self-care has always been a priority for us. We've stuck a pin in wellness years ago because we feel like, you know, anyone can make lotions and potions, but at the end of the day, we want to really be identified as a wellness brand to really help internally and externally groom him. And so with barbershops being closed, you know, it kind of forced him to really bring the barbershop and his overall grooming home. And so we had a huge uptick in not only our beard care, but our hair care, our face care, and we continue to see that trend in the same direction in terms of people making sure that they're stocking up. Because I think even with grooming spaces like barbershops opening back up, the consumer is still kind of hesitant to, you know, add that back full time into their routine.
No, that makes perfect sense, and you make a great point. I mean, talk about the number of YouTube videos I've actually invested in and to try to do my own, you know, hair, makeup, all of that. That makes a ton of sense. And I know, thinking about social, Christine, Elf Beauty has been in a variety of different places. Your consumer is ready for any kind of content that you're putting out there. How have those social strategies shifted in any way since the pandemic announcements and everything else going on now? Tell us a little bit about that.
Totally. I mean, I think for us, social is such a key part of beauty, right? It's such a key part of our business. For us, it is vital because we put our customer first. The customer is the heart of everything we do. For us, it's about listen, learning, and leading. And social gives us the ability to tap right into our community, right into our most passionate consumers. So social was always a big part of our business previously. right? Leading up to this, we were focused really on reconnecting with our consumers via social, making sure that the content really related to them. So we did a brand recharge June of last year. And with that brand recharge, it was really founded in data. So we had taken a look at our historical data and noticed that we were losing relevance with our consumer. We took that as an opportunity to recharge the brand and tap back into really what our superpowers were, right? We can deliver OMG prices and unbelievable quality at those prices. So we are a fun brand. We have this playful wink. So we infused that back into our creative. We took a look at how our community was talking to each other, wanted to talk to them as a friend, created this almost like memeable content. So some of our ads that you may have seen are like some of these dogs to show that we are vegan and cruelty free. Their hair is getting blown away Farrah Fawcett style in the wind. And it says that feeling when you learn that Elf is vegan and cruelty free. So by leveraging the way that our community speaks and also listening to their concerns, we were able to bring forward these superpowers in a way that truly related to them. Now, we've diversified across the social platforms, and we always want to talk to our consumers in the way that they are willing to engage in those platforms. So that's always top of mind for us. We're really social platform agnostic. It's really being there to remove the friction and to assist our community. Um, I think another favorite story of mine is just how we truly listen to our community. So with social, there is social listening, right? And all of us in the marketing team, our whole company, and even our CMO reads not even dozens, but I would say like hundreds to thousands of social comments on a regular basis, just trying to understand, really what are those concerns. And we even poll them with social, with Instagram, with Facebook, trying to get a sense of where their concerns are. One example of that is with one of our hero products, which you guys may have heard of. It's our 16-hour camo concealer. It's phenomenal coverage and an unbeatable price again. But when we came out with it, while we got a lot of love, we also had some feedback that said, "Oh gosh, I wish you guys would come out with a hydrating version, right? Like it's very matte. I have dry skin, doesn't always work that well." And so we went to work right away on this. We had released the camo concealer January of 2019, and by January of 2020, it was already available for purchase in the hydrating formula. So really, really fast innovation, truly like doubling down on what our consumers are telling us. And it was a risky move because with a lot of brands like ours, if you're going to come out with one product, which is your OG product, and then come out with the next product, there is a risk of cannibalization. But we were really thrilled to find that in listening to our consumers, we didn't really see that cannibalization. Sales remained steady on the first and continued to grow with the second. So really, really happy there. We're actually seeing people are using this product, with combination skin. So in some areas, they're going to use it to conceal. In some areas, they might even use a darker shade to contour. And really, they're just using the right formulation for that part of their face.
I mean, you make a great point, and both of you kind of said this in one way, understanding how you need to be authentic and listening to what your consumers are asking for and be adaptable when it comes to even putting out a standard social media post or, making sure that you're having the right messaging in any of your, I'm sure, like email, newsletters and things like that. What role, when I think about authenticity, it automatically makes me think about influencers and their people, trying to form really authentic relationships with them. Could be even two brands that you're looking to partner with or another brand that you're looking to partner with in the most authentic way. What role have influencers played in your strategies? And has it been very much so like a reactive relationship, or are you sourcing, the right fits? Alicia, do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to influencer marketing, it is a channel for us, right? So it's not an afterthought. It's a primary channel, not secondary. When our founder, Calvin Wallace, founded the brand 5 years ago, before having a marketing budget or it being coined as influencer marketing, I always laugh and say influencer marketing is the new black, right? Now everything is like, oh, it's influencer marketing, but ultimately it's taking that whole word of mouth that most of us have experienced throughout our childhood and even adulthood, and it now being in the digital form. And so we look at folks who wouldn't traditionally be coined as influencers, but also those who are macro influencers. How do you tap into some of these secondary attributes that they express? And how do you layer your brand and to work with that? So for example, as I mentioned earlier, we're a wellness brand, right? So we're not necessarily as a primary sort of descriptor looking at guys who have a beard, right? I think that's just the first go-to low-hanging fruit search. However, there could be secondary verticals such as gaming, where the guy is actually gaming and he has a luscious beard or amazing skin or amazing hair. How do we now work with that gentleman? Because I think at the end of the day, you want to tap into what they're interested in, because that's going to make them advocate for your brand even more. And you also want to make sure that they work well together, right? I like to say, play nice in the sandbox. And so when I think about the ethos or the overall persona of the Scotch Porter man, he does love to work out. He is a family guy. He may be a foodie, you know. He can be a blue-collar worker just as much as a white-collar worker. And so in identifying our influencers, it really isn't a one-size-fits-all. And I think that's where a lot of brands go wrong, you know, trying to put that circle in a square. As Christine mentioned earlier about influencer, like meeting these influencers sort of where they are and leveraging, and even your consumers leveraging social and listening to them. It's the same thing that we do with our influencers. Influencers have come to us with ideas when it comes to our product roadmap. They're the first to get their hands on product samples, like, hey, we're coming out with X. How does it hydrate? Do you like the touch and feel of it? Do you like the scent, the fragrance profile? And so I think influencers work harder and smarter for you when they really feel like there's a genuine partnership. And I think it's important to not look at your influencer strategy, as I mentioned earlier, as one size fits all, but really segment it. You know, who are these top 100 that you work with, and what makes them qualified to be in the top 100? And what are the special perks that they get by being a part of your top 100? Whereas the other crew members, you know, it's more brand awareness, it's more scale, it's more share of voice. And so I think when you learn to break your influencer strategy apart and kind of project things where applicable, that's when you drive the most success out of it. And that's what we've learned to date.
I think you make a really great point, and this is so exciting to hear that this is coming from you both as marketers, is that there isn't one size fits all, and the fact that there is a variety of influencers to select from now. I think back in the day, it was kind of like, there's your fashion, there's your beauty, and like, there we go. We have so many niche markets now when it comes to influencers, and then even two fashion influencers may have very different audiences that we can tap into. So that's super exciting to know that you guys are thinking the same way. You know, it's about being authentic. It's about choosing the right one, not just one for the sake of it. We wholeheartedly agree with that as well. And then, so for Christine, when it comes to influencers, definitely you guys have, you know, touched them in different ways across different platforms and things like that. But then there's also a paid media component that you may have also used in tandem with the influencer efforts. Can you take us through what that looks like? Are influencers very much so like a upper funnel media partner of yours, or do they really fall in your marketing mix in a lower funnel capacity?
Well, it's actually both. So the
Yeah,
answer
has to be.
very similar to Alicia. Really, it's not taking this one size fits all approach. So for us, we revamped our influencer strategy not too long ago to really have this full funnel approach, right? Very much to Alicia's point, you're going to have your megas, and they're going to have their place for your brand. But really, you can't forget about the micro influencers, the up and coming influencers in different spaces, right? So like my influencers that we work with in TikTok are very different from the type of content you're going to see in Instagram, right? Different audience, different content, and you can't use the same influencer across every single platform. So with our full funnel strategy, we actually work with Magic Links to create this like always on program that really helps us pick influencers that will fill each part of the funnel. So both the awareness and the reach, really that reach and frequency. What is their engagement? Like how many followers do they have? How many active followers? What's the engagement rate on the most recent post that they've been doing? Just to make sure that we're really staying data focused in our partnerships. So that's one part of it, is really focusing on the data. The other part is focusing on the relationship, right? So again, you can't spread yourself too thin across all of these. You do need to focus in on who are the influencers that truly reflect your core demographic, and really strengthen those relationships there. And then we have our micro influencers, which are really sort of the ones to watch. I think they're the ones who are up and coming. They're very scrappy. They're excited to work with a brand. They truly have this strong passion that comes through for the brand. So for those, we definitely partner closely with Magic Links to understand both the data aspect and also help us maintain that relationship with them. Being that our team is also small and nimble, so they are an extension of our team. But very, very excited with how influencers have just, the whole strategy has changed, I think, for a lot of brands, and I love the direction that it's taking.
I agree. I agree. It's just everyone's getting smarter and more information is coming, whether we like it or not. And it's just about being smarter about your business. When it comes to, I kind of want to shift gears a little bit because I know both of you have had awesome responses when it comes to COVID, when it comes to social injustices that have happened. And again, listening to your consumers and listening or thinking about ways to show up as a brand. Alicia, do you want to talk about some of the things that you've done as a brand or the company has done as a brand in response to social injustices that have happened or anything that has happened on the COVID front?
Yeah, no, great question. So, we are a Black-owned brand. Our founder started this business and he owned a barbershop and noticed a recurring issue when it came to predominantly African-American men having dry, frizzy hair and beards. The barbershop was located in Newark, New Jersey, and he really used that like as his incubation ground to kind of prove out the product. And fast forward, launched the website, word spread like wildfire, and fast forward, here we are 5 years later with distribution in Target, Walmart, Amazon, over 140 barbershops and boutiques across the U.S. And so all that to say, the Black and brown consumer is absolutely very much so a part of our ecosystem. We service kinky, coily, textured, wavy hair, which usually happens to be the hair profile, especially with beards and hair, for African American, Hispanic, racially ambiguous, men. And so for us, with the whole COVID and just the overall movement happening, we wanted to make sure that we were a voice and that we came to the forefront as a brand to show our support for how our consumers are feeling, and that we are, alongside with them. And so we've donated to a series of the different causes that are helping in the inner city, because what we feel is we wanted to work with folks who are on the ground. And so we wanted to make sure that the way our products touch, consumers' lives, that we were able to enable organizations within their hometowns to help better service their needs. And then we also have an anti-odor cleansing wipe that's helpful for all sensitive areas. And so we donated thousands, about 25,000 of those wipes to different hospitals and shelters across the New Jersey, New York, tri-state area. And so that's when we found our place in sort of making sure that we're a part of the conversation, but it being selfless and not selfish, because ultimately what we want to do is make sure that we're empowering our customers. It's about supporting them during times like these as well.
Yeah, you make a great point. And again, just awesome to hear and give some examples on what that looks like from a brand, of all different types of verticals. Christine, do you want to touch on that from e.l.f.'s perspective?
Yes, definitely happy to. I think there are a few buckets here. So one would be COVID and how that changed our business. Obviously, it changed everyone's business. COVID has changed everything. So from a business perspective, we saw this flood of traffic onto e-commerce, and we were seeing consumers that we typically hadn't before, right? Consumers who typically went in store weren't used to shopping online. So we had to start listening even closer and changing our strategy. So I remember at the time we were launching a campaign that was about new lip products that we were coming out with, and it kind of had this edgier feel to it, mouth off. didn't really seem to be the right message at that time, felt a little tone deaf. We definitely changed and pivoted our messaging, making sure that our messaging was focused on self-care, health, wellness, skincare, our brand messaging. What we did is we took our famous song on TikTok, and we remixed that song with the original artist, to create this health PSA about washing your hands and staying clean during that time, just to add some levity and some lightheartedness to it, but still get a very important message out there. So that's the business aspect of it. In addition to how we address COVID with just our employees and our consumers. Consumers, we made donations. We also added free hand sanitizer. So we got into production, created hand sanitizer, and quickly put that in all of the boxes of anyone who ordered. So typically we always have a free gift with purchase at around a $25 threshold. Now we were just adding in to anyone who ordered this free hand sanitizer. For employees, Elf actually gave employees free Clorox disinfecting wipes. Everyone just signed up on a sign up sheet internally. We got wipes, we got masks, we got gloves. Masks were donated. So really, really proud of how we showed up in that area. Now, when it comes to the social injustice, again, very proud of how our company did show up at this moment. So donated to Color and Change, which is one of the largest organizations, nonprofit organizations that's fighting this injustice. We also had really important dialogue and training. So we had social behaviors of inclusion training, sensitivity training. Everyone went through it. We had important dialogue coming from our leaders. Our CEO sent out weekly emails about how important this change was. Our CFO wrote a really compelling, powerful article about this as well. And then we donated and even matched all employee donations to the Black Lives Matter movement, NAACP, Campaign Zero, and I'm sure I'm forgetting one more. But again, just really did not hesitate. And even from a business perspective, we shut down our entire site for Black Tuesday, and we celebrated Juneteenth as a national elf holiday.
Awesome. I mean, checking the boxes, I feel lucky to have had both of you guys available for this day to share these insights, because no matter your size as a company, no matter, your market, your audience, there's something to do as a brand, because we're all going through this together. We're living in the same country. We're experiencing the same thing. So I think that's really important. So thank you guys for sharing on that, sharing about what you're doing in general on that front. I want to talk a little bit about innovation, and we touched on it a little bit, listening to consumers, listening to what your audiences want and need. What do you think innovation looks like, even thinking ahead to holiday? It's going to be a high time for both of you. Alicia, is there anything that is in the works that you can disclose when it comes to innovating in this space, and what do you guys have upcoming for holiday?
Yeah, no, great question. So I cannot disclose the items.
Darn.
All good. Listen, I appreciate the question. I will say this, to Christine's point, I think that's one of the things that the brand has really been founded on and done well, and that's really building these relationships with our consumers. That's why we were primarily direct to consumer for so long, because we really wanted these 320,000 gentlemen that we service to feel like they have a line in, to ask us. One time we survey them all the time and have conversations. Our founder even calls them up to get their opinions on certain things and just temperature check. But all that to say, one time we did a survey and we asked gentlemen, who taught you how to groom? And a lot of them either said no one or their moms, And so that's a real honest response, but it's also an opportunity for us as a brand to educate them on wellness, educate them on how to use our product based on, their hair types, et cetera. And so always having that soundboard and that open door policy in terms of what else do you need? When you go to the drugstore, when you're at home, what's a pain point? Because that's what our brand is founded on. Even though we over-index in servicing African-American, Hispanic men, et cetera, It's really solutions oriented, right? So what problem are we solving? So a lot of the products that we're launching this holiday and also Q1, super exciting on our .com, but also in store. Innovation really led by white space in the market, but also really solving pain points that men face daily. And so going category deep, not necessarily wide. And so we're super excited about adding new offerings in our beard, our hair care, our face care, and we'll be launching them starting this holiday. So lots going on, as you can imagine. It's like we're off to the races, and I know I'm pretty much preaching to the choir, but everyone's like in holiday mode. I'm like, the fun is over, but really looking forward to what the holiday brings us, because I think to Christine's point, a lot of folks who may historically have not been .com shoppers are now coming online, and because of just the way outside is set up, we'll continue to do so. So excited to see what new trends and insights we get out of this holiday.
I mean, I agree. This is my way of trying to get our audience a little piece, a little snackable insight on anything coming up. I'll have to ask Christine, is there anything you can disclose when it comes to holiday, or just the way that you're thinking about the future of products and what else is doing as a brand even?
Sure. So similar to Alicia, I can't speak to the products, but can help give you guys some guidance just in terms of how we're thinking about holiday and how other marketers might want to think about it. I mean, Alicia hit the nail on the head where it is all about reducing that friction, right? So like solving for a pain point, assisting your consumer in their journey. So I think for holiday, it's just thinking about how different this one is compared to previous holidays, right? So I would, I'm betting that gifting is actually going to be bigger than ever with this holiday, right? Think about this year. We've all been socially distanced from our friends, from our loved ones. We're longing for that sense of connection, and these like fun little unexpected prizes that show up at our doors are a way to reconnect with loved ones. So I do think that gifting is going to be bigger than ever. I do think that skincare and self-care and wellness is going to be bigger than ever. And also it's going to be earlier, right? So I think with this holiday season, we know the election is coming as well. We know that there is a lot of noise around that. Now, historically, in previous elections, I can just say anecdotally from other brands that I've worked with, from other client accounts I've had, I've seen when it's an election year, you usually see decreased traffic around that time, right? That's not where people's mind is focused. They're not focused on shopping, they're focused on that. So a lot of times when that happens, the shopping will happen later, right after that election, right in that like period before like Christmas and holiday, which if it's in the e-commerce world, that really puts a strain on our business because we want to try to get products there before your last day to ship. And now with so many more people shopping online because of COVID, it's going to be added strain on a lot of the distributors, right? It's going to be an added strain on a lot of delivery. So I would think about starting earlier than ever this year. I know, I feel like holiday always moves earlier and earlier and earlier.
It's like going to be May next year.
To make sure that, you can make sure that you are maintaining that quality experience for your consumers, that they're having a good experience with your brand, because a lot of them are shopping online with you for the first time ever this holiday. And make sure that you can stabilize your business.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I love that you were able to even give us that much. Before we head into some questions that are coming from the audience, I do want to ask, similar to what you're thinking about holiday, I want to know from a 2021 predictions in your respective verticals, thinking about makeup and beauty, thinking about personal care, what are your predictions when it comes to these specific categories? And this could be not just for your brand, but just for the vertical itself. Alicia, do you have any predictions?
Yeah, well, I would say, when it comes to men's grooming, just what I've seen over the last 5 years or so, it kind of actually speaks to social and like the influencer sphere. Especially when it comes to males, I think, when it comes to women, they've kind of started the trend with influencer marketing and, showing the unboxings, et cetera. And then when a lot of the men started to get into it, you would see, hey, this is my finished look, but it's like, but how did you achieve that look? And so fast forward last year, and especially during COVID, I started to see a lot more male influencers kind of like take that armor off and allow you into the overall grooming process. Now that grooming could be beard care, hair care, face care. It could even be their workouts. It breaks down to what they're eating, but really taking people on their social journey. And I think that that's going to continue into 2021 in terms of expression. Like, what's your fashion expression? What's your self-expression? And I think as brands, we have to make sure that our products, our services, our tools to help consumers with what they want to express in the world. And I think, not to toot our own horns, but I think Christine and even Christine, Elf, myself, Scotch Porter, my founder, we kind of have already we see it coming, and kind of thinking about how do we continue, we always say internally, to arm men with the tools they need to live their best lives. And so going into 2021 and beyond, that's what we want to continue to do, because having those tools, possessing them, and knowing how to use them is more important now than ever, because this is normal now, right? What we knew before isn't. So men understanding how to groom themselves, how to take care of their hair, how to shave, how to use a trimmer, that's not going away, because we never know when something like this could happen again. And as the saying goes, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And so I think 2021 is all about everyone staying armed to be their best selves.
I love that, because I have learned so much just by watching, the ins and outs of what makes a haircut what it does. I have a boyfriend and I'm really trying to get in there and be his barber, but I'm like, I really don't know. So having a wealth of social videos just pop up, and men are actually willing, just like, hey, this is me in COVID, this is me after. That's going to be super exciting to hear across that category specifically. Christine, what do you think? What are some of your predictions in makeup and beauty?
Yeah, so I think it kind of goes back to what Alicia was saying about how, their insight that they found was a lot of men didn't actually have anyone teaching them how to groom. I think education is going to be huge, right? So we're seeing this thirst for more product knowledge, right? We've been seeing this over time where like they're reading the labels a little bit more. And I think it really also has started with a lot of influencers. Hey, how is this product supposed to work? What's going into this product, right? Like, let me peek behind the curtain. But now that we're in this world of increased heightened concern around health and wellness, I think people are taking even more attention. So it's not just the influencer community or the mega beauty junkie who's really looking at all of these ingredients and wanting to know what should go in there, what shouldn't, how should I use this. I think it's going to, it's translating over to the everyday consumer. Consumers are expecting more. They want transparency in their products. They want performance in their products. They want products that are going to be like this hybrid, right? So in beauty, what we're seeing is a lot of desire for products that are going to be makeup plus skincare, right? Rather than just covering it up. Let's actually make it better, improve the texture. So I think that's going to be something that we're seeing a lot more, and a huge focus on clean beauty.
Yeah, I agree. I'm ready for it, just as a consumer for both of you guys, and very ready for it. Let's take you to some questions. There's one question that's popping up. Did you have a professional mentor early on in your career? And I'd even go a step further to ask if there's any advice that you've gotten from said mentor that's really impacted your journey now and where you are in your company, and even personally, I'd say. Anyone want to jump in with Alicia?
Yeah, so I would say I've had a lot of non-traditional mentors. What I mean by that is, especially with, I started my career in 2000, right? Before digital was a thing, before it exploded. And so fast forward, as the digital sphere continued to grow, I leaned in on social media by following people who I wanted my conversation to feel like, my professionalism to feel like, and, and looking at that, what they were projecting, what their content looked and felt like, and how it worked for me. And so when it comes to mentoring, I read a ton of things. I actually work a lot in parallel with folks like you who are my peers. to ask questions and volley ideas, you know, back and forth. And so for me, when I think of mentorship, I think it's important. I'm always speaking at different events. I always, if someone asks me to review something, you know, I always lean in because it's important to throw the rope behind us to help people, you know, get in and get over. I wish someone who looked like me, a lot of early on, especially when I started my career, especially when I think of, you know, Black and brown individuals, you know, there weren't a ton of us in digital marketing. And so you already were like, you know, the stepchild, but then on top of that, digital also is one of those things where people are like, wait, what do you mean Google Analytics? You know, so I felt like a fish swimming upstream for a long time, but not anymore, because now we live in a data-driven world. And I think when we think about even our lives, how does data apply to our lives? So how can we leverage data to make it actually work for us outside of our professional selves? And I think mentorship should fall in that same bucket, you know, looking at networking events, but why do you want to be this person's friend? How do they lend themselves to where you're trying to get to? And what do you have to offer in this networking / mentorship situation? So I love mentors, love mentees, but I don't necessarily have a mentor. But a word of advice I will say that I did receive from one of my former colleagues, CMO of one of the companies, COO, excuse me, one of the companies I used to work at. It actually was in relation to me being married. He said, be sure to fall in love over and over again, in terms of like keeping your relationship healthy. But I think that also applies to your work, your professionalism, right? It's important to fall in love with it over and over again. Find new ways to re-engage, find new ways to cause people to react, you know? And so I would give that advice to anyone, whether you're in the marketing space, you know, influencer space, et cetera, fall in love with it over and over again.
I love that. I love that so much. I have no words, Christine. not to have you follow that up.
I will say I was laughing to myself when you said it, you know, what is Google Analytics, and no one understands what digital marketing is. Even my parents today don't understand exactly what I do. So I tell them I buy clicks on the internet. But I think in terms of mentorship, it's you know, it's so important, but also just, you know, to Alicia's point, it's really about creating that sense of community with your colleagues. So for me, I did have a really important mentor starting out, the late Mary Jane O'Keefe, and she wasn't even a mentor in digital marketing. She was in one of my first jobs, which was like in risk management for real estate. And she had a way of seeing people's superpowers and seeing the beauty beyond just your technical skills, right? And so her advice to me was to nurture those skills outside of your career, because you'll be surprised how much they actually come into play later and influence your career. So really it was focusing on the soft skills. Like she wrote poetry and I would write, you know, some short stories and poetry. We'd share that together and really had this camaraderie and gave our, you know, each other encouragement and feedback. And she was the one who told me, like, you know, you wanted to go into digital marketing, you have to do this. I'd love to keep you here, but this isn't where you're meant to be. So I think having a person like that early on in my career was so instrumental to my success.
That is awesome advice. Thank you both so much. I mean, there's so many nuggets. We can go on for days. I didn't even touch the surface on the amount of questions I wanted to ask you guys, but I think you left the audience with a lot of great insights, and thank you for being so candid about it. So appreciate you both. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you guys.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
Christine, Alicia, thank you guys both so much. Tiffany, excellent job curating and moderating panel once again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are going to move to our next panel. Super, super excited. We have a celebrity in the building. So we have someone who is known as the Brow Queen. I'm waiting for her to pop in here. So known by many as the Brow Queen, Anastasia Soar is a beauty industry icon and the founder and CEO of Anastasia Beverly Hills. The session will be moderated by Influential's Chief Operating Officer, Adrienne Lahens. Welcome to the stage, Anastasia. Welcome, Adrienne.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Anastasia. It is such a pleasure to have the honor to interview you today. We met a few weeks ago at a women's happy hour event, and I was just completely in awe of you. You are someone who really possesses this incredibly special and rare energy. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Adrienne. I appreciate.
So yes, let's talk about your story. You are an immigrant. You came to the United States in your early 30s. You speak almost no English. You literally invent eyebrows as a beauty category. I think you literally just invented eyebrows, period, as far as I'm concerned. You go on to create a multi-billion-dollar empire that you own 100% of for, most of that time. You took on no investors. You have hundreds of products that are sold in thousands of stores worldwide. You are a self-made billionaire woman and single mom. How on earth did you do it?
I think with a lot of passion, I have to say. A lot of passion and with desire to do what I love, I guess.
Yes, absolutely. So you came from Romania. Can you tell us a little bit about your story of how you came to the United States?
So, I mean, we wanted to get out of the country. It was a communist regime. And in 1989, I was lucky enough to come here. Before I came, I went to beauty school. I mean, I went to art school. I studied technical design for 5 years. I went to beauty school because I realized I don't speak the language and it would be very hard for me to get the job in my profession. I started working as an esthetician here, and I realized that really in the early 90s, people didn't pay attention to eyebrows. So I remember my art teacher talking about how an eyebrow could change an emotion when you start drawing a portrait. So I started, and of course we studied Leonardo da Vinci art that he used the golden ratio on all his paintings. And I started going to the library and develop a technique on how to shape eyebrow according to everybody's bone structure and natural shape. So once I realized I could change my own eyebrow, I wanted to share with every woman, and I started doing eyebrows, but there were no products for eyebrows. So I was mixing Vaseline with eyeshadow and aloe vera. And later on, I realized that I need to offer my clients the products. So I started developing a line, and in 1999, we launched in the Beverly Hills Salon, the line, and in 2000 in Nordstrom's, 20 Nordstroms around the country with the service. We have 90 studios right now around the country, but at the beginning we started with little bit because at that time, women didn't understand, like, do I need to use powder in my eyebrows? Was very unusual. And it took me a long time. So from 2000 to 2012 was a lot of work to go around the country to show women what a huge difference a well-shaped eyebrow will do. And in 2012, my daughter introduced me, that I work with, introduced me to the Instagram, this app that we realized that we could place a video tutorial and show women how to shape their eyebrow, how to fill in their eyebrows to create that perfect look. And we realized that we could reach people that we will never be able to reach without the app. So that's kind of in a nutshell.
Absolutely. And Anastasia Beverly Hills has one of the top 20 most followed brands on Instagram. You have more followers than Starbucks. That is insane. By millions, not even by just like, by millions of followers. So how have you worked to build your following, and how have you engaged your audience over the years?
So we start. It's very interesting because when we started in 2012, we were the only brand on Instagram. And everything was very organic. We started with this community that we start sending our products to few people that they were not makeup artists, professional makeup artists, that they start self-thoughting how to do their eyebrows. And I think using our tutorial and how to do eyebrows, they learn how to fill in their eyebrows, and by practicing everything. Makeup is about putting a lot of hour and practicing. So they start sharing our products, using our products and sharing with their followers. And it started like very organic, very beautiful. And I loved it. I love to teach. I love to share what I know with other women. And it was incredible. And then going into department stores and doing personal appearance and having those 12 to 15 years old young women, young girls and guys coming to me and like, I want to be like you. I want you to tell me, because I want to be like you one day, to have my line. And I thought that was absolutely incredible. And this is what we were able to create in this incredible community online on Instagram.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What was it like to get your first retail partnership deal? And you're in Nordstrom, of course, you're in Sephora. Where else are you located in retail?
So we are in Nordstrom's with Brow Studios. We are in Sephora with just few Brow Studios. We have one in New York.
Yes.
And we are in all with retail, with the products. We are everywhere in United States, in Sephora, Ulta, dealers, Macy's, and Sephora inside JCPenney. So we are in 2,500 doors in United States, and we are in 35 countries. Most of the department stores that we are internationally, we partner with Sephora. It's one of our greatest partner. In Europe, we are in dealers as well, and so many other stores. Depends on the countries that we sell the products.
I have been in the Brow Studio in the Sephora in New York in Midtown many times. Since 2012, I've been in that store. That's always where I went to get my eyebrows done in New York when I was living there for over 10 years. So huge fan.
Your eyebrow looks beautiful. It's so gorgeous.
Thank you. So that is like the highlight. The fact that you just told me that is the highlight of my entire year.
Beautiful eyebrows and beautiful hair.
Thank you. Well, I absolutely, of course, use your product. I have the whole box right here. I love everything that you have. So how did you go about securing your first partnership with Nordstrom?
I remember like today was 1999, and I had the brow kit, 5-item brow kit. And we were in a conference room with a lot of people. I went there with, I think was at that time a salesperson that worked with me. I had very small team. And I was trying to explain how important eyebrows were, and like there were a few men there and even women, they were not too excited, like, no, we don't think this is going to work. And after an hour preaching and talking how important eyebrows is and how frames the face and changes completely your emotions, still I couldn't sell the product. And I said, okay, I'm going to try one more thing. Was a lady on the opposite side that had very blonde eyebrows. And I said, can I use you? And I want to do one eyebrows and not the other eyebrows. And I walk them through the 5-item brow kit. Excuse me. It was such a change. And I knew that was the moment and I could sell the products. Even men and women like, oh my God, this is incredible. The beauty of the eyebrow is that it's such an instant gratification that was my tool to sell my products at the beginning, when people really was not a category in the beauty industry for eyebrows.
Yeah, absolutely. And you brought up a really great point about from a sales perspective, right? And entrepreneurs and successful entrepreneurs really have to possess an incredible amount of audacity. How did you go about developing your audacity and your confidence to continue to sell in that way? What other traits do you possess that have led to your success?
I think I was raised by my mother that never took no as an answer. She always used to say, we live in a communist regime and not too many things are possible, but we'll find a way because we believe in what we do and we'll find a way to make it happen. And I was probably like that. I would never take no as an answer, especially at the beginning when I started. Remember, I wanted to open a salon in Beverly Hills. I went to see the owner, the landlord, and he said, what, you do eyebrows? Get out of here. This is Beverly Hills. You can't pay rent doing eyebrows in Beverly Hills. And I sat there for 2 hours to convince him. He didn't want to rent me the space. And I was able to convince him. I use every single tool, including, it's like, I'm sure your parents or your grandparents were immigrants and somebody gave them a chance to do something to prove I work hard. I promise you in 6 months, if I cannot make it, I will get out of here. And he did, and he rent me the space. So always I was able to convince people because I believed in myself. I believed that I could make a difference. I believe in my dream. And I guess I was able to get what I wanted.
Yeah. So if you don't believe in yourself, no one is going to believe in you, right?
Yes, no one is going to believe. Yes.
Jennifer Lopez, Victoria Beckham, Kris Jenner, these are your clients. Oprah, Michelle Obama. You have done, the most A-list, most influential, most important people in our modern history. Whose eyebrows, who is not your client today that you would love to be your client?
First of all, I want to talk about my celebrity clients. I think I was so lucky enough from early times, from when I started in 2000 to really shape eyebrows of so many celebrity. What they were able to do for me, they validated my work because, we all want to look like a celebrity. And they were so kind and wonderful to talk about their eyebrows and that I did their eyebrows. As well, I'm still so thankful for my clients, my everyday clients that they use every 3 weeks to come and get their eyebrows. And I was working in the salon 6-7 days a week. I will work just to they were my walking advertising. I wanted every single woman to feel beautiful and to have beautiful eyebrows. And it was a walking, they will talk to they were the initial influencers, actually. My celebrity clients, and of course, Oprah Winfrey being on her show was absolutely the most incredible thing because she was the real influencers. If you remember in early 90s, was even late 90, I think in 1998, I was on her show. She was so kind and wonderful, and she promoted my products and myself. As well, everyday clients. I think to me, I love to teach. I wanted it. I got so much joy on sharing my knowledge, sharing my products with my clients to give them the tool and the products to feel beautiful. And of course, you feel confident, you feel powerful. I think women will always use beauty as a tool to be confident.
Yeah, absolutely. What does your influencer strategy look like today? How has it evolved over the years?
To me, every single person is an influencer, okay? You are an influencer because you could talk about my products like you are talking earlier. Every single woman is an influencer. If you watch my video, if you buy a product, the most important thing to me from the beginning was to create the best quality products and to have a product for everyone. We were inclusive in 1999 when inclusivity in products wasn't such a big deal. So I want my products to be perfect. I still, believe it or not, I approve every batch of every color, even today. It's kind of hard to believe, but I'm still doing that because the quality of my products are so important. And I want to share that with everyone. And to talk about the influencers, when, of course, we started at the beginning on Instagram with influencer, very organic. We send you the products, and if you like it, try it, and you could talk about it. Being like yourself, you receive it, you start using, like, oh my God, this is changing my life. So I think this is how it evolved, and we share with everyone on Instagram products, and we have people that we send products and they could talk about. It's been a wonderful, wonderful experience.
And I'm so glad that you brought up diversity and inclusion. It is such an incredibly important topic today, but you have really been a champion of inclusion since day one of your brand, since the 90s. So if you could tell the audience a little bit about why that's been important to you all along the way, and any advice you have to brand marketers and how to get that right.
So because I worked in a salon and I literally did eyebrows, maybe I used to do 100 eyebrows a day. I used to shave 100 eyebrows a day. I had clients in Beverly Hills from everywhere. I had clients from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Australia, from Sweden, from South Africa, from Nigeria, from everywhere, including United States. So if I will get a client that is in my chair, it was like obvious to me that I need to have a product for her. Didn't matter how blonde, how light her skin was, or how dark. I mean, you need a product for every single person. And my dream was that ultimately I wanted everyone on planet Earth, every woman, to use one of my products. And I knew from late 90s that my products will help every single woman to achieve that perfect eyebrows. That was my dream. I believe it. And that's why I started doing that. So it was very authentic. And I think when you really believe in what you do, it's just it becomes a reality.
Absolutely. And on the front page of your website right now, you have a special message about your commitment to inclusivity and your commitment also to donating $1 million to social justice movements. And that's just so amazing, Anastasia. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you're doing on that end and why that's important to you?
So it's very important to me to support the community, and we are donating $450,000 to Black-owned businesses, and for a lot of mental health as well. 200,000. The $1 million that we pledged, kind of we separated in different buckets, because I wanted to address every way I could help the community. So if you go on our website, you will see everything. And did we close the videos? I don't remember if we closed the video, but submission is closed. We still had, yes, but you never know, but you could read about it. How maybe you could be a mentor to the people, the businesses that we will donate the money to help them come out of this difficult time, because it's a difficult time for everyone, especially for small businesses in the community. So I'm very proud of doing that. For me and my daughter is very, very important. I was so supported by this community, and I want to give back because it's important. We have as well 2 students that we donated $100,000 to support them in college. I mean, it's really comes from the heart, and I'm really proud and very happy about it.
That's amazing. You've always stayed so grounded despite all of your success, and it really does come through, and it's absolutely comes through in an authentic way. We only have a few more minutes. I am going to ask you one last question, and then we're going to switch over to some questions from the audience. So as a maven in your industry, what are some of your predictions for 2021?
2021, I hope we'll have a vaccine for this pandemic, and we'll be able to kind of put aside, and the business will go back to normal. It has to be. I think, as far as I'm concerned, I think beauty is going to come back big time, because what makes you beautiful makes you powerful, and beauty products, I think, have that magic for all of us women. You need, the moment you start applying lipstick and you put eyeshadow and you do your eyebrow and your hair, you feel like you could conquer everything. And I think it's get back really good. We all need that. We all need to go back to all ourselves, that we want to stay positive and be successful. We need to.
Absolutely agree. Question from the audience. For those of us who have never used your product, can you tell us which items are in your brow kit?
Well, I have so many. So in my brow kit, you need a tweezers if you need to tweeze in between your visit, and now you are home, you need to tweeze your own eyebrows. We have stencils. We have a brow wiz, I should say. It's a thin pencil. This is the best pencil. It's a very fine tip that you could fill in your eyebrows. We have powders with a brush, and lately we just launched this brow pen that I'm in love with, and I'm using myself. You could draw a few lines. Like, I'm missing a lot of hair in the inner part of my eyebrow, so I use this. Okay, this is a wrong color, but I use it myself and touch up my eyebrows. I mean, it's so easy.
Guys, we are getting a real-time tutorial from the brow queen herself.
And the brow gel, this is a clear gel that works for men and women. And once this dries, holds your hair, and it's going to stay beautiful all day long. I have so many more products. This is a deep brow gel. I have very fine hair, so this is going to give me a little more structure. So first I use this very slowly, not very small, and then I go with the brow wiz. I'm sure you do the same. And then I use a highlighter. I mean, I have so many steps. Use the highlighter to define the line of your eyebrows. Look how perfect it is. This is a pro pencil, like a skin tone. It's a powder formula. I mean, I have so many products, and the deep brow gel. So I have a product for, this is a good color for you. This is caramel. This is perfect.
Oh, I usually use the sunburn. The sunburn one.
Yeah, no, you use
better.
Yes, caramel would be perfect for you. And I have two colors here. I have the dark color and light color. You could mix to custom made your color. And of course, you use with brush number 7. I always made my brushes an application and to blend the eyebrow for a very natural look. So I have many products for eyebrows, but I created products to solve a problem. So I have a solution for every problem. So every product is designed for a different type of product. Like the deep brow gel, if you have very fine hair and you want to show it, even for men, is excellent. You are a man and you have very fine hairs and light, You use this, it's no shimmer, it's like, and then you brush with a spoolie, gives you a fuller eyebrows. The deep brow, you could create strokes of hairs with a pomade that is waterproof. So every product is designed to solve a problem, a different type of eyebrows.
Amazing. I have this one from back in the day.
Oh my God, it's 20 years old.
It is, but I just love the packaging. I cannot part with it.
That's so fun.
This is proof. This is my badge of honor that I've been a fan of yours for decades.
This is the way make products that people every day they will talk about, they will have it, they will share with your. That's the best marketing.
100%. And now I'm obsessed with your Brow Wiz.
It's amazing.
Yes, it's pretty much does all the work for you. You don't have to be an expert to apply that one.
Exactly. This is very fine, very defined. The texture is perfect. The color, you will find, I have 11 colors. You will find a color for yourself. And you have a spoolie that you apply it and you brush it. This is the easiest pencil. You have to have this in every single purse.
Yes. I love it. So from a COVID perspective, what has been your company's biggest change since March? And what do you see as being permanent, if anything?
The biggest change is the Zoom calls. I mean, we started with those, which was at the beginning was a little strange because I like the human interaction. I like to have in my conference room my team, my executive team that will brainstorm. Now everything was in Zoom. And immediately a week after we got into lockdown, I had a lot of people, my field team, and we started doing IG Live, IG TV, and we did tutorial because I realized was the perfect time to kind of show women how to use our products. Everybody was home. The eyebrows start growing 2-3 weeks later, and everybody start panicking about their roots and their eyebrows. And I think was the perfect timing. Eyebrow is a little challenging for everyone, so was the perfect timing to start taking your time, make yourself a coffee, and start practicing on how to make your eyebrow perfect. And I did so many IGTV, so many tutorial, and at the same time we did consultations as well, 15 minutes consultation. You will call our salesperson and she will say, well, the perfect product for your eyebrows will be the Brow Wiz in maybe caramel or soft brown, and the caramel powder with the brush number 7, the clear brow gel. And if you had thinner eyebrow, she will say the caramel deep brow gel. So, and then you will say, wow, I would like to try them. You could link and you could go on our website and buy your product and try them.
Yeah, absolutely. So e-com has become, and direct to consumer, right, has become a really big strategy for you.
Huge strategy, tutorials, and IGTV. I think Instagram was very crucial for all of us. And I think we'll never stop. I think that is good. And everybody's, of course, is putting a lot more into social media, on website, a lot of, not only we offer you those products, but we'll show you how to use it.
Amazing. So from a marketing perspective, have you shifted much more to driving towards e-com sales directly on your website, or are you still driving audiences into stores as well?
The first 2 weeks when everything happened, I had a conversation with my marketing team, and I said, let's put more marketing money into the social media, into website, and hold on into money that we had in stores, because of course the stores were closed. It didn't make sense to spend those money. And now, of course, I think we are ready to kind of go back to the traditional way of putting the money into that marketing. But as well, we still inject the money into digital marketing.
Great. As leaders, you are always developing your abilities. What skills would you like your marketing team to develop this year? That's a question from the audience.
The best way, they should have a device that they will know exactly where to put the money to have a better return on investment. This is what I want my marketing team to do. The analytics, I think they are very important, and I want them to be as right on point as possible. I think everyone, this is what, if you are in marketing, this is what you want to do.
Absolutely. Now with social media too, there's so much more ability to track and measure results that are directly attributable to your marketing efforts.
Yes.
So there's really no excuses anymore.
But in the same time, if you think about it, we are closer to Black Friday, holidays. Everybody is going to go and pour. The prices are going up. So it takes skills to understand and to know, to have that instinct where I should go, where I will get a bigger return on investment without spending so much money, because everything is getting expensive. Everybody wants to go in the same direction.
Absolutely. For Zoom calls, do you have any advice from a makeup perspective to really enhance your look from a Zoom perspective versus in person?
It's perfect. This is perfect. So in a Zoom call, I think eyebrow is very important, needs to be on point. Your hair as well. You have gorgeous hair, Adrienne.
Thank you.
Eyebrow needs to be good. Little eyeshadow. I love the way you use the probably Soft Glam palette.
Yes.
Put a little lipstick and mascara. You know, we have Lash Brag mascara. Did I send you some mascara? No.
You did.
Is perfect, because your lashes needs to be very good, and maybe an eyeliner. You need to, and blush, of course, and good lighting. Please face a window and not the other way. I just had before a Zoom call with 5 ladies, and somebody was with a window behind. Never.
I know. I have it. I have it, but I have a light in the front, so I cancel it out.
Exactly. So even if you have your desk like that with a window in the back, make sure you have a light in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Anastasia, what is the absolute best advice that you have ever received?
When I start making products, I invented this brush. I invented products for eyebrows in the beauty category, and probably 6-7 years later, people start copying my stuff, and I was so disappointed and so angry, because I didn't know that you could trademark those stuff in my early days. And I was talking with a trademark lawyer that I said what I could do about this. And he said to me, he gave me the best advice. You will spend money and a lot of energy fighting with those people. The best way, spend your energy on building this brand that people, when they hear Anastasia, they will think eyebrows. Make your name synonymous with eyebrows. And this is what I did. And I go to places, nobody knows me. I say my name, Anastasia, and everybody like, oh, are you the eyebrow lady? And I always think of the trademark lawyer that gave me the advice.
Wow, that's fantastic advice.
Yes.
So 2020 has been just an incredibly challenging year for so many of us. What has been your biggest challenge this year, and how have you overcome that challenge?
First of all, I want to say 2020, I take it out. I'm not even counting as my age. It's like, so I go back 1 year younger.
For all of us, right?
A challenge, everything was a challenge. It was for 6 months to not be able to have anybody in the stores. I mean, we are in almost 6,000 doors. It was an adjustment that I cannot say it was easy. I'm still don't think I'm adjusting. I want to be over, but it was very challenging for every aspect. People's emotion, my own emotions. I mean, I have, my team is quite young. Most of the people are young. They had really hard time, and just helping them from a HR point of view. I think there were challenges from every aspect. How you pay rent in so many places, the office, the warehouse, and you don't use it. It's challenging.
Yeah.
We didn't furlough the people. We pay them because we thought this, I mean, who knew that would be 6 months? So you spend money and you don't make money. So it was very challenging, but I think I have that resilience. I'm from Romania. In Romania, if you didn't find the solution of a problem, you will find a problem. Otherwise, you will die. So I guess that was probably ingrained in my DNA. So we came with different solution to be able to get out of a difficult situation.
Absolutely. What keeps you motivated, especially during these times? How do you get up in the morning and stay really motivated to do what you do?
You know, I mean, every day I would get up, I would get dressed, like I would do my makeup, I would be on the Zoom, because I still want to believe that our life is normal, and I still look. I love what I do. I love what I do. Everything that I do is I'm passionate about. I have a purpose. I have a great team. It's not even a question for me that, oh my God, I'm depressed and I'm going to stay in bed. No, I'm not that kind of person. But I try to make an extra effort to have my normal life like I had before COVID. I have to work out. I have to do things. I cook. I cook for my mother. My mother lives next door, so I want to be as normal as possible in my life. I program my head that I think, okay, this is normal. This is like the old time. This is going to be over soon, and we'll be back stronger because we learned something. I think I learned something. I learned a lot of things. So I'm going to have an extra luggage here, extra ammunition that I could conquer the 2021 even better.
Absolutely. I mean, we all are learning so much. It's so true. And you have to keep that routine in order to keep your mental health going strong. Anastasia, it has been a tremendous pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Really enjoyed our conversation.
Thank you, Adrienne, and thank you everyone that was listening. And I hope one day I'm going to see you on a Zoom, everyone. And keep your eyebrow looking beautiful when you are on Zoom and makeup as well. Good luck, everyone. And thank you, Adrienne.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. Thank you, Adrienne. It was such an honor to have you on, and we learned so much from you. Really appreciate it. Thank you again. So now to keep the pace moving, we've got another fantastic session for you. Quick reminder though, be sure to use the BI Livecast hashtag today for any social that you're putting out. Also, if you're watching right now and you've got some friends, you got some business colleagues that you could tell about this, please send them the link. We have a fantastic session coming up right now. For our next panel, we're joined by Christine Miranda Barnicow, the head of innovation for AMI. We're also joined by our friend Doug Rosen, the chief media officer at 360i. The session will be moderated by our CEO at Influential, my brother Ryan Dieter. Welcome to the stage, Christine, Doug, and Ryan.
Thanks, Chris. Christine, Doug, good to see you.
Hello, hello.
How's it going? I'm using my background all wrong. I have to redo this.
You look breathtaking. It's a little bright, but it looks good. It's a very picturesque background. Well, Doug, first off, Doug, old friends, known you for years. How you holding up?
We're doing good. All things considered, I can't complain. I'm lucky to be out in Connecticut with a little bit of a land and some nice sunshine, and kids that are old enough that aren't at my ankles every minute.
Christine, more of a new friend, but I wanted to talk to you both today because this is the panel of innovation. We have two people that either are or at one point were chief innovation or ran innovation for companies. And I'd love to talk about, obviously during these insane times, COVID, protests, murder hornets, whatever is going to come next. How do we find ways to innovate across media, across brands? And Doug, obviously on the agency media side for years. Christine, you obviously on the brand side with AMI and Vita Coco. So I guess I'll start off with, how do you approach innovation in whether it's a massive or even a larger company? Most companies are pretty slow to move the rudder to make changes. How have you guys basically instituted innovation in larger companies? Doug?
Yeah, I'm fortunate. Previously, in two of my prior roles, I had the title of Chief Innovation Officer. So it allowed me to create the means and mechanisms to drive change. And that's an important word, and one that actually drove me to be at 360i. Everything we do at 360i is under a simple banner of capitalize on change. And if you think about it, change is constantly around us, even before COVID. Change in the way that we deal with media, change in the way that we advertise, we have relationships with one another, with brand, with technology, with data. And so it was really important for me to be a part of an organization that didn't need a chief innovation officer, because innovation was just part of the DNA. It was part of the spirit. Our values are curiosity, courage, and can do. We talk about, 25 years ago as a company, we started from search. So curiosity, if you think about that, is really baked into a lot of what we do. And so it allows us to really tap into, I like to talk about the entrepreneurial spirit. We're not entrepreneurs like you and your brother are, in that, we've joined a company that's already established. But we have to think like we are entrepreneurs, but realize that there's ways to do that within larger organizations.
That's great. Obviously great from the media side and what you've been able to do over the years, and obviously a big fan. Christine, I'd love to hear from you. You're obviously overarchingly, but really from the brand side as well. I'm sure you've had a storied career and some great insights.
Yeah, for sure. So Doug, I would echo everything that Doug said. The thing is that behaviors are so key, and that's what Doug was talking about, because at the end of the day, innovation is all about ambiguity. And your best set plans, expect them to just blow up. No matter what you set out to do, whatever you started with, it will be different at the end of it, and for all the right reasons, right? So, so to me, it's definitely about behaviors, like Doug was talking about. And then the other things that I always come back to, whether it's a massive company, right? So I used to be at Diageo, which was, a monster, and it was really tough to get things out the door. So whether you're at Diageo or you're at a company like AMI, where we have Vita Coco, we have a water brand as well called Ever and Ever, and Runa, and that's a bit more of a medium-sized company, but even still things can, be slow to move. So one of the big things that I say is that momentum is critical. So I'll talk about that, but also accountability and communication. So to me, those are like the three biggest principles of making innovation happen. And so with momentum, you have to act like every day is the last when you're doing an innovation project. And that can be really hard to do, because you're talking about timelines that, like in the liquor business, it might be 5 years out, because you have to lay down the whiskey, it actually takes time to make those things. Or in our company, a long time frame might be a year out. but every single day matters to make that day possible. So you have to treat every single day like it's going to be the last that you can make something happen. The second thing is accountability. So in terms of what I do, I work with everybody in the company, every single function. But the thing is that while my baby is innovation, for other people, they're thinking about lots of other things, right? So if they're on the finance team, they're responsible for the P&L day in and day out for the company. And I'm asking them favors essentially constantly. So I have to empower people, encourage people, have the relationships with people so that they feel like they have that accountability and drive for every innovation that we're working on. And the last piece is communication. So it's, transparency is key. Innovation projects get really complex and they're constantly changing. So we've created a lot of systems and ways of communicating that make sure everyone's on the same latest page possible every single moving day. So there are lots of pieces. Behaviors is so fundamental and key, but it comes down to those three, action points too.
I think
Yeah.
I was just going to add, I think what you're saying is action is the most important distinction in innovation, right? Innovation without action is just an idea. It's just ideation. And I think a lot of times people mistake ideation for innovation. Right? Innovation is getting something done, not just having an idea. And I think, having the behaviors is important. I talk about know what you're delivering. A lot of times people might have a vision for innovation, but they don't have a framework or a roadmap or a mechanism to deliver it. Or a lot of people might have a framework or a process. We're going to go be innovative, but they don't have the vision. So you definitely need the behaviors, but then, you gotta see it through. And I think that's a lot of difference that you see out there is people don't see it through.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a great point. And I mean, Kristen, you mentioned the idea that innovation is in a world that can obviously any moment blow up, and we had a ridiculous blow up this year, obviously with the pandemic. So I'd love to, with all those nuggets of wisdom you guys have provided, how did you apply that to COVID? And what was the role of innovation? Were you put on hold? Were you tasked to do things that were outside of your current scope? I guess how did COVID impact your innovation track?
Yeah, I mean, it just blew everything up, which I'm sure everybody can relate to. But I think, it begs a lot of questions. I think that, one of the things is, what do you innovate on, right? So I think that one of the things that we saw immediately was that people were going back to basics with COVID. So that really, that shifted some of our strategy in terms of, we've been my role is very focused on new platforms. So extending the Vita Coco brand into adjacent categories, new functions, things like that. But that while we're doing that, and that's still important for next year, we've been looking at what could seem like more tactical things, but are actually really critical things in light of COVID. So if people are stocking up more, are you thinking about simple things like multi-packs? Or if people are really going back to basics, right? Like people want Cheerios in their pantry and they want basic coconut water. So how do you lean into the very basic principle of what your product is? So there's a lot of that has shifted our strategy just overall. And then from just like a everyday perspective, I mean, it's definitely thrown a wrench. Probably the biggest thing is product tastings for me. Typically you are in a room with everybody who makes the decision, right? So, and you can all comment and be able to really see things up close, but also the big thing is that we can iterate in the moment right there in the room and have people taste it again. And now we can't do that, right? So everything gets delayed. So, and we're a company that, likes to basically run through walls. So that's probably been one of the most challenging things.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's been, I mean, obviously a learning experience here, but yeah, you're basically working 3 times as hard to deliver the same thing as before. I guess we all felt that during the COVID times. And Doug, I mean, we're both in the agency world, technology agency. COVID is some big stops we saw, obviously March, April, picking back up again, and then kind of the opposite. The boycott happened with, which we'll talk a little bit later about with Facebook, and then kind of maybe a resurgence hopefully for you guys as well in Q4. But yeah, I would love to hear from your POV. What's been your biggest impact from COVID?
I get asked this question a lot, and I think that the first thing I always say is true, and I think everyone on this will there's no playbook for how to operate a business in a pandemic, and so. I've actually, and I bring it out all the time. I have a little sticky. My playbook is on a sticky right here, and I wrote it in the last 2 weeks of March, and it pretty much stays true. And it's 8 things you need to do. I won't read all of them, but like one of the things is a great Winston Churchill quote of "Don't let a crisis go to waste." I took the word "good" out because this is not a good crisis, nor was the time when he was talking about it. But you can't let the crisis go to waste. And I think a lot of organizations are creating new habits, and they're either being created because of, or in some cases, under the cover of COVID, which is equally great. I mean, if you think about it, another thing on the list is this notion of now's the time to speed up. Now's not the time to slow down. Now's the time to speed up. And you think about digital transformation that almost every company had to, look at. Many companies had a 5-year roadmap. And those 5-year roadmaps became a 5-month action plan. And you look at the amount of e-commerce or the amount of, I had one client that was about to launch a portable product for the summer using exclusively out-of-home and cinematic advertising in the beginning of April. And within about 48 hours, we switched the product from a portable product to an at-home product, and we switched from, out-of-home and cinema into online video and streaming video. And so you just also have to be able to move fast. I think more than anything we're seeing right now is speed matters.
And with that speed, obviously, we operate at the speed of Cisco or speed of any platform you guys might be using. I mean, what's been the best way to communicate with your teams to do this rapid innovation? And, we've replanned probably every month 10 times for our clients because something gets banned, something happens. But either of you guys, I mean, in terms of the work from home piece, how you communicate with your teams? How have you guys stayed, in lockstep?
I mean, for me, it's been this FaceTime. So I am that person who demands that people put their FaceTime on because for me, it's just so important that we have that face-to-face conversation. You can read the emotion. It's challenging, but it's so critical. And, so much of what I do is about in-person meetings, collaboration. So it's, so by FaceTime, I mean, specifically, we've been using Microsoft Teams because that's what our company made us, use. But sometimes we'll use Zoom as well, but there's a lot of screen sharing that happens. There's a lot of, just movement, right? Like I'm sometimes in my kitchen because we're making things and we need to make things together side by side. And, it's just, you just have to be flexible and kind of be willing to bring your camera along with you. But, I definitely have not been the person who just does the voice thing all day. It's this constantly.
Sure. Makes sense. I mean, Doug, have you guys been doing more? I mean, there's obviously like the project workflow of this. I mean, one of the things that we've been doing a lot is every few weeks we have these company happy hours, both with clients, but also internally. Are you guys trying to find ways to stay human and not just be kind of behind a screen all day?
Yeah, actually, I mean, one of the things we've done in a couple of cities is people just getting together at a park, and of course, socially distanced and protected, but like just getting together, bringing your dogs together, just like, I feel like teams, we are missing 2 things. One is that human like connection. While screens are great, and I feel in some ways we've never been more connected to people, a lot of one-on-ones, and ways to just talk to people, and clients as well. But it's still not the same as sitting with somebody, and having like a real, true, like face-to-face conversation. So, that's been one thing we've been trying to find the right way to emulate. I think the other thing I miss tremendously is whiteboards. So much so, my chief creative officer sent me a package of little whiteboards, and I don't know if anyone was it Tim Russert who used to write his little thing. So I'll be drawing on something, or I'm just surrounded by stacks of white paper, just because this isn't ideal for brainstorming. It's not bad. It's probably better than our expectations, but it's not the best. And I think nothing's better than having people in a room, putting something up on the wall, staring at it, moving it, shifting it. And I think that's what we're struggling with in a little bit.
I 100% agree. These are like all my crazy notes. Totally. And like in the first months of COVID, I had this giant pad that it was like my own personal whiteboard, and I've run out of it by now. So now I just have scraps of paper constantly. And yeah, I can't wait to get back to normal. I think that there are positives of this, right? There's lots of efficiencies and ability to be in your own head when you need to be, but in innovation and these kinds of creative jobs, you need to be in person at least half of the time. I mean,
yeah. Well, the core business that we're all doing, regardless of whether it's the agency side or the brand side, it's connecting with consumers. So I guess the curiosity is probably slightly different answer for both of you, depending on your business case. But I mean, what consumer needs are emerging most in this new normal? I mean, what should we be watching? So obviously, in your side for the Vita Coco Water, you mentioned kind of like family packs versus kind of single serves. Or I guess for you guys, as you guys figure this out, what are you seeing trend wise you can jump into? And also on your side, Doug, what are you seeing on yours? So I'll let Christine go first and figure out what's the consumer need the most based on what you're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's all over the place, but I think I feel like probably one of the biggest like overarching themes is that people just really need stability right now. And it has relations to all industries, I guess, but like it's interesting because before we used to talk so much about millennials and experiences and all these things. And it's like now people are actually more so craving to invest money in things like their homes and cars, and look at like gold and Bitcoin and everything that's happening there. It's like we're starting to ask ourselves, like, what's the next safe haven for people? How do you create products that act like a safe haven for people in this really crazy world? In terms of like what impacts our world directly, obviously health and wellness is a big thing right now. People want to make sure that they're healthy and they can stand to fight things that could pop up. But also, more immediately in terms of, what our company deals with, our route to market, is that we're starting to see that things that are shelf stable in otherwise, used to be fresh categories, it's becoming more acceptable and encouraged. So for example, e-commerce is a huge driver of that, right? So it's like, before you might not have been open to ordering your milk online, but now you'd rather just, stock up and order things online that maybe previously you wouldn't have wanted to. So for us as a company where our route to market is around shelf stable products, very interesting. And all of a sudden we're realizing that there are a ton of opportunities for coconut water and beyond. So there are a ton of shifts at this like macro level, but also just in terms of how we're thinking about new product categories.
Great. Yeah, Doug, I'd love to hear. I mean, obviously, you represent at 360i, 4 or 5 different categories that are massive, whether it's grocery or otherwise. What are you seeing that's happening with consumers?
Yeah, so I'll answer this in 2 ways. One, more like esoteric, and then bring it back to a very specific thing. on an esoteric standpoint, I was a psychology major in college, and I spent a little bit too much time understanding Maslow and his hierarchy of needs. And if there's any a time that pyramid comes into play, it's probably right now. If you think about the bottom of the pyramid, it's the basic needs. Yes, food, water, but all of a sudden toilet paper, paper towels, soap, what comes into that basic need really starts to be interesting. Desks, chairs, good cushions, some pens, things like that come into basic needs. Then you have, what's that middle? That middle is like self-esteem, psychological, that sort of thing, where, how's your relationships? How are people doing? I think a lot of what we're trying to convey to people now, we've like moved past that basic needs stage. I think right now with campaigns and messaging, we're in this like, let's connect. How are you doing? I feel your pain, like those type of things. And the question is, will we get back to where we were before, which is this kind of self-actualization, right? And not going to work, Christina saying like cool programs, stunts, activations, things like that get away from how your brand typically talks to people. I think that's been an overall trajectory. Bringing it down to, I think, a day-to-day, what does that all mean? I think everyone is looking for convenience right now above all else. How convenient are you to being discovered, to getting the product, to fulfilling my needs? Convenience, I think, is the most critical thing that we're seeing a lot of our clients rally around in some capacity.
And so convenience is massive, obviously, in terms of the need state of the consumer. But isn't a lot of innovation is test and control? You mentioned it's a mixture of ideation and then obviously putting things into action. In a world where you can't, for example, I'm not sure how much the Vita Coco was about sampling at grocery stores or whatever it ends up being for a product. That was a large part of the consumer experience to see if they want to try something. How do you guys get in front of people now when the touch and feel has been somewhat relatively subdued in the last 6 months?
Oh yeah, that's a really great question. So yeah, we all those live sampler moments are totally gone. So we have definitely been finding creative ways to fill that void because of course we want feedback on products. We also need data. So, one of the things that we've been doing that has been a huge unlock for us that luckily we experimented with pre-COVID was doing sampler packs, through e-commerce. So whenever we launched a product, it was always becoming, best practice to also launch a sampler pack at the same time. So essentially give a really heavy discount to the consumer so that they will buy something that they've never tried before, they try it, and then as a part of, unlocking a coupon for even more product or a product of their choice, they give you some feedback. And so that has been really huge for us to do. The second thing too is just kind of a little bit more on the fly, but essentially through our friends and family network, we've been just sending product out and getting feedback. So just because you can't do it in the more professional, way anymore, there are still ways that you can hack it. And there's definitely no reason why you can't get that information even now. So
sure.
Yeah.
That's great.
Like the word you just used is one of my favorite words, which is hack.
Yeah.
And I think like the notion of hacking, and like a lot of times people think hacking is a like software data scientist type thing. But I think as marketers right now, we need to be hacking all day, every day, and just trying things out. And, there's so many ways you could try to test. And now's the time to do it. And you just need to have a little bit of that hacker mentality, to I think get through this.
And you mentioned hacking and think of data. I think of data stacks, especially on the agency side, but obviously for any brand to figure out how they import audiences that might be relevant during a pandemic, which is a thing now. You can go to LiveRamp, other places, and get that kind of information. Data in terms of e-com data, how that applies back to maybe even like the Instacarts. There's all these different stacks now have changed. Like things over what might have taken 3 or 5 years might be happening overnight. So I guess with you guys, how do you guys manage a data stack? How do you think about data as it relates to innovation? Is it one and the same? Is it part of kind of a separate strategy with a different team? Either one of you, I'd love to hear about your thoughts on data as it relates to your businesses.
That's a session in and of itself. Okay, so grounding it in COVID, I think one of the things that we've been really interested in is around mobility. A challenge for marketers right now is when one DMA is good, another DMA is not. When one product might be in need here, it might not be over there. And so we've been building some dashboards looking at a lot of different type of mobility information, as well as piping in CDC, test case, all the things going on around COVID. We're seeing it, on a CNN or things like that, this data, but it's readily available, and you can actually, with good data scientists, be able to, take, open market, COVID data, overlay it with consumer mobility data from a location service provider. Look at, we're lucky to have with Merkle data like, Visa and other type of transactional insights, and start to get a picture of what, people are doing in certain areas, and then allow that to, guide some of the decisions we're making. So that's one way. Another thing we've been doing is a lot of focus groups using people on the phone. So there's services out there that allow us to get really rapid indications or sentiment from consumers on different propositions. So that really helps us be of the moment. And make sure that we're really thinking about how consumers are feeling today versus how we thought they felt 6 months ago, and so that helps.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just to build on that, as it relates to all things COVID, we've been really careful to look at pre-COVID and post, right? So, because we've been seeing some, segments of the beverage category, really explode or really slow down. And then when you contextualize it, you always have to contextualize and make sure that you understand whether this is a fluke or whether it's something that has been long-standing. But overall, in terms of how we use data for innovation at AMI, it's all different kinds of sources. A lot of the stuff that Doug was talking about too. I think ultimately you always want to go in with your gut, though. And we always look at data with a set of hypotheses that we're looking to prove or disprove, because then otherwise it can be really overwhelming to look at a lot of different inputs. So we use everything from IRI and spins to shopper data to looking at different ways of cutting that data through different filters. But ultimately, I can't stress enough that when you're dealing with data, you have to first come up with your hypotheses from day one so that you can navigate so much, right? So I think that's one of the biggest things we always come back to.
Yes.
And I'm obsessed with shopper data. I think that you can get so much from it. At Diageo, I was exposed to a tool called Numerator for the first time. I don't know if you know that, Doug, but we use it also at AMI, and lots of companies use it. But it's kind of like the updated Nielsen, maybe. I don't know if that's a controversial thing to say, but it's huge because you can just understand who is the shopper of a certain product, what else are they buying, what products are sourcing from which products. You can just get so much information. So we use that a lot to inspire new ideas.
Yeah, you mentioned IRI and maybe Perk Up. We partner with IRI to actually launch a first-to-market ability to actually measure which influencer, which content, which any social post on Instagram or Facebook led to actually someone walking into a store and swiping their card and typing their phone number in to get that discount. It's called a basket purchase. It's been amazing for our clients to see, especially during COVID, when things are all over the place in terms of how to measure things, which posts and which paid media audiences are driving the most amount of purchases at the register. And all that data is coming back as a learning agenda, even if it doesn't necessarily mean that this was the best activation with these 5 influencers or these 10 million individuals. they now have a baseline of, like you mentioned, Doug, like which DMAs, what they've bought in the past, what are people's trends. So, for a lot of our clients, data has been not just always like a best, pre-laid plan, but also what's my learning agenda from now into 2021. So.
I love what you just said, because I think that the biggest misstep with data is that you use it as the answer, and you should be using it as an insight tool, So I hate it when someone wants to do research to get an answer or validate something. It's like, it's not how you're supposed to use it. Use it to iterate and to learn and to move forward. So yeah, that's really well put.
100%. Well, I know we're about 8 minutes left. The next question we could spend literally half an hour on, but we'll try to. I want to get it across, and I'm sure we both have a POV on this. So when I think of innovation, I think of progress, and this country needs a lot of progress in the social justice arena. I know just Doug, because I've obviously we spoke a number of times about this with your what you've done with a number of your initiatives you can talk about. But I'd love to feel from your POV, how is social justice applied to your overall companies, but also is innovation touch this? Is that part of how do we make ourselves better just as people as well as an organization, as a part of our kind of message out to the world?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you separate the two, be it you as a business, you as a person, or you as a brand. The obligation is on all of us to drive that progress forward, Ryan, as you said. And, there's a lot of areas where progress needs to happen, and I think two areas that we've focused on, and there's many, many other I can, again, spend time, because I'm learning a lot through this personally myself. This is probably the one area I've probably learned the most over the last 4 months. But two areas that we've really focused on is one is external, and we believe we have an obligation around the way media platforms and media partners behave. And we believe that platforms shouldn't be, propagating hate. And we believe platforms need an obligation towards diversity. And those are two stances we've been public on. And, they're not easy stances to have. But important stances. So that's like one area. And then within ourselves, we're not satisfied with our own diversity. We're here to help represent, the population. And if you look at us and many of our industry, we're not where we need to be. So I'm proud of, we've put some things in place. One of the things we've done is we've realized bringing talent in at the entry level is really important. And so we've created a junior academy program this year that is 100% diverse oriented. And this being a year where you might cut those type of activities, we actually doubled down and made the size of the class twice the size that it normally is. So those are just some ways that we're trying to tackle it, but it's tough and an ongoing process.
Sure. Christine, I love your thoughts on how it's applied to you guys, whether your overall business or individual brands, or even your individual group.
For sure. I mean, I echo everything that Doug is saying, and I think that this has been a big learning period for everybody. I think that the big thing that I've realized is that there's a bigger call to action for these brands that have such a stage to drive these agendas forward. So there is that responsibility, and there are actions that we're taking. I think that where to start is something that's been interesting. So any company that is, pushing any product out there to consumers should be able to look at their business and stare it in the face and pretty easily see disparities, from the very get-go. So something that, I think has set us up to be able to take some actions in all the relevant spaces right now, right, is the fact that for a long time, we've been looking at disparity on a few different levels. So, at Vita Coco, we source our coconuts from all over the world, right? And what we've seen is that when we worked with farmers that tend to be a lot of family farms, for example, in Southeast Asia, a lot of them don't have the opportunities or access to, certain farming tools, different initiatives that could help them optimize how they get the best yield possible from their crops. So something that we created was something called the Vita Coco Project. And the key thing there is, helping with that farmer empowerment, but also we looked around at the community and we realized that there was no education access. So something that we did was, invest heavily in education in the different communities that we're working in. I think that we've built 30 schools to date so far. But that's an example of looking at social justice as it applies to your, bread and butter as a business. But then beyond that, you have to look outside of it, right? And something that really was a wake-up call for us was when COVID happened, and we realized how many people were not getting access to school meals. If you lived in a certain community, you were really, really screwed over by what was happening on a lot of different levels. And something, that we noticed was how much we were profiting from COVID. People were going to grocery stores. They were buying a ton of coconut water. We saw our business explode. So, something that we took really seriously at that point was giving back. So we looked at our profit and we gave a slice of $1 million back to a bunch of different programs, including No Kid Hungry and Feeding America. But disparity doesn't stop there. But my point is, sometimes you need to start with what is most immediately affecting you as a company, because it's staring you in the face.
Hats off. It's the fact that you guys have put your money where your mouth is, and obviously doing a number of great things, and obviously both of you guys have. And we're getting near the end of the time. I'd be remiss, because whether it's social justice or whether it's marketing or whether it's branding, it's all happening now on social, which is for better or for worse. I know there's obviously certain platforms, things that need to get better at what they do, but overall, no one can deny that the attention that people are giving on their phones and on their screens for social media has ever gotten any higher. So I'd love to know on either side of you, either whether it's the brand side or the agency side, what's your guys' POV on influencer marketing, and is that a big portion now in 2021? Is it seem like you're going to go back more to TV and towards other mediums? What's your guys' POV?
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky in that we have a sizable influencer offering within 360i. It's something that we really work closely with our clients on, and we look at influencers in a multitude of ways, being it every day to build real authentic trust, to very premium influencers that allow us to drive reach and amplify key brand messages and association. I think at the end of the day, people want authenticity. They want, they want to have trust in brands, and influencers done right is really, a powerful tool. I say influencers done right because I think there are a lot of brands that are just paying to do influencers, or treating influencers like a blunt media object. And I think, using planning tools, being sophisticated in how you think about influencers, just like you think about any other marketing decision, is really important. And I don't know if a lot of people actually give it that thought.
Great.
I'm less involved with influencer, but what I will say is, from what I've seen on the sidelines, seeing the brand team in action, is that I feel like the most, it goes back to what Doug is saying. Instead of using them as this kind of, element or pawn, it's really using it for meaningful content, So where I've seen it really do well is when you get really meaningful content out of that influencer partnership. Also, in terms of social media and how it relates to me and what I've seen, I think that what Vita Coco is focused on is using social media as a really good engagement tool. So we've used it to solicit ideas for, new flavors for our coconut water. We recently just launched a campaign, which is actually asking our community of social media followers to submit designs for a billboard and we're essentially going to hire our next internal designer based off of those submissions. So we're really trying to come up with very engaging social media and influencer content, so that, it's not just checking the box, it's actually getting people engaged.
Thank you both. We're up against time. Great ideas, great action, great concepts that we should all take to heart. A lot of our people that are listening need innovation to find ways to solve the problems from the day. So, Doug, Christine, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Christine, thank you especially because it was your idea to do this innovation panel. It's very useful and really appreciate it. So thank you guys very much.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
You too. All right, so keeping it moving. We have another great panel as we've had all day long. So next up is a brand you probably all recognize, and I know that I recognize it because they have some of the most effective Instagram ads that exist in the world today. So I know my brother, for example, was one person who bought into it and got a Theragun himself, and I'm probably next on that list. So today we're welcoming Jason Wersland, Dr. Jason Wersland, the founder and chief wellness officer of Therabody, formerly known as Theragun, a leading global tech wellness company rooted in science and technology based in Los Angeles, California. The session will be moderated by Lee Grant, senior account executive at Influential. Welcome and thanks for joining us today, Dr. Jason.
Hey guys, looks like.
Hey Lee.
Hey. Thanks, Chris. Got your video, Jason?
Thought it was on. Hang on.
Okay, 1 minute.
Here we go.
There he is.
Awesome. Welcome. Well, thank you, Chris, for the introduction. Hello, Brand Innovators audience. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate you tuning in. Again, I'm Lee Grant from Influential and super excited to be joined here with Dr. Jason, the founder of Therabody. What, of course, everyone knows it's Theragun. So welcome so much. Thanks, Jason.
Of course, thank you, Chris. That's funny. He said that his brother bought into it. It's funny when I hear people say that we're doing so well on Instagram. We've been on there for a long time, and it's not really a huge focus of mine. So it's interesting to hear that perspective.
Yeah, well, we definitely see you everywhere on social, and you just have such an incredible story. I think everyone, especially with D2C brands, so popular today. We'd love to kind of hear more about your story. I know, really your motorcycle accident is what led you to create the first Theragun. You've been very hands-on, literally creating it with your own hands. So we'd kind of love to hear about your experience there and really the gap in the marketplace for a product like Theragun, and kind of, how you built the first product.
Well, it was out of necessity. When I talk about this, I share the concept of necessity as the mother of invention. And I didn't really consider myself an inventor. I consider myself a problem solver. Mm-hmm. I was a chiropractor here in Los Angeles in 2007. I had on a motorcycle splitting traffic. Car cuts me off on the freeway. I was going about 55 miles an hour, and I hit the side of this car. Obviously sustained a lot of soft tissue damage. Luckily, I didn't break bones or have to go to the hospital. But I suddenly now was a patient, and I suddenly now had this perception of the world through a patient's eyes. But I had the brain of school and knowledge and understanding of a chiropractor. And so what I was trying to do is look at my body, recognizing what was wrong and how can I fix it. There were a couple of issues that I had. Number one, time was not on my side because my hands are my tools and I couldn't feel my hand and I had to get back to work. And number two, more importantly, was the pain. The pain that had set in my body was unrelenting. And if you've ever had nerve pain, that's really kind of the best word to describe it. So here I am now, injured, going to my practice, getting treated by my chiropractor, my business partner, who was my chiropractor at the time. And he's spending the most time as he can, and it's probably about an hour. Well, then I've got 23 hours of the rest of my day where I've got to be in my head. I've got to deal with this pain. And I'm in the same position that other patients are in. I'm injured. There's apparently nothing I can do about it. until I get back to the chiropractor. And it didn't sit well with me. I just couldn't live with that. And pain is a massive motivator. So my brother's a chiropractor, and he'd been in a water skiing accident about 2 years prior to my injury. And I remembered he'd had a neck injury as well. And I remembered him using something, a bunch of different things. And I called him and said, "What was this?" He told me what it was. And it was this round cylinder about the size of a Coke can. It's called a vibracussor, and it would rattle or vibrate at certain frequencies. Well, it didn't have really any amplitude, which means it didn't really come off the body and back on the body. I didn't understand that at the time.
Right.
So I start using this thing underneath my armpit, like my brother told me, and it vibrates the tissue, and it would override the pain for a couple of minutes actually. And then the pain would start to settle back in. And just like your necklace you have on your neck, or your watch, or an earring or something, our body accommodates to that information. Otherwise, our nervous system be going crazy all day with all the stimulus coming in. So I started to understand that this really worked on that level, but it wasn't really providing me that deep therapy and the pain relief that I needed. And so I started looking for something. And I thought for sure someone had to have made something like this. And they didn't. And so I'm sitting in my apartment in Culver City at 3:00 in the morning in early January of 2008. And I'm just like, my brain's going 100 miles an hour. And I suddenly now had no boundaries. The pain took away all the boundaries. I didn't care what you called this thing. I didn't care what it sounded like. I didn't care how it looked, what color. I didn't care any of that. I just needed something to fix my arm and my shoulder and my neck pain. So I made something. I went out to my tool garage and grabbed some tools and brought them in, and I made it. And I started using it on myself. And it was amazing. Lee, it literally put my body in a state of relaxation. I could breathe. I started to get hungry again. My body started to kind of go back to what was normal. But I was addicted to this thing. I mean, I started using this every day I could for pain, to get in and out of the shower, literally, all the way up to where now I'm taking it to the gym in mid to late 2008. And it's just become my recovery tool. So what happened really, I think the fun story for me is not knowing at the time, I was sort of this library of information that I was gathering over those 6 to 8 months. Coincidentally, I go back to practice and I put it away. It had served its purpose with me. I kind of got better. And I didn't think I would need it on a daily basis so much anymore. I was using it for recovery and stuff. Mm-hmm. Patient comes into my clinic. I shared this story earlier with another physician who in Philly. And when you're seeing patients all the time, you're always thinking of them. You're not thinking about yourself really.
Right.
And this guy came in and his paperwork was basically me all over again. Mm-hmm. Same age. Had been in a head and bus collision. He had a really terrible neck injury on one side. And it's the first time I thought, wow, I wonder if this will work on him. Mm-hmm. So long story short, I used it on him, showed him how to use it. The message with this guy is the same message we share today in our brand. And I try not to get emotional about this, is that I felt powerless. And when I held this thing in my hand, I suddenly felt empowered. Mm-hmm. And I wanted him to feel the same thing. So I explained to him what I'd been through, that I'd just been through what he's going through, take it home and use it, bring it back and let me use it. So basically I was the first patient. This guy was the second patient, and it just took off from there. Right. From pro athletes to training rooms and personal trainers and physiotherapists. It's really kind of crazy how it's taken off.
No kidding. It's such a beautiful story. I mean, it must just be so rewarding to not only have been able to create this product and fix your own pain, but see it grow into this massive brand that it is today. So kind of leads well into my next question is, how did you go from creating this product, kind of, healing your own pain, to being inspired to create what Theragun became and now Therabody?
Well, I think in all fairness, Lee, I realized there was something magical about this every time I used it on someone, and I just couldn't ignore it. And so I just went down that path. The first person thought it was amazing, and then I realized I needed to make more of these. So, I made 250 jigsaw. I bought 250 jigsaws from Kawasaki, brought them home, and I put them together myself, and had a couple buddies help me. And And as I started selling them, I realized these guys are the perfect resources for information. So I would tell them, hey, look, I'm going to give you this thing. I think I sold it for like $300 at the time. And I want you to give me feedback. And I would just take the feedback and apply that to the next one. And then I'd do the same thing and apply it to the next one. And what really drove me was I know this is going to sound crazy, but I knew I was onto something. I just felt like this was really big. And I knew that I was a conduit. I wasn't going to be here as long as this thing is. But I knew there was something magical about it. And my experience allowed me to talk to it in a certain way that sort of spread throughout the world now. So I recognized my ability to be a conduit. And I think just following that energy and those experiences, you know, when they say, how did it grow? It just happened. I mean, it attracted some amazing people. We have such amazing people on our team. My business partner and the CEO of the company is one of them. I mean, the way we met and how that happened. I think the really cool thing is the people we have in our company understand that we're really changing people's lives. And I know that sounds dramatic, but when you can change how someone feels, that's pretty powerful. And I think that's one of the things I realized early on. And I recognized this wasn't about me. It's just about me getting out there as fast as I can and letting people know what it does. But what I've been doing behind the scenes for the last 12 years is just protocols, research, understanding what it does to the body, and then conveying that to our community.
For sure. Yeah. And it sounds like, I mean, you guys it starts with having an incredible product, right? And obviously word of mouth, you had a lot of kind of people who are already talking about your brand. But as you look back, I mean, you guys have obviously become massively successful. You're all over social. When we used to go back to the gyms, I saw you guys everywhere in the gyms. Hopefully we'll be back soon. But when you reflect now, is there something that, you know, how did that happen? Are there any certain marketing tactics that you really attribute that success to for your massive growth?
You know what? Someone asked me this yesterday, and I don't know how to bottle this. I don't know how to market this. But I think there's something about this product that made you want to share it with someone you cared about. And when I'm talking to someone that I care about something that's made me feel a certain way, I'm not selling it. I'm sharing it. And I think the magic about Theragun as it grew is people were sharing it.
Right.
And once they, you know, I would work with influencers early on and I would tell them, look, I want to give you one, but instead of paying you a bunch of money, which I don't have right now, I want you to give me a list of 3 people who you care about the most in your life, and we'll send them a gift of a Theragun with a note from you. And so what I tried to do is get it off of my plate. I don't want that. I want other people to experience what it feels like to share something like this with other people. So Lee, we started going to trainers. We realized that trainers are giving people. They want to make other people better. And we put it in their hands, and it started to sort of swirl, and it created this sort of storm around the trainers. And then we realized we need to educate them. We need to give them the tools to be able to talk about this. And then we recognize, oh, wow, we need to give them an opportunity to sell the product, because they can't just say, go buy one on the website. What's in it for them? And that's a fair question. So I think as we started to grow and you see this, there wasn't a pattern. We couldn't follow Apple. We couldn't follow Google. We couldn't follow Tesla. They didn't have this business model. So we just literally were just following these breadcrumbs. I feel like that the universe sort of set out in front of us. We just followed them and capitalized on it and made it easier for those people to share with their community. And that's honestly our business plan. I don't know that you can write that out, but it's you said it first, honestly. It's a good product and it works. If it didn't, I promise we wouldn't be talking right now.
For sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. And it's interesting because it sounds like you guys obviously had such an incredible product. You had a lot of celebrities, athletes, influencers talking about you already organically. Has that shifted at all since you guys have really become big? Is it still mostly just organic seeding with product, or is there more of like a strategic execution on the back end for you guys?
That's a fair question. I think initially, because of my relationship that I had with a lot of the celebrities, that I've either worked with or worked on, or they were patients of mine, you know, from celebrities to pro athletes. Initially, it was just organic. You know, these guys wanted it, and I'm telling you, a lot of these guys bought it. I mean, I try not to kiss and tell a lot about who I would get to work with, and there's obviously laws about what I can and can't say as a practitioner, but it really became this, oh my God, I have to have one of those. And then they would go back and they would take it and share it with their group, their hairdresser, their trainer, their wife, and then it suddenly started to grow. So that was just, I think that was just feeding the fish, if that is a good metaphor. Just the fish were coming and we were feeding them. But now, obviously, as we've grown and we have presence in other parts of the world, we have to be strategic about it. So, you know, I think you probably saw, we just signed Paul George.
Yep.
We just had Maria Sharapova invested with the company and is also a spokesperson. DeAndre Hopkins is the newest one that we just brought on. And we do have strategy around it. And the strategy really is, can they contribute to the growth of the company?
Right.
You know, I've worked with guys like Cristiano Ronaldo, and the fee that he asks for, which is fair for him, won't bring the value that it does, that it could, relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So it's strategy. Who can we get that can really share the message, understand our ethos, that this isn't just a product. It's an entire ecosystem around you that helps you be better, feel better, and be healthier. And once they kind of get that, then it's really just a matter of negotiating and figuring out, how does this fit well with us? So again, to answer your question, when it first started, there wasn't a strategy. It was just, hey, you want one? And my only collateral was, you got to spend a few minutes with me and I'll teach you how to use and how to talk about it.
Well,
now it's much,
guys.
now it's a lot more organized. We have a Therabody University. We actually have a university with courses inside of Therabody, and that's part of the collateral. But yeah, I'm excited with some of these people. Maria was a great addition. Her ability to articulate and talk about something like this, having played tennis as long as she did, there was definitely some strategy there.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, speaking about growing the brand, obviously you guys became hugely successful with the Theragun products. Would love to hear about more of the rebrand you guys went through in May, and shifting from Theragun to Therabody, adding in your CBD line, the brick and mortar locations. What inspired that, and kind of your vision for the future?
You know, I think the comparison that I've had, and this may not be what you hear from someone else, but as a chiropractor, the Theragun is just one of my tools. My hands are another tool. Topical creams and lotions were another tool. Traction devices, home therapy devices, and as we started growing, and I got a chance to share this to different countries, I recognized that everyone was calling it Theragun, and Theragun is a product. Theragun isn't really a thought process. It's not an ethos. And so we recognized, my business partner and I, we need to take a step back, because we're not only going to provide Theragun, there's going to be other products. And so we were talking back and forth, and I had this concept of that Theragun is not prejudice. Your body is the same as my body to that thing. It doesn't care. It doesn't care what food you ate, what country you grew up in, what language you speak. It doesn't care. And so I started recognizing it works on every body. Every single body it touches, it works on. So that's how we came up with this Therabody concept. And now, to your point, Therabody is sort of this, we're providing natural wellness solutions that are scientifically backed and validated. Anything that fits under that concept should be available to people. And I feel like, as a chiropractor, when you come to my office, I'm going to give you all of that. It's not just the Theragun. So that's where the concept sort of came from. And with our CBD line, it had to be, we set a standard with Theragun, and it had to meet that standard.
Right.
And so we realized that to be able to come out with the 5 products we've come out with, they all need to be USDA certified. They all need to be validated by where the plant comes from, what the ground is that it's grown in, what the topical experience is that you're having, and then what it's actually doing to your physiology and your body. So that, if we called our Thera1 product line a Theragun product line, that would be really weird. So it just sort of evolved. It evolved into what it is now. And I can't tell you how excited I am for the things that we're going to be able to provide. Our brick and mortar spaces are going to be something that I think a lot of people have a good experience at.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that. And to that note, how would you say your target audience has really evolved or expanded as you've continued to grow and add these new products to your brand?
That's funny. I was on QVC the first time I went on. I've been on there several times. The first time I went on, they gave me this form, and they told you what you can and can't say. And one of the things I can't say is I can't say it's for everybody. I was like, well, then what am I doing here? So they actually kind of backed up, and I think the goal is for every person, no matter what your title is, to understand that this works for you.
Mm-hmm.
And so our demographic went from sort of the low-hanging fruit were athletes because they understood what it was. They got it right away. They didn't need a ton of education. And most of them had the finances. Now, as we've grown, we've had to meet that growth with our education. And now we have educational courses that help you apply it in military, in training, in your everyday uses. I mean, our app now is downloadable to my mom and to you. So now you can see how to treat your plantar fasciitis or your low back pain or headaches or how to get over jet lag. There's 16 to 18 protocols inside our app that I've gathered over 12 years. I've watched work. And now with our 22 research studies and science we have, it's just all validated. So our products have grown. I'm going to get to your answer here. Our products have grown and evolved. And as they've grown and evolved, they've broken down barriers. G1 and G2, not in a spa. Too damn loud, ain't going to happen. But now you look at our products that we have now, our Gen 4 series, we're in spas, we're in hotels, we're in airplanes. Now you can suddenly take this as those barriers have been knocked down. There's also a lot of education we have to provide. So there's a massive amount of obligation on me and us as a company to make sure people know how to use this. Otherwise, it just becomes a fly-by-night thing, and that's not what it is.
For sure. No, I love that. And it sounds like you're really bettering everyone who has the chance to use your guys' products. And speaking of that, you're not only the founder, but also the chief wellness officer. Would love to hear, what is the most important thing to you about wellness? What does that mean for cultivating a company culture for both your employees and your consumers that really values wellness?
That's such a great question, Lee. I think one of the things that's happening now, especially with COVID and the state of the world we're in right now, is we're not comfortable or used to being mindful.
Right.
When I say mindful, it's just, how am I moving? What am I thinking about? What am I eating? What are my intentions for that day? As the wellness officer for the company, it's globally, and I mean globally within our company, on a macro scale and a micro scale, I'm looking at things. We talk about standing desks, ergonomics of our employees as they've been working from home. That's an issue. Some people don't have the space and they have to work on their kitchen table. And what things can we provide and advice can we give to people that are in those states, all the way up to having retreats and bringing people into the company that can teach our employees. I've had, with relationships that I have, we've been able to have some really neat people come in and present things around their space. The world is becoming more and more difficult to understand. And I think that starts with yourself, understanding what drives you, what motivates you, what's healthy for you. So my role as the chief wellness officer is to make sure that people are doing wellness, mindful things on a daily basis that allows them to become better.
Awesome. I love that. And speaking of COVID and just wellness and this craziness of 2020, what would you say is some of the biggest changes you guys have had to do to adapt to this new reality that we're living in, whether it's your marketing or obviously just your day-to-day company business?
I think I might be able to answer this pretty quickly. I feel like we're firemen holding on to a hose that is shooting out water at
Yeah.
1,000 gallons a minute.
Mhm.
And it's just holding on to that hose. And I really feel like all we did was just re-aim our hose.
Mhm.
We just sort of found a different target and really started shooting it towards that target. Our information, our content, our ethos, our soul never changed.
Mhm.
It was the audience that it changed. The first sort of pivot we did was started working with hospitals. We
Mm.
donated to over 100 hospitals around the country, around the world, actually.
That's really cool.
And then the next thing we followed up with was education. Hey, you have this new thing and where you're working 14 to 20 hours a day. Let me show you how to use this in 2 minutes that'll change your life.
Yeah.
And that was one way. And then just finding ways to feed hungry people. I mean, right now with the homeless and the people that are going, without food, we donated 250,000 meals. So there's a lot. I think anyone that's in this world right now, you don't have to look that far for opportunities to be able to contribute and help other people.
Mhm.
And that's really all we did. It just found opportunities and just re-aimed our hose.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. And it sounds like you guys are doing some really impactful stuff. And that's another question I had is there anything that you've implemented given these times in 2020 that you think are going to stick once, hopefully this is all behind us one day?
Well, I think the awareness that people have of their bodies, I think that's part of the reason that Theragun sort of grew. We didn't have a real big hiccup in our sales, but it just was a different audience. So I hope what changes, what sticks, is people recognize that, Lee, we only get one of these vessels.
Yeah.
We can't cash it in. We can't trade in and get a new one. I mean, with all this cloning, maybe that'll happen one day. But I just think it's important we recognize we only get one body. How do you treat it? What do you feed it? How much sleep does it get? Who do you take it around? Who are the people that are influencing you? I'm hoping that this sort of gave everybody a reset. We have our retail centers are called resets, and I'm hoping that people get a reset. Gives them a chance to sort of analyze what's important to them in their lives, be present and mindful of the people that you care about and the ones that are their loved ones, and be more aware of what's going on in the world with these people that are having injustices sort of, thrown on them. I think we could get diplomatic and political really quickly, but I think just having people understand that one of the things Theragun provides people is the opportunity to share. I think when you share something that you care about with other people, that creates a connection. We're disconnected as a community.
Yeah.
We have social media and information that's coming through our phones. We don't connect anymore. And I'm hoping that people can connect with their bodies and can connect with each other.
Awesome. I love that. And as a good segue, as you look ahead, I guess, to 2021, what do you envision for, I guess, the tech wellness space, the wellness space in general? Obviously, you guys are, innovators in the space. Is there any trends that you envision happening into 2021 next year?
Yeah, I think with all the wearable devices we have, with all of the tracking devices, you talk about our cell phones. I think we can learn a lot of information. The information that we've been provided in the last 3 years is more than we've ever been provided, I think, in the history of humans. And I think that's only going to accelerate. So I think as we move forward, I can see that us having a little bit more intelligence around us, but it's got to tell us what to do with that. I may have something that measures my heart rate variability, but what if it's not ideal? What do I do then?
Right.
I may have high blood pressure. I may be having some other health issues. I appreciate the importance and the information coming back to me, telling me what it is, but now I need to know what to do about it. That really is talking about changing behavior and changing habits. There's negative ways to change behavior and there's positive ways to change behavior. So for me, when you talk about going forward, if I had a magic wand, I would hope that everyone used the technology around them, especially in the health sector, to make themselves better. You can't help others if you're not healthy. And I know that's a simple concept and it's probably shared in a million different metaphors, but if your candle's not lit, I can't light someone else's.
For sure.
Understanding what all of this information is and what it can do for me and make myself better. That's sort of what we're hoping for as we move forward from military to I could go down through every different type walks of life.
For sure. I love that. Awesome. Well, thanks. We have in our last 10 minutes, we have a bunch of questions from the audience for you.
Sweet.
So
Love this.
one question for you is do you have any advice for older brands who are just trying to get into the tech space? Obviously, Therabody is a newer brand. Do you have any advice to some, executives from older brands who are looking to get into the new world of tech?
No, I think one of the things missing, and it's one of the things that's a little bit tough to talk about, is what does your ideal consumer say about your product?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're missing that sometimes. Our ideal consumer will tell you unequivocally how it makes them feel. I was on the phone this morning with a guy. I think I mentioned a physician in Philly, and he was a competitive tennis player. He's probably in his late 60s now, and he's an orthopedic surgeon. But him using the product on himself sort of helped him understand what it does for his patients. Mm-hmm. And I think if I could bottle up what he told me today and share that on Instagram, share it on Facebook, it's a different voice, it's a different perspective, and I think it stops people. Mm-hmm. I think what we have to do now, and I hate to use this metaphor, but when you're scrolling through Instagram, we want to figure out a way to make them stop and mm-hmm. engage them. And look, my humble opinion is I think maybe getting someone it's changed their life and have them tell that story. And mm-hmm. it doesn't have to be massive. It doesn't have to save their life, but it has to change their life somehow. I think if you can reach in and grab those stories and tell that as an older brand, that's just, to me, that's sort of shedding the old skin and getting some new skin out and not being afraid of human testimonials.
Yeah. Speaking of that, another question is, what does innovation and flexibility mean to you, especially as a founder who you literally created the product with your own hands? Has it been important to kind of step back and let, innovation take its toll in order to grow how you have today?
It's been a dance. It's mm-hmm. a little bit of that, and it's a little bit of us, and it's a little bit of that. It's a little bit of us. You can't be afraid to fail. I did a talk recently about how failure was my secret weapon.
Right.
And I think not being afraid of innovation, but mm-hmm. also recognizing that I don't have all the answers.
Yeah.
We've actually been able to reach out and find people who are really, really good in their spaces. And it's, that's not a new concept, but 2 brains is better than 1, and, mm-hmm. and 7 brains is better than 2. And that's really how we've looked at things with innovation. And we also recognize, I had a guy come to me in 2013, and he said, he's from Silicon Valley, and he goes, "Hey, what if we put a chip in your Theragun and you actually gather data from that?" I was like, "You're crazy. That's never going to happen."
Yeah.
I was so wrong, because that's literally what we do now.
Right.
So I think I think just understanding that our paradigms are limiting, mm-hmm. and that innovation doesn't care about your paradigm.
Yeah, totally. Makes a lot of sense. So another question we have is, obviously you guys have such a fun brand, really cool people talking about it. Do you have a favorite marketing program or campaign that you guys have run to date?
I think our Theragun Network is probably my favorite program. And that's the Theragun Network is you can sign up, become a member of the network, mm-hmm. and then you actually can share coupon codes with the people in your circle. If I'm a trainer and I've got 7, 8, 10 clients a day and I'm talking to them and I'm using this, it mm-hmm. now just gives me an opportunity to share something with them. And then I can also sell a product to them or share a code with them. Theragun or Therabody drop ships the product to them. And that trainer can make a little bit extra money on the side. So to me, that's one of the funnest things, because it started out with just everyday people. Then it mm-hmm. went to trainers, and trainers loved it. Now it's going to physios and chiros because they have these one-on-one connections with their customers. Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that's really strong about Theragun I've watched, and it's probably one of the best blessings that I wasn't expecting, is how people connect with each other through the network.
I love that. Okay, another question we have here is, when it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about the brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
It impacts it a lot. That's a great question. I think we sit back, and what we're trying to do is what I said a minute ago, Lee, is we're trying to share with people the truth, which is, we just got a testimonial from XYZ and they said this. Oh my God, there's 7 other people that say the same thing. How can we share that message? I think it's not that difficult if you're sharing the truth about what's happening and we're not marketing. I think that really speaks to people's sincerity, their passion, and also us being respectful of how we share those messages. I mean, I get messages all the time from people that I can't share because they're either talking about someone they care about, or it's a little more personal than we can show as an ad, for example. But we try to duplicate or represent that as closely as we can in a respectful way.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I know we have a lot of Theragun fans in the audience, wondering if, and obviously you guys have a lot of really awesome things coming up. Is there anything, any new products, any new things that we can look forward to that you can tease out for us today?
You can look forward to a lot of things. My role in the company right now is product innovation and education. We have a really great education team that takes care of that, and I work with a really cool innovation and product development team. We're constantly trying new products, and at any given time, we may have half a dozen that are really close to what we call the finish line, but we've got to test them, and we have to make sure they're validated. So I can tell you, our CBD line is going to become a little bit more robust. We're still working on what that is and what that looks like. Our percussive therapy line will continue to grow. But I think what you'll find as we go forward, and I'm not sharing anything that I can't share right now when I say this. I mean, I'm being as honest as I can. We're doing everything we can right now with our current Theragun models to make them more easily implemented into your daily life so that you're not reliant on muscle relaxers and pain relievers. Most of the problems we have in our life are musculoskeletal. And if I could teach you, Lee, how to deal with your whatever your pain thing is without having to take something in your body that's breaking down your body inside, that's our ultimate goal. And so that's a hard question. You put me on the spot with that one. We're constantly working on products and innovating, and hopefully we've launched 4 new products in 4 years. And 3 of those product lines had multiple products within that line. So you'll see that continually as we move forward.
Well, that's super exciting. We have about a minute left. Is there any last message you want to leave the Brand Innovators audience with before we finish up today?
I think it's important that we take the time to understand our own bodies and connect with our own bodies. The Theragun has allowed people to find areas on their body they weren't familiar with. And I know that seems really elementary, but my goal, what I would hope for, is that people can connect with their bodies better, understand what they're doing with this vessel that we live in, and they're more mindful of what's going on around them, and that they set good intentions.
Absolutely. That's really powerful, and really appreciate this conversation today. Thank you so much, Dr. Jason, and thanks for everyone for tuning in.
Thanks, Lee. Appreciate it.
You too.
Thanks so much, Dr. Jason. I really, really connected with you because your message is so heartfelt, and it just shows that you truly live the life that you preach. And that's really powerful stuff. We really appreciate you coming on today.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
And Lee, this is Lee's first interview. She did a phenomenal job. I think Jason will agree.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys both so much. All right, so now we are turning to something I'm really looking forward to, the highlight of my day. Get to hang out with one of my really good friends that I haven't seen since the pandemic. He is well known to all of you. He is an amazing guy. He is a bassist. He is a record producer. He's an entrepreneur. He's a television personality. You guys all know him as a former judge from American Idol. So proud to be interviewing my very, very good friend, Mr. Randy Jackson. Well, wait one second to jump on here. I see you're unmuted. I need to see your face, Randy.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Look at that. The brothers, man. Come on, the brothers Dieter. What's going on?
What's up, my man?
I love it, man. I love it. What are you doing, man?
Oh, man, you know, just hanging out at Influential doing the thing. How are you?
Listen, I love that guy that was just on the doctor. Doctor, I need you.
Yeah, I'll put you guys in touch. I think especially with, you know, what you've been dealing with your own recovery, I think there could be some good synergy, right?
Yeah, man. I like what he was saying. Very smart guy. This is great, Chris. I love it, bro.
I love
How's
it.
COVID treating you, dog?
What's that?
How's COVID treating you, man?
Oh, man, I can't complain. We're a very fortunate bunch, and you know, it's good to be in the digital business and good to be working with influencers. I'm interviewing you. How is Randy Jackson? What's going on with you in the COVID era?
Man, I'm doing good. You know, like this COVID thing is very interesting. Everything that's happened, all the social, racial injustice, the fires, the earthquakes, the floods, the hurricanes. I mean, the COVID thing around the world. I feel like someone, probably God, is saying it's time for a giant reset, people.
Yeah.
Don't like what's happening. Reset everything. It's not working.
Yep, exactly. As you always say to me, what is going on?
Dude, what is going on and what's next, man? Because this ain't it, yo. I'm telling you, Chris, right? This is definitely not it.
I couldn't agree more. By the way, two things I'm just noticing. First of all, I love that painting in the background. Like you say, it's always about colors. And then also, I'm digging this new haircut.
Yo, you know, man, look, I'm trying to keep it going, man. Come on. I got to come up with what's next, Chris. We got to continue to evolve as humans, as people. Come on, Chris. We got to, man. You're looking younger since you got married, Chris.
I try, man. I feel like I'm getting older every day, but doing my best. By the way, are those eyewear from the Randy Jackson collection?
This is the Randy Jackson collection at Xylaware. Fine frames everywhere, Walmart, Costco, Sears, mom and pop stores near you. Go and get them. Go and pick them up online, whatever you need. Come on now.
I like it. I like the plug. Well, speaking of, so you and I, we teamed up with our good friend Craig Clemens and created a new supplement line called Unify Health Labs. Tell us about the impetus about that, how it relates to your story, and what made you want to really do this?
Well, it's funny. The doctor was just saying, I was listening to his message about you got to find people that are actually living it, doing it, and paying it forward, right? So I was that guy. I lost a ton of weight over 16 years ago. Was super unhealthy, the most unhealthy in my life, 358 pounds. 20 years ago, I'm on American Idol. I would be on there and people would say, dog, you know, I'd say something to them that was terrible. They'd say, well, dog, you're fat. I go, well, I got mirrors. I can see, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you know, you go to the doctor. We hate going to the doctor, especially men. And he said, look, you got to do something about this. You got this sedentary lifestyle, bad diet, you're pre-diabetic, what's going to go on? A couple months later, I round up in the ER, blood sugar over 500. I was diabetic. Says, I got good and bad news. There's no cure for the disease, but you can definitely manage it. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I tried every diet. I tried everything I knew. Then a friend of mine turned me on to gastric bypass because all the traditional things weren't working for me. All the weird stuff I tried wasn't working for me. I'd lose 20 pounds, gain 40 back. You know, I was doing this whole yo-yo dance. So I had that and I made myself a vow to never, ever go to a major surgery again, an elective surgery to help me lose weight. If I couldn't do it on my own, this time I'm going to change my life. So I had a divorce with food, Chris. Chris, you know what divorces are like, right?
Yeah, we both do.
I had to let it go, bro. So I had a divorce with food. I completely changed everything I did. I talked to a bunch of doctors, nutritionists, even behavioral psychologists, so I could change the way I was seeing food and the way I looked at my life. Just eating, let's all face it, it's emotional. You're happy, you're sad, you're complacent, you're nervous, you're fearful.
Mhm.
At any range of emotion,
Mhm.
there's a funeral, eat. There's
Yeah.
a birthday party, eat.
Yeah.
There's a celebration, eat. You know, everything's about eating. And I grew up in the lovely South in Louisiana, where everything is good eating and it's fried and it's like double sugar, double butter, lard, everything. It's got to be good, or why are you eating it, right?
Yep.
Not good for you. Good. There's a difference.
There is.
Some things, Chris, as you and I know, and everybody out there listening,
Mhm.
they seem like they're good and we want them, they ain't good for us.
That's the truth.
I could think of a couple of names of Chris, people you and I know that we've sort of prospectively dated. Why? Let's not get onto that. But anyway.
Got you. Got you.
So I started this whole health kick and I found out everything I could about what was going on with me. And I discovered that gut health, leaky gut, is definitely the new wealth, right?
Mhm.
Everything, every disease forms and starts in your gut.
Mhm.
So I said, okay, I got to come up with what's going to work for me, because me, like you, like everyone else,
Mhm.
the 50 vials on my kitchen countertop of vitamins, tinctures, all kinds of herbs I was taking. I was doing 80 trillion of this for probiotic treatment. I didn't know what I was doing. I would just hear people say, take this, take that. And I take it.
Yeah.
And I sat there one day and I said, this can't be right. Taking 50 vitamins a day. What in the hell is going on with me? Dog, what's wrong with you, dog? So I had to clean myself up and say, okay, I need to figure this out. So I went on a search. That's what led me to want to start Unify Health Labs, to say, listen, I want to take the guesswork out of it for everyone. Here's what you take, the Multi-GI5. Here's what you do. Here, that's only one of the products, but here's what you start with to really try and get your probiotic and your gut health in check. It all starts and ends there. Bad gut health, you can look at the rest of your health and go like, man, I don't know what's going on. I'm tired. I'm lethargic. I can't concentrate. I don't have any focus. I have no energy. I just, it's all related back to that gut.
Makes a lot of sense. And I know that the brand's been in the marketplace for almost a year now. So you were, one of the first people, if not the first person, to get your hands on it. Have you been taking it every day? And what have the effects been like for you?
I've been taking it every day. I take all the supplements, and that's one of my other things. If I'm going to design something that I really know, and I've proven with doctors and friends of mine that are all on this team with me at Unify, that's going to work for you, I'm going to take it and make sure it works for me first. I'm telling you, it works like a top. This stuff is great. Friends of mine call me and say, man, this stuff has changed my life. So I'm loving the feedback. I'm loving what we're doing, what we're building. We got a lot more supplements, a lot more things coming. It's only the beginning, Chris. We're just in the beginning, the first year, man.
I love it.
Brother. Yay, thank you, Chris.
We're going to keep it rolling. Keep it rolling.
We got to keep it moving, man.
So keeping in that same topic matter, it's well documented that you lost 114 pounds. It's been in the news. You've talked about it on various talk shows. What is the secret sauce as far as what lifestyle changes do you make? I know some of it's food, some of it's exercise. Kind of give us the roadmap of what Randy did and how you've continued to keep it that way.
Well, I learned for me that if I ever denied myself anything, I would go away and have these cravings and eat 1,000 of whatever I was trying not to eat.
Yeah.
So don't have a piece of a donut. I'll have 14 donuts to go, please. Okay. But that's going to be bad for me. I have type 2 diabetes. I can't really do that. My body can't digest or process that, the sugar, the whole thing, the liver, the pancreas, the whole thing, the stomach, So I decided to adopt the morsel diet. I was never going to deny myself a little bit of what I wanted. If I'm at Chris's birthday party, everybody's having cake, I'm having a little tiny sliver of cake.
Yep.
It may only be 2 bites, but at least I can say, you know what? You didn't deny yourself. You had it. So you don't have to go home thinking, man, that cake looked good. I wish I'd had a piece. Then you order 5 cakes on Postmates or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I did that, and I started over with food. What fits in my body? What really works for me when I eat it? Does it make me feel good? Am I gluten intolerant? Am I lactose? I started really listening to my body.
Mhm.
What things did I eat that made me feel good? What things made me feel bad? Then I would go, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. So I had to retrain and relearn what I could do. And that's why I call it a divorce with food. And I started over.
Gotcha. Well, I remember every single time. I mean, we've been friends for like 15 years. You know, ceremoniously, like every month we get together, we have our meal or whatever. And at the end of every meal, we bring out one cookie. We just take little nibbles of it, little bites.
Exactly. And listen, guys, no matter what weight me and Chris were at the time over 15 years, we were still very hot, guys. So don't get any bad ideas out there. We still had all the swag jumping for us, yo.
Yes, sir. All right, so let's switch gears a little bit. So most of our guests know you as the judge from American Idol. Tell us about some of your favorite memories from that, and you know, about the co-host. Do you guys still keep in touch? Is there a camaraderie still?
Me and C, I call him C for Seacrest. Me and C, we stay in touch. Me and Kyle, me and Paula, we're all really good friends still. Stay in touch all the time. Love those guys. That's like my other family, my extended family for real, though. We went into this genre 20 years ago. I was just watching Kelly Clarkson on her show. I think she won 19 or 20 years ago. Chris, this is crazy.
We're old.
Dude, geez, bro. We went into this marketplace not knowing what was going to happen. So we were the guinea pigs for this whole genre before The Voice, before any of it. So look, we took a leaping of faith and said, listen, we think this is something that's going to work. Lo and behold, it really worked to just unbelievable degrees. We're so fortunate and so blessed to have had that. Didn't know. And I think back on it, it's probably one of the best times of my life, you know, other than, you know, being on stage paying for hundreds of thousands of fans, you know, that kind of thing in Journey or whatever group I was working with, Mariah or whatever. But it is one of the greatest times of my life because I was a kid in Louisiana trying to make it. So here I am, a 20 years vet A&R guy, trying to help these kids on a reality show, trying to make it what I did. I didn't have this kind of show when I was a kid coming up in Louisiana, but lo and behold, by the grace of God, I made it out and made something of my life that I wanted to achieve. So this was like a rocket ship to stardom. And I still look at Kelly and think to this day, Carrie, Fantane, Ruben, all those guys, Adam Lambert, I still look at all these guys and go, wow, we really did something important here.
Yeah.
This is really great, and it's gone on through history. And these people all have magnificent careers. Wow. I feel so proud and so honored to have been a part. So, I mean, look, there's stories upon stories of auditions and hijinks, always playing jokes with each other on the air. You know, we're always,
give me your best single audition experience, whether it was funny or they were so good. What is one that really sticks out in your mind?
Dude, there's so many. There was a guy that actually literally thought he was a lion. There was like, I mean, I don't even know. Some of those auditions were so out there that I was like, what in the hell are we really doing here? What is this, Chris? How did I get here? Who put me here? My enemy must have put me here. The line guy, I remember Keith. I remember just a lot of the funny auditions, you know. I remember Simon always getting people's names wrong. There was a girl, Tamika, and he would say Tamika. She'd go, no, Tamika. No, Tamika. No, Tamika. Like, you know, just like silliness because we were guinea pigs. We didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
A lot of funny hijinks, how we would make fun of Ryan on the air. Remember he had dated the night before. All the inside jokes, the inside innuendos, you know, just fun with Paula. You know, they'd make fun of me, I'd make fun of them. We had a good time.
Good-natured fun. Well, the one thing that I find interesting, and you and I have talked about this before, of all of these shows, I mean, you guys were the impetus for the whole, you know, reality show, singing reality show. And what's happened since then is there's probably been like 10 different, maybe 20 different iterations of that. But I can't remember one single person who became a star from any of those other shows. The power that American Idol had to make people into something is uncanny.
And, let's put that in perspective. I mean, Simon Cowell and I were A&R guys. So what we did for a living before the show was exactly what the show's about. We were not stars. We were not putting out our own records. We were making people into stars. We were signing, finding, developing, finding records for us. So soon somebody would come in and sing, 40 boxes would go down by their head and we go, okay, bad lower range, upper range is okay, needs work, knock knee, teeth need work fixing, the hair is bad, shy. We would just see everything and you could start designing in your head, who's the right writer? Who's the right producer? What's the right label? What's the, because it's what we did. So we weren't stars just judging people. And because we weren't stars, we were allowed to give harder, real criticism.
That's so
Not
true.
everything nice.
Yeah.
Not everything nice is real. If you were terrible, you were terrible. Sorry. Well, you want me to say you were good when you were terrible? No. It's not going to help anyone. And I say to people all the time, the no's in my life helped me far more than the yeses. I know me and Chris were born pretty, and the makeup made us a little hotter, y'all, but look, come on, keep it real with us.
That dovetails perfectly. I had written this question, but it just went in perfectly. So for, the whole part about being real with people. So you created this phrase, that's a no for me, dog. And somehow this has lived on in popular culture and become memeified, and like people I hear it all the time. Did you ever think that this phrase would catch such fire? And, do you still like constantly get that from people? And is it annoying?
It's funny, man. Like it took on a life of its own, but I had a bunch of phrases because when you're judging people twice a week on this show and you're on for what was on it for 14 years or something, you have to find different ways to say things. So it's going to be a no for me. Dog is a nice affectionate way of saying dude, bro. Yeah. And I would use it for guys or girls because, even if you're a girl, you're still my dog.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a female dog. Whatever, yo. Let's not get it twisted here. Listen, I know, look, I believe in complete inclusion and everything, but, female, dude, whatever. Yeah. And In It to Win It was another one. I would hear campaign guys on the political trail, I'm in it to win it. I got what's going on here? So listen, when I hear these things back now, all the memes, all the everything, I appreciate you guys. Bless you for blessing me and loving anything that I ever said or did that much. And, use it, man. Work it out, y'all. Use it, man. Use it.
Did you ever trademark that?
I did, yes. So use it and pay me. Hello.
Use it, but yes, give me royalties.
Use it and give me some money off of that usage, yo. Come on, pay the dog, yo. We should get another one, Chris. Please pay the dog.
Pay the dog. That's the new statement.
That's the new one, man. 2020, pay the dog.
Dog. So word on the street is that you've rejoined Journey. I've also read that you're doing a new album. What's it like to be back with the guys after all these years? And what's it like to work with this new singer, Arnel Pineda? I mean, Steve Perry is an icon above icons. His voice is literally one of the best in rock and roll. I mean, this guy can sing. There's no question about it. How's that whole experience for you?
Well, listen, Perry's my friend for life as well. I know I've said that a couple times today, but it's true. I got a lot of people that are so influential on my heart, on my life. And the J-Boys, the Journey Boys are my boys for life too. I mean, look, Perry's one of the greatest singers ever in life. This guy is unbelievable. But Arnel's a great guy. He's a great singer, and he's definitely holding his own. And I'll tell you something, it was not easy shoes to try and fill. Nobody's ever going to fill Perry's shoes.
Yeah.
But even get in there, man, with the swag that the kids got is crazy. And look, we've been working on new music. It's exciting. It's great. I figured, Chris, it's time to get back out there on the road. Even though COVID has blocked us from being on the road. But, it's fun, because as all the things that I've done and accomplished in my life, music is still the center of my universe and the thing I love and do the best, probably. Other than being a father, which I love equally as much. But, it's great, man. It's great to be back with the boys, and my boy Narda Michael Walden's playing drums. And it's a rocking band, dude. We got some new music coming here soon. The band is killer. I mean, Narda's amazing. And he and I worked together for many years. Aretha, Whitney, I mean, so many records together with him. It's the Bay Area, man. We're back. We're back, bro. We're back and we're taking names, y'all. Get ready, move over.
And so how did this even come about, this reunion?
They were going through another metamorphosis of changes with the band, and I got a call. And my good friend Neil Sean called me and said, bro, did you ever really think about like getting back on the road? Him and Jonathan said, and I was like, you know what? Man, I was thinking 2020, time to shake it up a bit, because Chris, you and I always believe in evolution. We did that. What are we doing next? What's going on now? So I was like, yo, you know what? This could be dope if we're going to make some new music. I didn't want to just get out and just play all the same songs over and over and over again, but I love them and they're legendary, but can we part with some new music on people's heads? And they were like, yeah, that's what we really want to do. So, we got to talk about it, say, who's going to play drums? They say, well, what do you think about? I say, oh my God, he'd be incredible, because we performed together, toured together, worked together for many years with Mariah, with Whitney, with everyone. And it just came together. It all came together, man. Like a good plan in the horrible year of 2020, but there's a silver lining somewhere, people.
Yep, exactly. And so are you guys actually in the studio creating new music now?
We've been in the studio separately.
Yeah.
Of course, because of COVID, but doing it remotely, but I must say it's going swimmingly well. Listen, you'll hear something in the next couple months. You tell me, Chris, holler at the dog, holler at your voice, and yo, dude, this stuff is fire right now, dude. Y'all are fire.
I know, and in all this time that I've known you, you've been on the front stage for the Idol stuff, but you've always been behind the scenes in the music industry. So it must be super exciting for you after all these years to get back on stage. Like the feeling of getting in front of a crowd of people, God willing that happens again sometime soon. That's going to be amazing, right?
No, I'm looking forward to it, man, because listen, fans are everything that makes the music. I mean, no matter what show, no matter what we do, if people don't watch, we have nothing. If people don't go to shows, we have nothing. So it's always about you fans out there, and we love and appreciate you guys to the nth degree of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. So we talk like old friends, so time's going by fast. I'm going to skip ahead. I was going to ask you a little bit more about Journey, but I think we'll go on to the next thing, especially because, we're here on Brand Innovators, and we've got a great crowd full of brand marketers here. So I want to talk about the brand marketing of Randy Jackson. Obviously, we have the Unify Health Labs deal together, but as we touched on in the beginning of the segment, you also have a very successful line of eyewear. Tell us about how you've grown and developed your brand over the years.
Well, for me, I always want to be authentic, right? Because one of the things about growing up in the South is beautiful, especially Louisiana. In the music areas, they talk about authenticity. They would say to you, Chris, is that really you? I see what you're doing, but is that really you? Meaning, is that authentically you? So my eyes are bad, so I need to wear glasses. So I wanted eyewear. I love watches, I had a line of watches. I had a line of guitars because I play guitar and bass. I have vitamins now with Unify Health Labs because I need to take them, because I need to keep my body right in a tip-top shape and make sure my gut health is in check all the time. So I believe that the brand that you should really do is what's authentic to you. And I would always say this, I would see people, designers, that would make stuff, but they wouldn't wear it. They'd be wearing somebody else's stuff. It's okay to accent it with somebody else's stuff, but make sure you're rocking your own pieces too. Why are you making and designing and doing things that you're not rocking? So I want to say to Dr. Theragun, hey, are you using it? Probably yes, because he seems very authentic. That's the thing to me. Can you really be authentic in what you're doing? Because you have to go out and sell it. People have to look in your face and say, dog, why are you doing that? Do you actually use that? Or are they just paying you a bunch of money? And from your company Influential there, that now people have gone to these micro influencers, because even if they only have 50 or 100,000 people following on Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is, at least it's a real 100,000, as opposed to saying you got 5 million. It's really about 500,000 that are actually involved and engaged. So it's really about that engagement and really about the authenticity. So That's what drives me, especially as a celebrity.
Mhm.
Any celebrity I see,
Mhm.
I said this to P. Diddy years ago when he started this Ciroc thing. I said, yo, man, you be drinking it? He was sitting at the bar drinking it. All right, yo, I'm feeling you now, man. All right, yo.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, make it real.
Yep. Yeah. Synergy. Line it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, only makes sense. And since we have a brand marketers audience today, just out of curiosity, if we were to extend the Randy Jackson line of products or the things that you get behind, what are other things that you would maybe see for yourself?
Well, I've done some stuff on and off here with Dell computers because, you know, I use computing a lot every day, and they make some powerful, great computers. I want to talk to Elon Musk because I want to see the Randy Mobile.
What would the Randy Mobile look like?
But I want it to be able to fly, either drive or fly.
Okay.
So if you're in traffic and you want to just go up and then jet off like the Jetsons. Am I getting too far out there for you, Chris? Oh.
Let's go.
No, but I think anything that really pertains to what I do. I mean, we're still heavy in the musical instrument area. Starting a little independent publishing company because, you know, I'm back to writing more songs now in this COVID time. I started back writing. I manage a bunch of writer producers. I manage a bunch of chefs. You know, so anything food related, anything that's really going to be healthy and good. And that way, anything music related is really my thing. I mean, listen, streetwear is cool. We got some more eyewear things coming now at Xyloware, the Randy Jackson collection. You know, we're in a lot of different verticals, but it's all about things that make sense to the brand.
Gotcha.
My brand is authenticity, Chris.
All day.
I know, Chris, guys, you don't know this out there. Chris has been trying to get me to do a line of Speedos. I don't want to yet, Chris. I mean, I feel like it's not appropriate for the times we're in, man.
It's just too hot, too much sauce.
Yeah.
Also, you know, speaking about management as a career, that's a whole thing that a lot of people maybe not know about you. I know you manage artists and chefs. Tell us a little bit about that side of your career.
Well, I kind of happened into it. I started managing a lot of writer producers. Irvin and Azoff and I had the pleasure of managing a great, unbelievable friend and talented singer named Mariah Carey for a minute. And
I heard of her.
Yeah, it kind of started from there, you know. So I got a handful of artists now, got into the chef game because there was a great music manager that started the chef game, managing Wolfgang Puck many years ago. His name is Chef Gordon.
Yeah, the Mensch.
Super Mensch. That's the thing, that's the movie. And he was a music manager at Alice Cooper, which he still has. His firm had Luther Vandross at the time he started managing chefs. Because I believe chefs are the new rock stars because you'll never not eat, Chris. Never in your life will you stop eating.
Yep.
Right?
That's the truth.
Everybody out there can attest.
14 pounds.
Exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. You got to eat the right stuff, though, Chris.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Eat what's good for you, Chris.
Yeah.
Not what's good to you.
Very, very true. All right, so I'm gonna shift. I've been laughing this whole time. I'm gonna shift to something a little bit serious. Just wanted to get your take on this. Obviously, in this year, among all of the terrible things that happened, you know, George Floyd's death in Minnesota. As a Black man and someone with a huge voice in the community, I'd love to get your perspective on the BLM movement and what it means and what we're doing to take society forward.
Well, listen, I love the movement, I must say, because none of us realize how far back we needed to go and change things again. The George Floyd thing, Trayvon, I mean, Breonna Taylor, I mean, all of this is just horrific at any level. I mean, any parent out there, this is just terrible. I mean, and as far as Martin Luther King brought us and as much notoriety and voice that brought us, God, I can't believe we have this far to go. But there's an element going on in this country, and I think the greatest silver lining in this that's happened is the world sees it. The world has been protesting, and the true heroes of diversity, of, you know, we're all people. I don't care what color you are, I don't care what race, I don't care what ethnic or economic background you come from, we're all people. We must lead with love and respect. And there's this sort of divisive thing going on where people have decided to separate or divide and conquer us, because that's what's going on. Let's have the tough conversations. Randy, I don't understand you. I don't understand what black means. I don't understand how that is. Let's have that conversation.
Yeah.
Let's not kill each other. Let's have the conversation. Let's not lead with hate. Let's lead with love. God is love. Whatever happened to that, and whatever happened to understanding? And somehow, some way, 2020, the world is looking on America. Somebody has to come in and want to unite this country, not divide it and separate it, because that's how people gain control. It's called divide and conquer. It's the oldest trick in the book. And you and I being on the entertainment side, Chris, we know every publicist tool, every trick, every Twitter trick, Instagram trick, TikTok, whatever it is, we know all of the tricks.
Yep.
But can't we get together and figure this out so no more lives have to be lost? This is sad. It's a sad state for this great country that we have.
Yeah.
Wow. We can't get this together, and the whole world's watching like, wow. The whole world is protesting. Chris, do you realize that?
Yeah.
The whole world. And while you're down on your knees with COVID, world, look at this. Might be a little divine intervention going on here, people. Wake up.
Yeah.
It's about being woke on every level. Wake up.
Yep.
And think about this. What if that happened to you? No matter what color you are. It's wrong on every level. Nothing about that is right.
Yep.
Just because you don't understand me and you think you should hate me, you don't even know me.
Yeah.
I don't even know you.
Yep. Yeah. No, well put on all.
Let's lead with love, people. We gotta lead with love, man. Come on. Let's get together. No matter who wants us to stay apart, let's fight that. Let's have the conversation. Who's trying to bring us together?
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. Man, we need it, Chris. Chris, unite us, bro. And last I checked, it's called United States of America. Where's the uniting, people? Oh my God, I think we forgot that. We talk about everything else, but we ain't united at all. We're divided.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Whoever's doing that needs to be fired 100 times.
Well, I'd like to think that the silver lining of 2020 is that this is uniting us. This is bringing us back together. And I think it is starting honest conversations that weren't had before. And I think that there's a healthy dialogue going on. And obviously we've got long ways to go in all of this, but I think that we're off to a good start. And I didn't think that in 2020 this would have to be rehashed, but obviously, culture has proven so.
Nobody thought, Chris, and that's the surprising thing. Not even I thought, listen, there's always going to be racism out there because people just don't understand. The ignorance level is crazy, and I think people try and keep us all in the dark. But say to yourself and your fellow brother, sister, whatever color, whatever race, creed they are, let's not be in the dark. Let's really figure this out. And it's not about whether you hate the phrase woke or not. It's just the truth. Why can't we walk in truth, live in truth? And why can't we have the hard conversations? I don't understand you. You don't understand me. Is that why you hate me? Because you fear me? I hate you because I fear you. Let's erase that and unite. Oh my God. What, man? I can't even believe it, bro. It hurts my heart, man.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, I wanted to cover one more subject before we get to the Q&A portion with the audience. So obviously today's event is influencer marketing, social media. We're influential. I have to ask a question like this. What is your platform of choice, and what do you find the most interesting in the social media landscape right now?
Well, look, I mean, of course, I've been an avid Twitter, Instagram person forever, and Facebook a bit. But honestly, and I mean, Triller a bit, because those are my boys. But what I've seen happen with TikTok and that generation and that younger demo that evolved out of Musical.ly is just pretty alarming and surprising. And you've seen a lot of music being marketed on there and a lot of other things being marketed. And you've seen the growth just like go through the roof. And also, I must say, what's happened with Fortnite and all of these games, because you see a lot of music marketed on Fortnite, Travis Scott, Marshmello, various people. You're seeing Travis now dig into the whole McDonald's of it all. I think in terms of brand and building, I think the sky's the limit now. And I think it's about where is your key demo? So if your key demo is young kids, you need to be heavy on TikTok. Let's just face it. A lot of older people on there too, but that's really that target audience. That's really it.
Yeah. Are you loving the fact that like this is really the first social platform that has been like the through line of it is music? Like that must be interesting for someone like you.
I love it. And we love it as another tool for us to use, especially in the lockdown when people can't go on tour. You love it. Are you kidding? This is great for us. Well, I mean, my God, who thought that that was going to happen? And as I say, it derived out of Musical.ly, grew out of that. So, of course, because Musical.ly was all about music.
Yeah, no, absolutely makes sense. And I mean, you look at someone like Megan Thee Stallion and Savage and the way that that became a phenomenon because of these dance moves and the things that people are doing. So yeah, it's really amazing to see.
And look, I know you guys can't tell, but me and Chris are savage.
Yeah, savage. Classy, bougie, and ratchet.
Right. Me and Chris, look at us, man. Come on, Chris, show the people, man. Let the people know.
I'm not gonna embarrass myself with dance moves. We got like 3 minutes left, and I would be remiss if I didn't ask a question from the audience. So let me grab one here. What do you see as the biggest change in consumer engagement with your brands as a result of COVID?
Well, as a result of COVID, everything that was more big box stores, everything's of course gone online. So what you see with Walmart, which is a big account for us, which we love dearly, and Amazon and all these guys, I think the companies that have grown out of this are all the online companies that were there before anyone else. So thank God all of our business has been able to transition digitally and work that way. So I think a lot of people have had to adapt, but thank God for us, that's happened. And on the music side, streaming is like way up because people are sitting at home. So they have nothing to do but try and consume or stream more and more music. So we're happy right now with what's happened.
Gotcha. I got one more question for you. So how should older brands gracefully enter newer technology spaces like TikTok, esports, etc.?
I think you got to embrace that demo and that younger crowd. And I think you got to pinpoint who you're trying to reach, almost like an advertiser or a brand, or your P&G, Unilever, whatever the company is. You go, what's my target demo for this product? I need 18 to 35. I need 12 to 30. I need 12 to 28. So pick the platform that's going to best naturally apply to that demo. And they're all out there. You can see it. You can just see what dominates and you go, okay, that's what I need to do. And those are the influencers and people I need to reach. So let me call the dog. Let me call Chris at Influential. Let me figure out how do I reach that particular demo.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Well, typically at this point, my face would come up and I'd kind of be like the walk-off music at the Grammys. But since I'm moderating and hosting today, you just get me.
I love it, Chris. Come on, man.
You're one of my favorite people on the planet. You know that. We are long overdue for an in-person. We will do it socially distanced. We'll behave ourselves as best as we can. And
yeah, I want to be a mile apart from you, Chris. I'll use a microphone.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so much again for taking the time to do this with me today. And I'm serious. We have to put something on the books and get together again soon, man.
We got it, bro. Love you, Chris. Appreciate you, brother.
Love you too, Randy. Thank you so much, man. Take
See
care.
you later.
All right. So that was Randy Jackson, everybody. Fantastic session. We have one more session to finish out the day. And that is an amazing, amazing CEO. His name is Eric Logan, and he's the CEO of the World Surf League, the global home of surfing. WSL is dedicated to changing the world through the inspirational power of surfing by creating authentic events, experiences, and storytelling to inspire growing global community to live with purpose, originality, and stoke. We're bringing back my brother Ryan to host the session. Eric, thank you so much and welcome.
All right, thanks a lot.
Hey, Eric, good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Good, Ryan. How are you, my friend?
Very good. Where are you stationed right now? Are you on the West Coast?
Yeah, I'm sitting actually in Manhattan Beach. So I'm here 5 blocks from the water. Wind's a little onshore right now, so the timing of this worked out. You'd see a still photo of me. Sadly, if we had some good waves, I'd be back at
Priorities, I like it.
Yeah.
Very cool, man. Well, good to meet you, and excited for everyone. We have a mainly brand marketers to jump in and to hear about what's happening in your world. I have one quick favor. So my cousin, he's 10 years old. His name is Caden. He's actually sponsored by Hurley. He lives in Maui.
Yes.
And his dream is to be at one day on the WSL. So if you can give him a shout out, I will become the new favorite cousin. So I really appreciate it. His name is Caden.
Caden.
Caden, yeah.
Caden. K-A-D-A-N?
E-N, yes, Caden.
Caden in Maui. All right, so here's the deal, Caden. So what everybody needs to do right now with Caden in Maui, already got a big time sponsorship with Hurley. That's no small thing. That's a big thing to be a grommet and be sponsored by a big box brand like that. Here's the lookout. Watch for him on our QS tour. He's going to qualify pretty quickly. You're going to see him sneak on the Challenger Series, and before you know, you're going to wake up. He's going to be starting the season at Pipeline on the North Shore, and he'll be on the CT Tour. So get your bets in early because you want to be able to say, I knew Caden then.
Beautiful. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, my family will forever love me. Thank you so much. All right, so let's switch gears to Biz. So, I mean, literally, you started in January, mid-January, I think officially, and in 2 months, the pandemic happened. So, what did you do 2 months in, just getting kicked off for the year, and how did you deal with COVID as the new CEO as of January?
Yeah, so I was actually at the WSL for the full year before that. I was running the studio, and I left my prior job, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit. But I was over there running and starting all of our off-platform content and in charge of all of our distribution podcasts. And, I took the job, honestly, Ryan, as it was like I had spent 10 years with Oprah and had really done a lot of different things in my career. And this would be something like really fun, passionate surfer, working for a great organization. And I could focus on putting all of my content skills into my passions. So I was like, hey, this would be a lot of fun. And then literally we crowned Italo Ferreira our world champion. The owner of the company gives me a buzz, and we basically put a deal together over the holidays and said, you can be the CEO. And I was like, okay, this is great. And so this was a lot of fun. It was an amazing dream to be the CEO of this unbelievable company. And I'll tell you exactly where I was when I knew we had like some serious problems. I was actually driving to Solana Beach, and a friend of mine called me who was in Oklahoma City when Rudy Gobert tested positive for the coronavirus. They were playing. Sure. And all of a sudden it was like rolling thunder. The NBA canceled the league, and I was like, oh my God. And we had an event starting in Sydney that next day that put the heats in the water. And I didn't sleep for 2 days. And all of a sudden we started watching globally the borders start closing. It was like a scene, one of those science fiction movies, where the things are closing. And real quickly, we had to start making some decisions. And we had a male surfer call me from a country who was about to board a plane to fly to Australia. Mm-hmm. And he called and said, all of our surfers call me Uncle Elo. That's a statement of my age, by the way. And he was like, Uncle Elo, if I get on this plane, I'm afraid I may be stuck in a country I have to transfer. And I said, do not get on the plane. We're not starting at the Gold Coast. I hadn't said that publicly to anybody. And literally by that Friday, we postponed the Gold Coast, subsequently canceled it. And we just sort of watched the world sort of from mid-March through April just start closing down. And sure. It was a tailspin, to be honest with you. And, we had no idea what was happening. Countries were in free fall. And we just sort of put the tour on hold. We just said, hey, check in with us, in 2 or 3 months. And so once we sort of stabilized, I quickly went into opportunity mode from the organization. And our company supported surfing professionally been around since 1976, which was the first event at Sunset Beach. And one of the things that I felt was an old saying that everybody's probably used a lot during COVID, which is like, never miss a moment to take advantage of a crisis. And a crisis. And we had a lot of things that we could do with the company. So we went through a massive transformation of the sport. And I kept saying to our company and to our leaders of all of our departments, what is the type of organization we want to have on the other side of COVID? Because we all know we're coming out of it. So who do we want to be on the other side? So we started defining What does our culture want to be? Who do we want to be as a league? What are the changes to competition? And so we started that, and then we worked backwards to try to get all the changes through.
Well, it's super smart. And you mentioned kind of the inflection points, like Rudy getting sick, and I always think of when Tom Hanks got sick was kind of like my inflection point for our company. That was, that if he gets sick, everyone gets sick. And one of the things that we at Influential we had to deal with is we have about 100 people plus or minus, and just we have a Vegas office, an LA office, a New York office, people in Detroit, Chicago. Just as a CEO, I mean, I went into the same mode. I'd figure out, well, first, how do we triage, and then how do we figure out where we want to be? But one of the biggest things was just how do you communicate? I mean, for you, pre-COVID, was it a very office-based situation? Were you already teleconferencing because you were so spread out around the world? Like, how did this change, and how have you been able to keep everybody close together and working together?
So we have offices in here in Santa Monica and Los Angeles. We have an Australian office. We have an office in Lisbon and an office in Portugal, and a couple of smaller offices. So the company had been sort of operated out of office, but yet everybody would travel to those offices, and we would sort of telecon within those offices. Handfuls of people would do work from homes, and we were very liberal about that. We were like, sure, work from home if you wanted to. It was totally fine. It was obviously a shotgun wedding with Zoom and everything else, as we all were. And I think, we were going through just trying to listen to the employees and trying to understand what was happening. And, and I'm sure you have the same thing. It's like, the culture that you had immediately was gone. And, things became in this weird state of like, I'm working too much, but I'm not really working. I don't really have free time, but I'm really home, and there's my dog, and there's my kid. And it's like, everything was just completely unsettled. And so I think what I tried to do, I tried to do a couple things as a CEO. Every 2 weeks, I still do it today, do a live town hall, global town hall. Bring in different executives. We talk about different aspects of the business. We talk about strategically where we are. We talk about how we're starting the tour at the end of the year. We talk about the content that we're creating. We give them results, and I'm very transparent and take questions. I think that's a good thing. Second thing that I tried to do was through my network of peers, even taking suggestions from our employees, I would do these COVID conversations, Ryan. I'd talk to all these different experts and feel like, for example, one of my really great friends, the first one we did was with Lawrence Frank of the Clippers. And I thought it was interesting. And what I was intending to do with our company every Friday was release a conversation to try to say to our company, hey, we feel like we're really stuck in this COVID box. But look, here's the president of the NBA, of the Clippers from the NBA. Here's a renowned author. Here's a speaker. Here's all these different people that could share in this COVID experience, but yet we could ask them, hey, what is the best practices you're doing? How do we bring that into our culture? So I've really tried hard to do that. I've also been very honest that it's a challenge. It's a real challenge to get the culture.
Well, so we're actually partners with the NBA, and they've obviously put a tremendous program together with the bubble, and putting it and being kind of the beacon for how people are doing this going forward. And I'd love to. So with that knowledge base and kind of how, I guess for any laymen that are watching, I love surfing, but I'm not like the target specific person. But sure. I obviously love the fact that it's competition by with yourself and with a larger group. How do you guys deal with the fact that most people, well, it's an individual sport to some degree with the people out in the water that can be distance, but obviously having to cancel because of travel. Is there, I guess, how many? Is there what's the rest of the year look like, and what do you think has been able to go live in this kind of crazy period of distancing?
So what's great is we've been very close to the NBA. You guys certainly have some line of sight, and we've got great relations with a lot of the leagues, and all of us from a CEO level, yourself included. We sit in a room and like, hey, what are you hearing? How are you doing it? And what's great about all of our colleagues have been very great about transparent about how they're getting going. Generally speaking, Ryan, as you know, surfing is an individual sport, happens out into the ocean, and you're outside. And so by nature, surfing is socially distant anyway. So the act of our sport is not like an NBA where it's close contact, confined, you're sort of outside. So from that perspective, running surf events amid a pandemic, depending upon where you are, actually is fairly safe. The real problem for us is like taking the CT, like our membership base of professional surfers, of which your nephew's not going to be a part of, is 2,500 surfers, 59 different countries, and we compete on 30 different countries. And CT Tour is comprised of over 50 surfers that are all coming from every continent. So those travel restrictions basically shut us down. Now, what we've been able to do as of late, in fact, this morning we just concluded the French. We had an event in Anglat, France, but we've been able to turn on our events in the regions. We can't really have an international field, so we've done 2 at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. We did Tweed Coast. We've done 1 in Brazil on Friday night, which is a lot of fun, and then we just did Anglet, and we have a few more coming up. And we just call it's basically our countdown series, as we are putting forth COVID protocols to keep our athletes safe. And now as we are working with governments to get travel exemptions, working with governments to get our athletes out of the country, we feel very confident that if we continue on the same path that we're on in terms of what's happening with the trends and what's happening, we'll be able to start our tour as scheduled in December of this year. We feel a growing sense of confidence of that. And I think that once we get the tour up, it's actually going to be easier to stay up. It's a little bit like, I think the heavy lift for the bubble for the NBA was just getting the bubble, but once you get the bubble up, you can go. But we've run successful events, and we've done them in a bunch of different ways, Ryan. We actually taped an ABC show that's going to be on in January called Ultimate Surfer, completely amid the lockdown in the summer, and it was a hard bubble. We basically quarantined 250 people at our Surf Ranch facility. We tested them on the way in, we tested them on the way there. We cooked and cleaned. It was the largest kitchen in Lemoore, California at the time when we were serving them, but it was a reality-based competition show that you'll see after the first of the year on ABC. And then we have soft bubbles. And so we've been able to demonstrate that we know how to do this. And so we're just waiting for the rest of the countries to have more flights. The Hawaii to really sort of open up. October 15th is the schedule. And as that happens, we feel really confident we'll get back to surfing.
Well, so obviously very exciting that, there is immediate and then long-term abilities for this to happen, given the new normal. But you were CEO starting in January, COVID hit, and then I think we're all obviously, certainly overdue, protesting, and Black Lives Matter happened in May into June, and obviously continues to go on. I just think every sport we've had on here, Tim Ellis, CMO of NFL, we've had NBA, we've had NHL on here. I love to hear your POV as it relates to the Black Lives Matter movement, and then also I noticed obviously the paddle out for solidarity. So anything you can provide on your guys' kind of POV as an organization or yourself.
Well, first of all, starting for myself, the last 10 years of my life before I joined the World Surf League, I was very much in a space of focusing on African American women, equality and rights and things. So, this really hits me on a very, very deep personal level. That's just me personally. I would tell you from an organizational point of view, the values of our organization are aligned with the impact and the substance and meaning of what it is. For us, interestingly, obviously, when the tragedy of George Floyd happened and the outcries for that, we as a global community of surfers had a variety of things, worked with local communities, and we did solidarity paddle outs, as you know, and we had such a great turnout. One of the things that we see is an opportunity to utilize the backdrop of our sport from an ocean perspective through a lens of equality. That we have a slogan that we talk about all the time. It's like we are one ocean. And one of the things as a surfer that you realize is that the ocean actually has no discriminatory facts at all. The waves are coming. It is very much a very utopian place, and we think the symbolism of that is something that we lean into. And as a jumping off point from there, what we do is we look at all of the complete injustice that's happening, specifically in the United States with Black Lives Matter. And I think the Black Lives Matter movement really came out of the United States and became a global rallying cry. And we feel a deep obligation to stand up against systemic racism. We feel a deep obligation to allow our athletes the opportunity for that platform, and for us as an organization to say there's no tolerance for it. So we really focus on equality. In fact, we had in the tweet event, our two-time world champion Tyler Wright did something that no one has ever done before in our sport. Is she had Black Lives Matter on the bottom of a surfboard. In Australia, just to show the global nature of our sport, the Black Lives Matter movement obviously has different levels of resonance depending upon where you are in the world. It's different when we travel to J-Bay in South Africa because of the apartheid. And in Australia specifically, Tyler took a knee in the middle of her heat before she paddled out for 431 seconds. That was to signify the 431 deaths of people incarcerated in police custody in Australia. And then she paddled out and proceeded to win the heat. And oh, by the way, paddled out and proceeded to win the event, which was great. It's an interesting moment as a league when that happens with one of your athletes, and you're tested. And as a CEO, you're tested. It's like, what are you going to do in that moment? And it's so proud of the solidarity of our organization, our ownership group, our board, and everyone. It's like, not only do we support Tyler, we stand with Tyler. So we didn't just amplify her platform, we actually elevated her platform and stood alongside her. So it's an opportunity for us to use surfing as a place. I mean, Randy was on earlier with your partner and was talking a lot about this. And it's like, just because you don't understand doesn't mean I have to be upset. I mean, let's facilitate the conversation. And I think that surfing can play a big global role in that narrative.
And yeah, Tyler, truly inspiring what she did. And when people talk about the movement, there's both inequality and then there's inequities.
Yes.
For a lot of our campaigns running from then on, from May on, a lot of ours was a number of brands, which I was really obviously initiated, but they were very easy to jump onto. Is let's amplify Black voices. Let's have amazing content creators that, while there is a boycott happening or there's something happening in the world, how do we make sure that those that are creating great content, those are the POCs, how can they actually get monetization for the content they create?
Yeah.
And that's been something where I've seen a lot of brands that maybe I wouldn't traditionally thought of jump in on that. So I think overarchingly the Fortune 1000s maybe a year ago wouldn't have jumped in on anything political. Now we're seeing them do that, and it's a good kind of segue into, obviously you were president of OWN, and I'm sure during this time you've dealt with all of your previous employees or previous colleagues. What is the actual symbiotic nature of being at Oprah Winfrey Network to jumping over to WSL? And I mean, did you bring anything with you over to WSL?
Yeah, I mean, just to talk about the bridge in terms of my sensitivity specifically around this movement, and we'll kind of talk more globally from a business perspective.
Sure.
It was a blessing. I mean, when you're that close to arguably the most influential, single voice, you don't even have to qualify it. I mean, she's that. I often would say about Oprah would be like, try to find, think of like 5 people who you would like more. Is there anybody living on the planet that is more beloved than her? I mean, maybe the Queen. I don't know. I think it's a fun game. But just name me 3 people who are more beloved than her. And everybody sort of chuckles, and you can't kind of get there, and you throw it around, and it's like, okay, fine. But would you get to the place where, when you're handed the steering wheel? At the time when I was, the president of the Oprah Winfrey Show, my job was, with season 24 and season 25 to end the Oprah Winfrey Show and then transition to OWN and turn around the cable network. When you look at the Black Lives Matter movement and what's happening, I've been hearing these stories and I've been steeped in conversations for years. So seeing this bubble up into the mainstream consciousness for me feels late. For me feels like I've heard this narrative. I've only been privileged to hear the narrative because I was sitting next to her. This conversation, as we know, and as you know, and as we all know now, has been going on for decades, and it's about time before now we have to see real change. So it's really helped me in terms of helping sharpen sort of how we as an organization from a global perspective can bring, this conversation to light. So that's been a benefit for me. I would hope that the tools in terms of just running professional surfing and being, honored to be the CEO of the WSL has such a weight and gravitas and so many different complexities. It's a sport, it's a lifestyle, it's now in the Olympics, it's a competition, you have athletes, but it's really at the end of the day, it comes back down to brand. It comes down to brand integrity. It comes down to what does it mean when you hold up the WSL world title, and how important are these elements that drive a company, like all great companies with brands. And the transition of Oprah's brand into this brand, certainly not comparing the two by any stretch, but yet understanding the power and importance. If we can elevate our brand on that pathway, it's going to be such a more powerful brand. And for us to do things, whether or not put success of business aside, it's just the brand aspects and the integrity of the brand probably is the single biggest thing that I took from the Oprah Winfrey Show and OWN and Oprah over to the WSL.
Yeah, anytime a single first name becomes synonymous with a person, Oprah, Madonna, anyway, that she obviously is one of the most iconic people of all time. And so you say you learned bringing the brand with you.
It's not even a name. She just goes by O. It's like she's down to.
She has a letter. It's amazing.
She has the letter. Yeah,
that's amazing. And so with that, I mean, were you hands on with her? Like is it pretty much where you guys were mixing up every day? And was there, besides obviously like the professional side, is there anything personal? I don't want to go into your personal relationship with O, but was there something you just basically learned from her, how she basically navigates becoming one of the most famous people of all time?
Well, yeah. So yeah, she was I reported directly to her for many, many years. The review process that everyone goes through at companies, mine was interesting. It was like I was getting reviewed by Oprah. It was kind of cool. I would tell you that there's a number of things from her that I'm happy to share, and it certainly could be a whole session of lessons I learned from her that that we could talk about. But one of the most important things that I learned from her from the onset of working at Harpo in Chicago was a word that I've now taken and applied to the WSL. And if you were to query any of our employees, certainly our senior staff, of like, okay, what is the one word Elo drills into everybody's head? It is the word intention. And I would tell you the single greatest thing that I have learned from her is not only moving through life, business meetings, calls, anything, Ryan, with intention. And so I would watch her do this. She did it to me for many, many years. I'd call her and I'd be like, hey, do you have a minute? She goes, sure. What's the intention of the call? I mean, every time I'd start meeting with her, what's the intention? What's the intention? And I talk to WSL now all the time. In fact, I get a chuckle when I get presentations to me, and it's like the top of the memos now said statement of intention. In fact, I was so impressed with it one time. It was like intention of this series, and one of our content creators did it, and they had it really right. I took a screenshot and sent it to her, and and she sent me back the heart emoji. And I think the point of that is that I learned so many lessons that are transferable, but they were really life lessons, right? That it wasn't like here's how you run your P&L and here's how you do capital. It wasn't any of that. It was here's life lessons from her. And so that's just one that I would say. And I'd say for anybody watching, it's like even from a brand perspective, if you're doing one thing, what is the intention of what we're doing? How will we know it's successful? And when you look at the results, go back to the beginning and you can ask yourself, that's what I tried to do, and you see if you actually did it. So we've done that a lot with WSL.
That's brilliant. I love that narrative, love that story. And I will actually segue back to the P&L, just on the business side. So I saw this recently you guys launched with ComScore for digital audience membership. How does this apply to you guys? So your business, I'm not entirely sure how much of it is brand versus TV rights of that nature, but I imagine this is in part to get brands to want to spend more dollars, feel confident in spending dollars with your brand as a whole, as obviously the viewership you guys can get. So why was it important for you guys to go more data driven with ComScore and other partners you might have?
Well, I think first of all, I mean, we're a little bit behind, to be really candid, in terms of really providing the data analytics to our partners. We do a vast majority of our revenue is driven through our O&O platforms. We're a free product. We sell ads. We basically create the demand and sell the inventory like we would. So back in the cable business, we'd forecast the ratings. We would say, hey, here's our CPM. Here's what we're going to deliver. And then you either over deliver or you have an ADU conversation. So in our case, what we have is we have a global platform, and the data that comes in from us based upon territory is all over the place. It's not like, I'd wake up and just get the Nielsen overnights like I would at OWN. We've got data coming in at different levels. And then when you add another 2 or 3 layers on top of that we actually are distributed. We put our content on YouTube now. We had a deal with Facebook. We're putting short form on other platforms. I have linear partnerships in every country on the planet, whether or not it's taped or live. So we felt that what Comscore actually brings us to do is it sort of helps us stitch together and ring fence more of a cohesive narrative. And then when we talk to a client, currently like today, Apple is, advertising on our platform. I mean, it's like you look at you're watching a season event in France, and I'm watching ads, about the Apple Watch 6, and it's like, okay, well, a company, these blue chip companies that you work with, all are asking the same question: data. And so for us to invest in that, and we're going to continue to invest in that, and you should expect us to continue to go further down on that. It's really about that. I mean, look, Randy was just talking about that. It was sort of like, it's not about the volume of people, it's the quality and engagement of people. And so, we see that too in professional surfing. And so, we're taking all those inputs and really transforming the way that Cherie, who is our CRO, is taking our products out to the marketplace.
So you guys are going from your own and operated media to some of the social media to the influencer marketing. You guys have, at the very least, 2,500 influencers, because your athletes, not to mention those that are obviously in and around those circles. How do you guys see social play in all of this? Influencers either in your organization or maybe even out, kind of in the outer skirts of it.
Well, I think social, for starters, is probably the single most important engagement tool we have. And we look at it as sort of like the ultimate Barker channel for us. How you monetize on social. Listen, you guys, this is one of the things you guys do really well. It's not the easiest in the world, as you guys know. It's a little bit tricky and it's hard. And it's it's all as I refer to it, all the hair that's on it. And so the way we look at that is like, listen, let's make sure that we leverage our athletes, leverage our fans, leverage our own platforms on all the different social platforms, whether or not it's TikTok and YouTube or Twitter or Insta or whatever it may be. And what are we putting, and again, come back into attention. What is the intention of what we're doing here, and here? And the way we think about that is by engaging the fans around the idea of the lifestyle and then putting them on a pathway as we think about professional surfing. Because we, again, going back to what I said, we make a majority of our revenue based upon people consuming our live product or our VOD products, watching pre-roll or in the ads. So how do I use the engagement of social to catnip them along the way without giving away the whole series? Which I think is that great content balance that you guys tackle with all your clients as well.
And do you guys, so obviously you have like the Kelly Slaters of the world, you have some massive, basically like the voice of sports, the Jordan of surfing. Do you guys do you engage with individuals and try to figure out ways to promote? Do you guys do it more organically? Is there entire team? I love the structurally. Is some of you guys the value we know is all there, but are you basically creating these vignettes and content to go on either your O&O handle? Like I saw you have 2 million followers on TikTok. Yeah. You're probably one of the largest I've seen. So I love the kind of how you guys have navigated that on new platforms and some of your biggest talent.
So with our athletes, we think the athletes are probably at the core of the influencers for us. And we hadn't up until candidly I got there and said we got to make it a priority. Really focused on how best to use them. So one of the ways we do that is by figuring out ways to elevate them and their platform. So most of our professional surfers make a preponderance of their money not from the World Surf League. It's not like an NFL. They make it from all the stickers that are on their boards and all their other supporters. So we go to our sponsors, whether it's Kelly or it's a Gabriel Medina or our world champion Will Ferreira, and say to them, hey, listen, here's what I want to do. Here's a really good example. We created a franchise called Lawn Patrol. And it was in the middle of the COVID thing. And Felipe Toledo has a place down in San Clemente. We said, hey, Felipe, we're going to come down. We're going to shoot, basically, it's MTV Cribs with surfers. And it's like you, your kids, and, we go through, we see your boards and everything else. And we don't really care, completely put all of your products in there. Open the fridge, have your Corona. I don't care. And so we invest in making an asset for him. And we create a 30-minute, 25-minute asset. And then we give him all the social stuff. He puts it on his platform. All of his sponsors promote it. So what we do is we invest in IP, and we use IP and franchises to entice them to come to us so we can amplify them. So we have a number of those franchises, and we do it strategically. Again, it comes back to intention. What do I want? Well, I want him talking about me in an authentic way so that his followers go to my platform, that actually consume my mid-roll, that Cherie sells for a higher CPM. So if I can create that flywheel that works like that, we can do it. It's not always going to be a straight line like that. Sometimes it's going to be on TikTok, where we're just simply doing great surf edits and using TikTok to raise the profile of surfing. And really with TikTok, it's really hard to get anything more than just like that immediate catnip awareness. If I have 2 million people on TikTok watching dogs dance or whatever it may be, and they're following the World Surf League, the awareness of surfing, the awareness of big wave surfing gets bigger. And then all of a sudden, when the marketing team led by Sarah Swanson does their job, it's going to click, and all of a sudden they're going to flow through. So it's really about knowing on the platform where in this sort of journey we want the consumers.
I love that. And obviously your team's done a great job of getting out there, top of funnel. What makes Influential special, what we basically have carved out in the largest company in the space and all the Fortune 1000s, is that measurement. How do you marry that content, that audience, and driving some sort of measurement? So for us, like it's for McDonald's, it's foot traffic or guest occurrences, guest counts, they call it. For companies like a Dannon, it's like driving actual sales at the grocery store. For the NBA or any NFL, it's driving TV tune-in. So when you guys think about like the journey of a consumer, they are immersed in your brand, they love your talent, they love the content, and then a brand gets integrated into it. Are you saying more it's a top of funnel play? Or are you saying that, hey, like we'll sell more cans of Coke or we'll do more Hurley products? I guess how far do you guys try to make this into, hey, brand, I know you guys are paying your kind of bolstering a lot of these different talents, careers. How much do you guys care about measurement, or is it more about top of funnel and brand awareness?
We care a lot about measurement, actually. I mean, kind of going back to the ComScore thing, that's part of the reason why the ComScore partnership is so important. We care a lot about measurement. I think that the challenge that we have historically had that we're getting much better about is conversion, of how we take that top of the funnel piece, Ryan, how are we converting it into consumption that we can monetize? Because there's obviously two types of pieces of content. There's the content that drives awareness and has consumption, and then there's the content that actually is monetizable consumption. And so that bridge is the bridge that we've done a good job, not there yet. We're getting better, and this is where ComScore is going to help us. Is like, how do you take all that awareness and convert them into consuming the pre-roll? Or if I sit down and go to a Hurley brand with Felipe Toledo and be like, hey, you thought you had 200,000 views, here's 2 million views. The value of you integrating with me now, because I can turn the pipe on, is exponentially higher. And whether or not it's a branded content piece or advertorial. So for us, really, it's about the awareness and the conversion to consumption. So that's sort of, for us, that's our key measurement, which is, candidly, that's how we make our money. It's so different than foot traffic at McDonald's.
Got it. We have about 5 minutes left. A few things I see, questions people are asking. I think one of the biggest buzzes that I've heard, and I should know more about it from the press, but I've only heard from other friends that are surfers. The Kelly Slater Waveco and what you guys have built as essentially a fun house to basically to have these really consistent waves, and people can actually people vie to go and get access to it. Is that something you guys expect that in the 2021, 2020, like in the next 5 years, is it more controlled environments, or is it more going to be, again, naturally wherever region makes the most sense for a competition?
So two-part answer. So one part, from a tour perspective, we certainly think that wave technology is a seat at the table for the championship tour. I mean, the way we look at the championship tour is the best surfers and the best waves. That wave, by the way, that's in Lemoore, California, that you're referring to, is called the Surf Ranch. And the people there, if you go to the Surf Ranch, the chances that you would have an experience there that would be better than any place you could go on a surf trip is probably in the 85 to 90 percentile. And so it's better than most surf trips people go on. And I've been on a lot of them, and that wave is much better. So from a competition perspective, it really challenges our surfers. So we always see there's a seat at the table. That links to the second part, Ryan, which is we've got active development with 3 different properties right now that's sort of out there. There's been publicly, there's 2 of them that are disclosed. We got a few more coming. One is in Palm Springs in the Coral Mountain area. There's another one in early development in Australia that there's been some press about. So you can imagine a world, takes years to build these, but years down the road where there could be multiple of these facilities, and you would see the championship tour in a variety of these facilities. But we certainly think that it is a preponderance of going to be in the ocean. There's no question about it. Wave selection, the elements, Mother Nature is what makes surfing so core. But there is a seat at the table for what we refer to as the basin technology, which is the KS Wave.
Well, I know that both Caden and everyone else I know is vying to get access at some point whenever it becomes available. And I know we have about a few minutes left. I'd love to take one last kind of macro look, and your time today has been amazing. It's really helped. I'm sure everyone else listening, also myself. I did some research. I saw some of the other things you've done out in the press, but I'd love for you to tell everybody how a kid from Oklahoma became the CEO of the WSL. And I even heard you had some water fears or phobias, and I'd love if you tell about that. That's an amazing story.
Well, I mean, the short version is I was born and raised in Oklahoma, and I was a country DJ. And I spent most of my life traveling around, becoming a disc jockey. And through the Oprah connection, I was in Chicago, and then I moved out to the West Coast to run OWN. Terrified of the water, wouldn't go in, didn't know how to properly swim in the ocean. And, through literally a joke that my wife gave me a wetsuit on my 41st birthday, I wander out in the ocean, start boogie boarding, and then sort of just get hooked on surfing, and it became my life's passion. Well, flash forward, multiple trips, actually traveling the world with Laird Hamilton, Dave Kalama, meeting pro surfers, going to Fiji with them because of the connections of Oprah. That I was just exposed to being able to do that. So I learned how to surf at a really great level. I'm terrible. They don't claim me as a student because I'm so bad, but I appreciate the opportunity. How I got to the WSL is actually an amazing story. It's a really short one, but it's a good one. So Oprah and Gail were on a cruise overseas. My phone rings here in California in the middle of the night, and she calls and asks me, "What's the name of the island that you always go to in Fiji?" And I said, Namotu, and we debated what it was. And she goes, "Well, there's a big surfer on the boat I'm going to connect you with." And I said, "Oh, okay, that sounds like a great idea." And I hang up the phone. I'm thinking, got to be Kelly Slater. Has to be Kelly Slater. Who else would she know in surfing that's not Kelly Slater? Because I knew it's not Laird, because she knows who Laird is and she knows I know. So I start emailing with, and it's one of those random emails, Ryan, that's sort of like, z572@gmail.com. And you're like, yeah. So we're emailing back and forth. And it's like, "Oh, I heard you go here. What kind of board do you like?" It was just, a couple of guys talking surfing, favorite wave, where do you like to go? And it just went on and on and on. And then it sort of fizzled away as those conversations go. I wake up the next morning and I'm like, Jesus, who is this person? And then I just replied back to the abstract email, which I had no idea, because there's no footer. It says sent from my iPhone. It's like, that's not helpful. And I go, Oprah had mentioned that you did something with surfing. And the email back, I still have it. It says, "My name is Dirk Ziff. I own the World Surf League." It was the owner. Oh, wow. Yeah, exactly. I called her when she landed. I go, "That was quite the hookup." She goes, "I told you." Subsequently, I wind up leaving OWN to go work for Dirk. And when I was telling Oprah, who was great, by the way, because she knows this is my passion and dream job, she said to me, she goes, "Well, so we're clear, my intention of introducing you to Dirk was not for him to hire you a lawyer." And we had a good chuckle about it. She's been wonderful ever since. But that's how I met Dirk, and that's what led me to the WSL.
That's the Oprah connection. Literally is passing on to the Gmail of the head of the WSL. It's very cool.
It's amazing.
Eric, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it, and truly inspiring words. Thank you for your time today.
Well, keep up the great work, Ryan. Look forward to doing more of these with you and working together in the future.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Aloha.
Thanks so much, Eric. Thanks, Ryan. All right, so that was a great way to end the day. a full day of fantastic sessions. We have our next event the 22nd of October, and we will be coming with announcements in the next few weeks about our guests, which, as you guys have seen from the last couple of events that we've thrown, are nothing short of spectacular. Special thanks to Brand Innovators, to Mark Sternberg and the amazing team at Brand Innovators for letting us do these events. They've been, a heaven sent during this pandemic time. Myself and my brother are always out on the road, shaking hands, meeting people. So it's been really frustrating to not have the opportunity to be face forward with people. So this has been, the best possible scenario. And what we found from this is that we could book the best possible talent because everybody could do it from the comfort of their living room. So thanks again to the Brand Innovators team. Little thing to take you guys out, a little bit of promotion for Brand Innovators. We hope that you'll join us again for our next Brand Innovators livecast on Friday with our sessions focused on e-commerce, CPG, and retail. We have senior marketers from Walmart, Tailored Brands, Gen.Video, Triple Lift, and more. Thank you again for joining us, and we hope to see you again soon.